Off to walk the dog?
Take the footy.
Going camping?
Take the footy.
Picnic in the park?
Take the footy.
ABC Sport's expert coverage of the AFL
Incredible grab.
and the NRL. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, live and commercial free.
He bounces it through.
So whatever you're up to,
Take the footy.
take the footy with you on the ABC Listen app.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Melissa Polomini. A bus driver is facing charges after a bus carrying dozens of Victorian school children ran off the road on South Australia's Augusta Highway early this morning. Fraser Fife has more.
Emergency services were called after the bus carrying 42 children and 5 staff members from a Victorian school ran off the road and became bogged in a paddock around 8 kilometres north of Port Wakefield. No one on the bus was injured. The 53-year-old Victorian driver was arrested and charged with driving without due care and driving a heavy vehicle while fatigued. He was bailed to appear in the Kadina Magistrates Court in August.
Victoria's Deputy Premier Jacinta Allen has been banned from entering Russia as the regime adds to its no-entry list. State political reporter Richard Willingham explains.
The Russian Foreign Ministry has added 48 people, including business leaders and politicians, to a list of Australians banned from entering the country. The latest round of sanctions targets high-ranking executives at Australian military contractors, including Thales, which manufactures the armed Bushmaster vehicles which have been used in Ukraine, in Bendigo. Miss Allen, who represents the seat of Bendigo East, is the most notable politician on the list. Russia says those banned are fueling an anti-Russia agenda.
Meanwhile, a legal expert says even if the Russian embassy wins legal action against the federal government, it may not restore Russia's plans to build a new embassy. Last week, federal parliament rushed through laws stripping Russia of its lease on a block of land near Parliament House, citing intelligence risks. The Russian embassy is now challenging that move in the High Court. Chair of International Law at the University of Sydney, Professor Ben Saul, says it's unclear whether the case will be taken on by the High Court.
It seems like Russia is contesting the legislation on the basis that the lease was terminated without compensation. So this is the stuff of the famous film, The Castle. But even if compensation were payable, that wouldn't necessarily restore the right of Russia.
The implosion of a Titanic-bound submersible that went missing in the North Atlantic is drawing attention to the unclear regulations of deep-sea expeditions. Thanaya Nevada reports.
Rescuers confirmed this morning that the submersible had suffered a catastrophic failure during its descent, causing the deaths of all 5 people on board. Marine robotics researcher at the University of Sydney, Stephen Williams, says it appears extensive testing was not undertaken prior to the vessel's deployment.
There may be calls for more regulation, better understanding of how these sorts of vehicles are designed, built, and certified for use in these deep-sea environments.
Officials say robots will continue to map the wreckage site to try and determine precisely what caused the Titan to fail.
A defrocked Catholic priest who's serving a prison sentence for sexually abusing schoolboys in Victoria will be sentenced over more indecent assault charges in Tasmania. Liz Gwynn has more.
The court heard the former school teacher and Catholic priest, who cannot be named for legal reasons, indecently assaulted 3 boys between 1983 and 1985 while he was employed at a Catholic school in southern Tasmania. He's already serving a 12-year prison sentence for historical child sexual abuse in Victoria. The 69-year-old pleaded guilty to 3 counts of indecent assault in the Hobart Supreme Court after he was extradited to the state in May this year. The court heard he gave students alcohol and cigarettes and watched pornography with them. He will be sentenced next month.
A motorcyclist has been killed after a crash involving a car in Melbourne's southeast. The accident happened on Frankston Dandenong Road in Seaford just after 5 o'clock this afternoon. The motorcyclist is yet to be formally identified. Now to sport. Geelong star Jeremy Cameron is back at home on his farm after spending the night in hospital following an on-field collision. Cameron was knocked unconscious in a sickening contest with teammate Gary Rowan in the opening quarter of the Cats' 15-point win over Melbourne at Cardinia Park last night. He's posted on social media a thank you message to fans for their support. To the weather, there's a strong wind warning for tomorrow for Port Phillip, the West Coast, Central Gippsland and the East Gippsland coast. Mostly cloudy with isolated showers, more extensive about the northern slopes of the Divide and over the southwest. Possible thunderstorms about the far southwest coast, snowfalls above 1,100 metres. In Melbourne, it will be partly cloudy, a top of 14 for tomorrow. It is currently 11 degrees. ABC News.
Tropical North Queensland hides a dark chapter in our history.
A lot of Italian migrants. This was the land of opportunity.
Anthony LaPaglia is on a personal journey to unearth the extraordinary truth.
This is a story of a gang that terrorised the cane fields of North Queensland for over a decade.
And the mystery of a community fighting back.
He would check under his car every day for bombs.
The Black Hand starts Tuesday night, June 27 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The rule will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet.
This game is electric.
Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited. Oh, the home fans like that. What a game. It's got everything. On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes, here it comes.
One bounce at 60, one bounce at 40, one bounce at 20, and he goes.
He plays on from 52 out. The package bangs it through.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
On the left boot, he's welcome to the big time moment.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
Turn, steady, go.
Something big is coming.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Durham to win it. Goal.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Gets onto it, and away it goes.
Tapped it twice with his left hand, gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant.
Here they come.
That's class. Oh, he's a star. What a game. Brilliant.
He goes.
This kid is going places.
Hand pass to Sarong. Sarong pulls the trigger. Boom. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Curls it around. What about that?
Hand pass to Elliott, back to Hill. Superb finish.
55 out. He's given this plenty. That's a magnificent strike of the football.
He dribbles it along the ground for an incredible goal.
Grimes goes long. Bolton. High altitude fly from Showbolt. Snap from 35 and boy does he love it.
Run by Humphrey. Here's Humphrey to put the Suns 8 points clear.
To take the lead. It never looked like missing.
Grandstand AFL
On ABC Radio.
Sport Digital.
And now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
There's always a statement to be made on Friday night footy, and it feels like for the winner tonight, it will reverberate around the footy landscape. For St Kilda, they're trying to prove that they belong with the best teams in the competition. They're in that spin cycle, having gone win-loss since round 4 onwards. Meanwhile, for the Brisbane Lions, they get another chance to prove their legitimacy in Melbourne. As they come down south, their road form has been a little patchy so far this year, but they do have a good recent record under the roof at Docklands. It is Friday night footy, St Kilda and the Brisbane Lions, the 3rd annual Spuds game, paying tribute to the late Danny Frawley, of course, the champion fullback from the St Kilda Football Club, and raising much needed funds for mental illness. My name's Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood alongside me to call the footy, our grandstand AFL experts, Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling. Tim Hodges on the boundary. There is no late change. The two subs, Cooper Sharman for St Kilda and Darcy Fort for the Brisbane Lions. Good evening, Cal.
Corbin, the last of the bye rounds. Bring it on. Thank goodness for that. It feels like footy's taken a bit of a back seat in the last couple of weeks with all the sports on. One of the best times of the year, isn't it? Winter, the couch. Just put the nana rug over, get the hot cup of tea or the red wine if you prefer, and the fire on, and sports galore just about every night. So, but as of Sunday night, the AFL ladder will finally click into place. So we know where everyone will sit. Will the Lions or the Saints be in the top four by the end of this round? Both of them, I was having a look today, they're in the middle of a mid-season wobble, aren't they? In their last 3 games, they've dropped 2 of their last 3, both these sides. And in those losses, they've both lost to Hawthorn in their last 3 games. This is a team that sits 4th and a team that sits 5th. So which team can regain its rhythm ready for the final 9 rounds of the home and away season? Feels like we're turning the corner. We're not quite on the home straight. We're coming around the curve. But, yes, so much sport, isn't it? I feel like we could talk about all the other sport for the first half an hour because you got the Origin this week, men's and women's, the Ashes men's and women's, Wimbledon's around the corner, the Tour de France is around the corner. But first up, this game tonight. Bring it on.
Have you been watching much other sport, Mick?
I certainly have, Corby. How are you? Cal, Lingy. I've just been talking to Lingy about his son playing, representing Geelong for the soccer. So, you know, the soccer's finished in Europe, but it's not here, clearly.
Yes.
I watched a fair bit of the game last night, but I also tuned in on the women's Ashes. Outstanding. Those girls, can they play? Their shot selection and that sort of stuff is just incredible. And, of course, the rugby, which Queensland have cleaned up. So, yeah, I have been watching a lot. Can't wait for the Tour de France. Not overly tennis. Just
that's the best ever. If you had the pick, Mick, of the one sporting event in the whole entire world, I'd go centre court Wimbledon, number 1 by far.
Number 1.
Yeah. Where would you go?
I would go either a World Cup soccer or rugby.
Okay.
Like rugby union?
Yep. Yeah, union.
So Paris in September, you want to be there?
I would have loved to be.
Yeah, right.
I mean, the Olympics hold you in. I mean, it's just fantastic, the Olympics.
Yeah.
Glorified school sports, the Olympics. What about you, Cameron Ling?
I don't know what you're all on about. I got to see my game end of September last year, Geelong versus Sydney.
God, he's still going on about it.
Yeah, because they won last night. If they hadn't won last night, he would have been mentioning it.
I would have been moping around, wouldn't I?
Yeah, you wouldn't have mentioned the Cats for the next 3 hours.
You would have joining in with the Poms with their cricket, mate. You know, we know.
Just a quick one.
Did you play cricket? You would have played a bit. I reckon
I still play cricket
opener?
these days. I was an opener when I was young, but I've had to drop down the order a little bit. I don't see them as well now.
So, Jeffrey Boycott, I'd just have you in mind as just making sure you never lost your wicket.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the runs.
Very much. I was being described by friends and teammates I played with as very, very boring when it came to cricket.
What did you, Mick? Where were you? What position?
Many. None of them were good.
Just quickly, what do you like about the women's cricket?
Just the overall level.
Yeah.
It's awesome, we know the bowling is not as quick, but it's accurate. They've got their spinners, they've got their quickies. The fielding is outstanding, and the selection of the batsmen is just incredible. I just love their shot selection that they can. I know the boundary's in a little bit. Let's face it, it's in a little bit, and the ball's different, the bat's different. But you still got to hit the ball right, and not get caught, not lose your wicket.
At least Perry out on 99, unless he hit me with a duck.
99 with a cut shot.
Do you know what's great? We didn't even team Mick up to talk about this, and I get to promote that we've got coverage of this through the ABC Listen app, and you can listen tonight. Yeah. So how good's that? Australia to resume at 7 for 328. So look out for the red cricket ball through the ABC Listen app. Simon Lethlane, I had the chance to catch up with him earlier, the chief executive of the St Kilda Football Club. So we'll talk not only about Spud's game, but a number of other issues that are surrounding the St Kilda Football Club at the moment, whether they got cap room to try and go shopping over the off-season. Jade Gresham's off contract at the moment. Ross Lyon's influence over the football department and how that's played out at St Kilda, the debt situation. So I'll get to all of that in just a moment and bring you some of that chat with Simon. The result last night, Lingy, so you're at Cardinia Park. There was a scary moment in the opening quarter in which Jeremy Cameron collided with Gary Rowan. The good news is that Jeremy Cameron has been discharged from hospital after his collision. He's been cleared of initial concerns and continues to be monitored by club officials. The good news is he's out on his property and looks to be going okay, as he put this up on Instagram a short time ago.
I'm feeling a lot better than I did last night. Thanks for everyone's messages of support. I appreciate that. But in the last 10 minutes, just starting to feel a lot better because we've lit up the Bonnie.
Freshwater Creek, he means it, doesn't he?
Yes.
Just go through Freshwater Creek to get to my holiday place. Get my petrol there, get a dim sim there every now and again.
And the cake.
And the cakes. Oh, those
yes.
cakes. Clearly, he couldn't have found that yet.
No,
he
has. He loves the passion fruit sponge from that freshwater
well,
cake
let me
shop.
tell you, that is outstanding.
Yes.
Outstanding. Where's he put it then?
No, well, that's it. He can do nothing wrong, except last night where he
put his chin in the wrong spot.
Yeah, teammate ran into him, and it was scary. Just the crowd went silent, and that eerie feeling. And I think everybody there realised with the length of time that the medical staff, support staff took with him, it wasn't just a simple case of he's copped a bit of a knock. This was a really serious one. He went off, and the response by the Cats was excellent. Gary Rowan as well. That could have rattled him for the entire game, but had a huge influence on the result as well, and a really important win. And last night's game and tonight's game, really huge when you think of three of the teams vying for top four, and then you've got the Cats, the reigning premiers, just trying to scrap up enough wins to make that top eight.
Brisbane can actually go a game clear of Melbourne if they win tonight, so that's a huge opportunity. They'll go outright third. We'll get to this chat with Simon in just a moment, but the Cameron incident is fascinating, and Tim Lane sort of tweeted about this last night. Of course, former ABC broadcaster, he said, if so-called friendly fire isn't made punishable, it must now provide overwhelming evidence for the defence of some at tribunal cases.
Spot on. Thought the first thing is you get a player knocked out, two going for the football, one clips the other one, totally accidentally, otherwise he will clearly a teammate. If that happens in general play, the player that knocks Cameron out gets 4 weeks. I mean, and that's why it is. It's a sport that's going to, when you've got contact sport, you're going to have accidents. And there's an accident by two teammates, so we don't even look at it. He's spot on.
I agree, but I've been saying that till I'm blue in the face, that we can never, ever remove all accidents from football.
Yep.
Sadly, we'd love to. Yeah, it'd be great. Just click your fingers and get rid of accidents, but
are you saying,
happen.
James Sicily, then you would put that in the accidental category?
It's not an accident. It's not an accident he tackled him, but he should never have got 3 weeks for that.
Yeah. Right. The interesting thing last night, so if Gary Rowan's wearing the other team's jumper and he hits Cameron like that, are we sitting here tonight going, is he going to be suspended? Is he going to get 3 weeks?
Well, is it 3 weeks? Is it 4 weeks? Is it 6 weeks? Are they going to really come down hard on it? But it's nothing because it was a pure accident.
And he plays for the same team.
I know I remember you saying it, Lingy, that accidents do happen.
Yep.
And when you've got sport like this, players running back-to-back or head-to-head and they eyes on the ball, someone's going to come off second best every now and again. It's just a shame, but that's the way it works out,
Simon Lethlean used to be the head of footy at the AFL. I asked him about the dangerous tackle, amongst other things, a short time ago when he dropped into our ABC box, and I started by asking him about the occasion tonight. It's the third annual Spuds game and why it's so important for St Kilda on the calendar.
Yeah, look, we want it to be our marquee game, now and going forward. For a number of reasons, honouring Spud's legacy, but obviously it raises awareness for mental ill health, which is a key focus of our club, especially now that we've got the Danny Foley Centre built and operating. And this game raises awareness, raises important funds through generous support of broadcasters like yourselves to get the message out. But also, we want to be a big Victorian club that can attract big crowds, and to have a marquee game that's got more to it than just the game is critical to us going forward as well. So a number of different prongs as to why, but it's our big game for the year.
Little curtain raiser to get us going tonight as well. I see one of my broadcast colleagues in Brendan Goddard is heading up that game. He's also part of your staff, of course, at St Kilda this year. How's Beach going to go tonight, do you think?
He's got the pretzel stand set up down there just in case things don't go his way. Joey Montana's playing as well. We had great support from Tim Watson and Gary Lyon, who are notionally coaching those two teams. Number of celebrities playing. It's just, again, designed to have something here for the fans to watch beforehand, get a bit of broadcast integration, and again, steer the message towards supporting the great cause that is looking after people's mental health.
You are the Chief Executive of the St Kilda Football Club. Some issues around the team and how they're going at the moment. So you're 8-5. Of course, famously last year, you're 8-3 going out and 3-8 coming home. And we know what happened, obviously, at the end of the season. It didn't amount in a finals appearance. Is missing finals this year a failure?
Look, it's certainly our target, especially given we've started off in the manner that we have. I mean, it's a bit boring, but I've never seen a coach that's less interested in talking about results. Ross is focused on each week being feedback for how to get better. If that's via wins or losses, so be it. We've been a bit up and down the last few weeks, but the key criteria about how our players assess themselves is based on effort. I think our effort was really strong last week. We're beaten by a bit of class in the end in the rain, probably. So we're certainly aiming to win enough games to get there, but we don't look much past this week. I don't even know if Ross knows who we're playing the weeks after. He's quite legitimate about that. So the players have learnt to focus on the now, give the best effort they can, and 4v5 this week. It's a critical game that can really set up, bouncing into the last half of the year.
You'd be able to zoom out a little bit as the chief executive, though, where it's the 23rd of June and you're 8-5. If you look back on this night, all those things being equal and you bring the effort and everything else, do you think it should amount in a finals performance for the list that you've got and everything else?
Look, again, we've got some players that are back this week, Mackenzie, Jones and Billings back at Sandringham. Haven't seen them all year. We've done a pretty good job with the players that have had out early on, especially King. I think we're pleased with how the program's improved. We're pleased that the players have bought into the game plan, and we're giving ourselves a chance. We're giving our fans a chance. And I reckon the most important thing to answer your question is I think our fans should know what they're going to get from this team now, which is big effort, hard to score against. We've got some excitement up forward now with Max, and we give ourselves a chance in every game. We've only really had one, call it a mulligan if you want, against the Crows, and probably didn't play our best against the Hawks. But we've been in every game other than that, and we intend that to be the way we present every week.
Simon Lethlean with me, the Chief Executive of the St Kilda Football Club. Ross Lyon, he's been a lightning rod for criticism in the past, and I touched on Brendan Goddard, and we work with a lot of people that are very much Ross disciples, and they love the way that he goes about it. The criticism attached to him, seemingly at St Kilda this year, is that there's lots of Ross people all of a sudden bobbing up at the Saints. Does Ross have too much power over the footy department at St Kilda?
Oh, I don't think so. Pardon me. Look, I think if you're the person whose head's on the block, which senior coaches are, you certainly want people working for you that you trust. You know their output, and you know what you're going to get. There's some big names that are there. We'd already attracted Lenny Hayes before Ross came on board. He certainly had a hand in getting Robert back to the club, Robert Harvey. And Corey was already there, and he loves what Corey's doing. So they're his main three guys. There's been some change along the way. There's a heap of guys that were there since I've been at the club. Our psych in Ben Robbins and our welfare man Tony Brown is the best in the business, and a heap of guys and women that have been there for a number of years. But I've got no problem with the senior coach who literally the results and the performance sits on their head and sits on the CEO's head as well. That if they want some people there they trust that they think can improve performance, then so be it.
How do you rate the strength of the list as it's presently constructed?
Look, I think we've got some assessment to do. I mean, Ross was really clear start of the year. He doesn't know this list that well. He was going to take at least till midway to assess, player by player where he thinks they're at and what gaps that leaves. I don't think Ross knew, and maybe nor did we, how good an impact Philippa would make straight away. Wanganeen's already come on as a second-year player. Mitch Owens, likewise. Windhager, who you'll see tonight's fit and bubbly and gives us a bit of bounce. So there's some young players there, including Caminiti and Sharman, that I think have shown us that the youth we've invested in has been well selected and is developing well. We've got that middle age group then, Steele and Billings and others that are sort of stalwarts of the club now. And I don't think we've got any players over the age of 30. There might be one that's playing tonight. So we've got some really good youngsters. We're going to look to sort of keep our top end draft picks to make sure we can keep those players coming in, and like all good clubs, try and attract high end talent here through trade and free agency. But so is every other club. But Sauce and Graham Elmer are in charge of that, and they're going to be very active. So we're looking to improve every year. We've got improvements still. We've got some high end still to find, but we think we're achieving not a bad result thus far for a list that's pretty solid.
Have you got cap space to do that, to go and get players from other clubs in the player movement space?
Yeah, I mean, I think if good players want to come, you'll always find the space. Like most clubs, I think we've got 14 or 15 out of contract this year, and so you make decisions on a number of those based on whether there's movement in and out. So yeah, we'll have space, and we'll set that up to have even more space in the next few years ahead.
Do you need an answer from Jade Gresham to basically make decisions on other players and how much room you're going to have?
I don't think so. It's only early. I don't think it, as far as I can tell, I don't get involved in those chats with managers, but Jade's got every right to have a look around. That's the right of free agency. He's playing good football. I think he's enjoying what Ross brings and the role he plays as that mid-forward. We don't need an answer in any particular hurry from Jade, and whether he stays or goes, it'll be at the right price for us or someone else. But he's a certainly in boring terminology, a really required player. He's a good player and he's having a pretty good year.
You, as the chief executive of the Saints, Simon, you're always going to get asked about the debt I'm sure that St Kilda have at the moment. Where are we at with it? Are you able to get those numbers down, and how concerning is that as a club to still have those numbers against you?
Yeah, well, I mean, in the last 2 years, I think we've come from $13 million down to $6 million debt, which is an excellent performance in a pretty tough market, as you know. We are having a good year. We're hoping to post 61,000 members, which is, bigger than a number of Victorian clubs that you might think you've got more than us and don't. Our merchandise, I think, is number 2 for retail online this year. And we have really turned the corner on sponsorship, and we're just about sold out. So the key markers of the usual revenue streams and assets are really strong with us right now. The more people that come to your games, the more money you make. So we do encourage our fans to get there. We had over $1 million gate receipt for the round 3 game against the Bombers at the MCG. We can draw big crowds, so we're heading the right way. I think it's overstated that St Kilda is a real problem child in the financial sense. We've made big inroads into our debt, and we can continue to do so each year, and we'll look to pay down some more debt this year and keep going every year from now. So we're feeling really strong and viable. Will you look to do that again? Move the odd game to the G? I don't know. It's an open question. I mean, we are the major tenant here at Marvel with at least 10 of our games here, so we're the major tenant. We were encouraged by the AFL this year to have a marquee match at the G, and the G loved having us. It might be that we look to focus on Spud's game being our major game next year. Well, we definitely will. We won't have 150 in the way of that, so that might be an early game at the G. I know the G are keen to support that, so we'd love to do that. There's obviously the secondary market considerations that will always be there for games, just like Melbourne and the Dogs and North and others do, to look at other markets. We'll keep looking at that, but at the moment our focus has been 11 games in Victoria for our fans, and I think it's worked out pretty well this year so far. Last one, used to be the head of footy at the AFL, the head of football. He's also the incoming chief executive in Andrew Dillon. Spoke during the week, said there's no confusion at all around the tackle. You guys had success at the tribunal in the not too distant past with Dan Butler. Are you confused at all as to what your players can and can't do when it comes to the tackle on field? No, I'm not confused, but I will concede that it is very complex. Every tackle is different. What I've said about the Dan Butler one was, I understand why the MRO and the tribunal are taking these taking these tackles to be assessed. I think we all understand that. I think the industry is absolutely 100% clear that there is a duty of care on the player being tackled and their health, and if the injuries occur that you could be in strife. But what I think was the main thing from the Butler tackle was I think the education is working. Dan executed a rundown tackle from behind, and as he did so, he turned Blakey so he didn't land face down and released his arms so he could cushion the blow. In the old days, and the old days might be as early as 2022, I reckon Dan would have rightfully buried Blakey into the ground because he was able to do so and would have hurt him. So I think that shows the players are listening, learning, but it doesn't mean that you can execute a tackle at full speed when you're trying to catch a guy who's trying to get away from you without actually accidentally or otherwise causing harm, and if you do cause harm, you're going to be in the gun. So I doubt there's confusion about that. There'll be a lot of conjecture over it, especially as players miss big games. But I think we've got good clarity about what is and isn't acceptable. Whether that's possible to not do it is a completely different question. Simon, your time's always appreciated. Thanks for dropping by. I've been lucky enough to be at the previous 2 editions of Spud's game, and it should be a treat again tonight on a Friday night. Thanks for your time on ABC Radio. Thanks for your support. Cheers. Simon left lane a short time ago in the ABC box, the chief executive of the Saints. So we'll find cap room for good players if they want to come to our club. Whether Jade Gresham signs here or somewhere else, it'll be at the right price. He's a required player. But obviously a bit to work through there. He said it's overstated that the Saints are a problem child for the league. He said it's Ross's right to have the people around him that he needs as the senior coach of the football club, and wouldn't be drawn on whether the year will be a failure or not for the Saints. Despite
I asked twice if they miss finals from this position. Will it, Lingy?
Oh, dear. I'm not surprised he dodged it a little bit. I have them falling out of the 8.
Yep.
So, but
from 8-4, 4-0 start. If I was asking you when you had your St Kilda chief executive hat on, would you have tried to dodge it, or would you have said, no, I think we could play finals from here?
No, I'd try and dodge it because I don't think they're that good yet. Yep. I think their best years are still in the coming years. It's not this year. I reckon realistically they're probably thinking, gee, if we still scrape into finals, that would be a pretty big result. He's probably just hedging the bets that the likelihood is they either just make it into the 8 or just tip out of the 8. So as I said, I have them coming out before the season's end.
Sounded like he gave a pretty sober analysis too of their list, so I get the feeling that he probably sees that similar, that he feels like this list has a bit of work to do to construct themselves into the team that they want to be one day. I'm keen to hear from you on that in just a moment as well, Mick. We've got a join coming up. This is Friday Night Footy. There's no late change. Cooper Sharman is the sub for the Saints, and it's Darcy Fort for the Brisbane Lions. The full preview from Mick and Lingy next.
Your fortune awaits. Please sit down. You desire connection to your community, to be abreast of events and up to date at all times. In your future, I see the ABC Listen app. I see you up to date with current affairs, politics, and the latest conversations on your local ABC radio station. Your reading is complete. Put that filthy money away. The ABC Listen app is as free as a bird. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday Night Footy.
He launches an absolute rocket under the bright lights of Friday Night Footy.
Here it comes, here it comes.
AFL.
On ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
It always reverberates around the competition, the fallout from the Friday night fixture, and as we look at round 15, it is no different. St Kilda, who have found themselves at 8-5, they're in this win-loss sequence at the moment, which they've been in since round 4, up against the Brisbane Lions, and really the only query on them is can they take their Gabba form on the road. Their regular season record at the Gabba under Chris Fagan, when they've been a contending team in the last 5 years, has been 43 wins and 4 losses. And yet they're pretty patchy away from home. They've won only 2 of their 6 road games so far in season 2023. We'll see how they go at Docklands tonight. It is the 3rd edition of Spud's Game. Corbin Middlemass, Kelly Underwood, Mick Moldhouse, Cameron Ling and Tim Hodges, your call team. There's no late change. Cooper Sharman is the sub for the Saints. And for the Brisbane Lions, it's Darcy Fort. We've got a little curtain raiser in front of us, Cal, for Spud's Game as well to try and entertain the fans, and there's a few familiar faces out there.
There is. I've had the binoculars on them. I think the star of the show so far is Archie, I'm having a mental Thompson, of course.
Was that Archie who just kicked it out on the full?
Yes, I think so, but he kicked a couple of goals up the other end. He knows how to kick them on this turf. Didn't they win a grand final in the A-League against the Reds, the Adelaide Reds, by about, was it 5-0? And Archie might have kicked most, scored most of them. Kazitsky's out there, Montagna's out there. There's who else was that? Dylan Buckley's out there. Is very, very entertaining. So a bit of a curtain raiser to get us started. Brendan Goddard, of course, is out there.
He'd be very flat if you didn't mention that he was out there.
BJ he'd be taking it serious.
Oh, no,
he'd be wanting to get a kick.
Well, the thing with BJ is that, and same with Joey Montagna, is they're in the white strip tonight, which, a decade after retiring.
He looks like he's he looks like he's ready for a college basketball game, BJ. He's got the white T-shirt underneath his jumper.
There's a few dad bodies out there, I think.
That's all your comments, Cal. I'm not co-signing any of that. Cooper Sharman, the sub for the Saints, and Darcy Fort for the Lions. There's no late change.
And I definitely live in a glass house, so I'm not going to throw stones there.
I looked at you. I'm going to back me up with the date bods comment, but you gave me nothing, Lingy.
Staying out of that one.
Well, people that live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, and people that live in stone houses shouldn't drop glasses. I think that's the way to sum it all up. The Saints and the Lions tonight, Mick and Lingy up. Who's there more in it for tonight? So who has the most to gain, do you think, by getting the victory this evening?
If I can just come in there, Lingy, I just one thing about selection.
Yep.
I'm just looking at Seb Ross.
Managed.
But
bizarre.
how could you be managed and on the bench?
Or he's named as an emergency.
Emergency, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Emergency. He is the number one inside 50 player for them. He is, he's features in other bits and pieces. Then I look at the side. Are they going to go defensive through the middle because of the clearance rate of Lachie Neale is 107. The closest one at the Saints is Brad Crouch on 69. So we've got a massive differential.
Yeah.
So to me, it looks like they're going to have to do some heavy work on Neale to make sure that he's not the number one clearance player. So getting back to your answer, Corby, I can't split them because Brisbane have got to start winning games away. I know they go okay on this ground, but they've got to start winning games away. I'd love to take the roof off this tonight and say, look, there's the Stars. There's a bit of dew on the ground, and they do have a lot of dew on the ground up there.
They won 6 of their last 7 here, Mick.
Yes, that's right. Whereas the Saints, they are mirroring last year. So for those that think that the Saints are over the line, and we had a little bit of discussion here about where the Saints are. They're inside the 8, just over the halfway mark. It would be a disaster if they fall out of the 8. I don't care about the draw. The draw is uneven, we know that. But if you're already in the 8 at halfway mark, anything less than that, to me, is a failure. So that's why I have to even it up and say the Saints have got a lot at stake tonight. They've got to prove that they can get back and win games of football against good sides.
What do you reckon, Lingy?
I agree. It's more on St Kilda, I think. I think Brisbane come and win. I think they'll just be too strong through the middle of the ground. It's a great point you make about Lachie Neale's clearances. Then you throw in Josh Dunkley, who over the last month or 5 weeks has been almost the number one player or number one midfielder going around the game. It's just been superb. So I think Brisbane end up too strong. If St Kilda can somehow get themselves out of this win-loss, playing, pretty average footy, it's fair to say, and knock off the Brisbane Lions on a big Friday night game, I think that sets them up for a big launch into this back end of the year. And it's the type of game, as they run out here onto Dockland Stadium, that if they can knock off the Brisbane Lions, and I even said it last week leading into the Richmond game on the lead with Clinchy and Rammer, that if they could knock off the Tigers, I'd actually start shutting my mouth about St Kilda, about saying they're going to fall out. Almost repeat exactly the same thing. Knock off Brisbane. Show me you're actually that good and you've improved that much from last year. Otherwise, people like me, who are doubters on them, are just going to continue to say the Saints will drop out of the 8, or even if they don't, they'll just hang on and they'll be a bit player in September. Beat a really good team. And Brisbane, they're better at the Gabba, but Brisbane are a really good team. So show me that, and that's why I think the Saints have got more corps. If they can win tonight, it almost changes the narrative of the remainder of the season for themselves.
It's interesting when you talk to people inside St Kilda, and we heard, for those of you that were with us earlier, Simon Lethane wouldn't be drawn on what he thinks of, whether he thinks they should play finals this year or not. Sort of basically tried to talk down the list, and it feels like they still want to make a number of changes to it. The great credit to Ross Lyon always in his coaching journey, Mick, is that he seems to lift the floor straight away. So he walks into an environment, immediately lifts the standards, and you know what you're getting as a baseline, and so it seems to get the most out of what could be perceived as a limited group. Do you think that counts against you at any stage, that if they don't truly believe in the list, is there something sort of subconsciously, or maybe you would have coached teams where you kind of go, look, I know we haven't really got that good a group, but we can sort of pretend and make it work. Is there something to that if they don't truly believe in their list, how do the players themselves go, you know what, we're good enough to win everything?
The players are the first to realise that if you've got some good players, they know their 22nd player. No doubt. But they don't. But if they're true teammen, they will not let the player know that they think he's a 22nd. And it's not that they will avoid him. They just want that player to play at what his level is, and don't go be underneath the level. Become over it, but don't go under it. The game, I've said this since the year I've started coaching. Don't worry about your top 5 or 6 players. Worry about the bottom 5 or 6. Last night, I could not find Geelong's last 5 players. Lingy probably will, but they will blend in to the 10th to the 15th.
Yep.
It was so identifiable, Melbourne's bottom 5 to 7 players. You cannot win games of football when they're identifiable because you go through them. They don't kick as well. They don't get the hard ball as well. They don't get the ball as often. They give up the ball more often. And that was the difference between Melbourne's on last night was the bottom 5. Tonight will be no different. And you might say, well, okay, if Daniher kicks 7 or 8, well, he's the difference. Well, it's getting the ball to him. And it may well be the 22nd player of St Kilda that jumps in front of his lead every now and again that stops it. So you're going, well, he's better than... It's not a matter of stats. It's how you play for the team. So that'll be the difference to me is how the coach gets the bottom players up and how the senior players, asking that question, relate to the bottom 5 in their side.
And can I add on to that? Because if that bottom 5 or 6 is highly engaged, actually really good, and can contribute at a really high level, and I'm not talking about having to be superstars,
no,
but just to a really high, solid, do your job to a really good level, then you don't have those 5 or 6 players in the team going, I've just got to get a few kicks. If I can somehow get 15 or 20 touches, I'll get myself a game next week.
Yep.
And you get half a dozen players thinking like that, your system breaks down.
Yep.
But if you get those half a dozen players thinking, I know exactly what I've got to do, I want to do it, I know I'm going to be valued for doing it, I know my teammates rate that particular thing that I do really well.
That's it. That's in a nutshell.
They're in.
Yeah.
And then the best player in the team believes in the 22nd player in the team, and the 22nd player in the team thinks, I can contribute without just having to run around and try and get a few touches.
Well, I know Dane Swan was one of our better players, but he would look at Alan Tuvey and go, people don't rate you, but you're one of the first pick because we know that you're going to go into this bloke, that bloke, and absolutely do your job. You come off with 5 or 6 possessions, but he comes off with 15 or 16 less than the 30 that he would have been getting. So it's an acknowledgement. If you don't acknowledge people, and it just appears in today's society, one of the hardest things to say is well done. It's so simple to say. You know what well done sometimes means? That player lifts, he puts his head up and goes, guess what? The coach has just said well done. You know what? I feel better. But the well dones could also be done to best players. Because too often we just ignore the best player by going, he knows he's a good player. But every now and again to go, geez, well done today. It was fantastic. And, you carried someone through. That player lifts. Yeah. So it's Corby, coaching's not just about the X's and zeros. It's about how you be able to get your bottom player playing to his potential and every now and again spiking. Every now and again. He's not going to do it regularly because otherwise he wouldn't be one of the bottom 20 players.
I've learned a lot about coaching in this box, and Kel tells me all the time what it's like to coach a basketball team, and yet I learned these types of lessons, Mick. And then Mick Malthouse happened to coach a few games of footy in his time as well, so we were able to learn a bit from you.
I've got a better winning rate than Mick, though. Just a better percentage. I've added it up.
The Brisbane Lions were the big story last week. Talking about fascinating coaching episodes, or the way that Chris Fagan handled, obviously, the dropping of Daniel Rich and Gunston, and as to who came to who and how it all came about. But the interesting element was that they looked a little fresher last week. They'd bring in Jasper Fletcher, who's a high draft pick, son of Adrian. He has an impact. He had 3 shots on goal, kicks 1 goal, 13 touches, only played 60% of game time. Wilmot goes to half-back, looks dynamic, wins the Rising Star nom for the week, and all of a sudden they looked like they had a bit of dynamism about them.
I think it was a great call. I think it was a great call by the players, Daniel Rich and Jack Gunston.
Absolutely.
They're smart enough. They're professionals. They know they were going up and down on the one spot and doing nothing. And Daniel Rich's body was just shutting down on him. They thought, they sat there, I reckon, and probably independently and said, if I'm going to play in finals for the Brisbane Lions and have an impact on perhaps the Lions winning a premiership,
I can't just hang on here.
I can't hang on. Yep. It's too long. It's too far. My body's not going to do it. So bring myself out, refresh, mini pre-season, and give myself a shot at it. Now, ultimately, that might not work, but neither would have staying there. They would have had to have then faced just getting dropped and never getting back in. So great by them. Great by Chris Fagan to be strong enough to go, yep, absolutely, you're right. You're not providing for the team. Sit out, and here's our plan. Here's a really clear path back. So I love that. Only little things with the Brisbane Lions that just occasionally little things catch your eye. I rate the Brisbane Lions really highly. When I saw that Darcy Fort was the sub for tonight's game, I thought, what are they doing? Can you get to the bottom of that one for me, Mick?
Yeah, you know what I reckon they'll do? I reckon they'll stretch the life out of the Saints and McInerney be a forward pocket from time to time if, in fact, they need that, or just have another fresh player at Rowan. They know Rowan's probably the only bloke that can rack all day.
But what if it's a Zach Bailey comes off who's injured?
Yeah, but you still got... It's not 22 less one. It's 22 plus one. So you've still got 4 rotations. I think it's such an easy get for the coach these days, whereas you spent half your night picking the 22 players of yesterday, or 21 or 20. I've coached when there was only 20, and the 21st player, like you'd have nightmares on who you could have picked in the side. It's not like that day, because you're picking your 25th, your 23rd player, knowing that you've still got 4. Even if someone goes down, you still can rotate 4 players.
Do you become... I suppose they have played with 2 ruckmen before, the Brisbane Lions, and they will have confidence in that. As you said, if Ford had to come on for a smaller player, I'm just always surprised when you are limiting your flexibility. I always thought
I understand that. I understand that, but that flexibility should be on the bench anyway.
Yeah, okay.
So whereas it wasn't a couple of years ago, now it is. It's there. There's 4. So okay, Ford comes in and someone drops out, a medium drops out. You still got 3. The idea of 3 is far greater than what it was a few years ago.
Just quickly, it's the first time he's the sub this year. He was the sub 3 times last year. They won 2 of those games and lost 1, for whatever that's worth.
There you go. No, that is worth something. Nick, you and I have done Brisbane Lions games before, a fair few of them, and we've talked about the Lions a lot because they've been right in the mix come the end of the season for the last 5 or 6 years. That Brisbane Lions forward line.
Yep.
It's made up of a whole heap of talent.
Yep.
Talent at times that both you and I have questioned.
Yep.
How are you seeing it at the moment? It appears to be functioning a little bit more efficiently.
Well,
and consistently.
We were sitting here very early in the season, and we said we love Joe Danaher's lovely bloke and this sort of stuff. Let's forget about their personalities. He was too lackadaisical for me, and Hipwood and he could not be. They were joined at the hip, which you just at Hipwood, but it does not work in the forward line. You need space. I'm not convinced about Rayner's chasing abilities. I'm not convinced about Hipwood or Danaher's. I find that when the ball goes in, it comes out far too quick, and I'm not going to change on that. I think that their backline has been protected by Payne more so than by
Harris Andrews.
And you know where I sit with him.
Yes.
Their midfield, to me, McGluggage has got to start kicking goals to be an effective player. He hasn't been able to do it, and they've got to become less reliant on, and we all know this, on Neil, because
that's where Josh Dunkley is almost recruited.
Well, and he was ordinary early in the year. He's got better. So I reckon Brisbane have got better. Danaher's definitely got. Someone's obviously had a word to him and say, listen, give away the smiling and being a good bloke. Let's start to get serious with football. It doesn't mean you go stupid. It just means you let people think that you're actually serious about your game. I'm waiting for the day that they kick 10 goals between them, because they're both capable of kicking
Hipwood and Danaher.
Yep, I'm waiting for that day, and they will not be within 20 yards of each other.
Is the best thing about them now, though, that they're not... Charlie Cameron's not kicking 6 and 7. He's still kicking...
He's their leading goal kicker.
He's still their leading goal kicker. So this is a pump-up for him. Charlie needs to kick 3 because Danaher's also kicking 3. Hipwood's kicking 3. And Zach Bailey's finding 2. And Cam Rayner's finding 2. It feels like it's much more multi-dimensional this season, or certainly as they're building their form, then it's got to be Charlie kicking 5 or Joe's got to kick 5 or 6, otherwise they don't win.
I just like them to know that the grand finals at the MCG, and therefore play football with the same vigour and don't let the crowd be the dominant. Look, I can speak pretty well about this because I coached a side for 10 years that had to win at the MCG to win a premiership. And you've got to get your... And we decided very early in the piece that it was the old cliche, the old thing that everyone talks about, us v them. Us versus them.
This is West Coast
This
days.
is West Coast days. And the boys, in the end, well, not in the end, very early, said, we want to play away because we've got this absolute strong bond and we want to silence crowds. Sorry, Timmy?
We just had the coin toss and the exchange of gifts. St Kilda at every home game always, the First Nations players always attend the coin toss, so Jade Gresham was there alongside Jack Steele for the coin toss. Tim Hodges is on the boundary for us again tonight. Good evening, Hodgie.
G'day, Corbin. G'day, team. Jack Steele won the toss. The Saints will kick to the left of your screen if you're at home watching on the tally listening to us. Credit to the Saints. Great activations all around the stadium tonight. The pre-game celebrity curtain raiser, all to promote Spud's game and sell the mental health message. So it's been great to see. Jason Dunstall is going to speak very shortly to the crowd and to everyone watching and listening to us. A great friend of Spud's for decades, working at Fox Footy. I will say a solid crowd, not spectacular. Saints expecting 32,000 tonight. I hope we're about 30,000 at the moment. The roof is closed. A very chilly evening, a low of 6 degrees by the final term. Just repeating, no late change. The subs for the Saints, it's Cooper Sharman. For the Lions, Darcy Fort. Chris Fagan is going to coach from the sidelines tonight. It's his 62nd birthday today, so hopefully this game lives up to the hype as Jason Dunstall makes his way, Corbin, out to the middle.
This 2 minutes is a moment to remember, to reflect, to reach out, to remind you, you are never alone. We are never alone. When one person puts their hand up, others follow. That's what Danny showed us. So tonight, we're showing up for him and every other person who has been impacted by mental health. Right now, we're fighting for something so much bigger than a win. We're raising funds for life-saving mental health programs. Prevention is the key, and your support matters.
What a privilege it is to be standing here carrying on the legacy of our great mate Spud. Look around you. This is a proud football community. Everyone in this stadium and watching from home has shown up for this important cause. We want to invite everyone into the huddle for this important message. Being here tonight or watching on from home, this is a reminder that we have each other's backs. Let's wrap our arms around one another and the community. Like Anita said, you're not alone. Thank you for showing up for your mates, your family, and for Spud. Let's roll up the sleeves and get to work.
Jason Dunstall speaking to the crowd, surrounded by a huddle made up of players from both teams as well as the umpires and those involved in the curtain raiser. Many of them would have had a great deal to do with Spud Frawley in their time at St Kilda.
Got the binoculars on one player in that very large circle. Would have been more than 100 people in that circle. And that was a player that played in the celebrity warm-up match, the former North Melbourne and Melbourne player, Matt Jackdaw. Just incredible to see that he's out there, and his story sells a strong message, doesn't it? He's battled his mental health demons over the years, and for him to be out there and just playing in this game is just incredible. I think we all knew Danny Frawley in this commentary box. I worked with him at Fox Footy for a brief time, and still doesn't seem real, does it? But it's such a strong message, Corbin.
An important game on the calendar, the third annual Spuds game, all in support of raising vital funds for the Danny Frawley Centre to help those affected by mental illness. Whose reputation is going to be most enhanced tonight? The Brisbane Lions playing to go outright third on the table, or St Kilda to try and prove they belong with the best teams in the competition? It's the Saints and the Lions. Friday night footy for round 15 on Grandstand AFL. You're with Kelly Underwood.
Dunkley and Steele alongside each other at this bounce, and it's an absolute shank of a bounce to start us Friday night footy.
Perfect to get the tips too. Mick and Lingy, who do we like?
Brisbane.
Well, Yeah, Brisbane should win.
McInerney straight down to Lockie Neal. Good tip, Mick, because Neal's gone long, straight to the top of the goal square. It's stolen there by Danaher, ripped it out of a St Kilda player's hands. And then he goes to ground and he's giving away a free kick. Wrapping him up was Stocker in that tackle. Looked like they were going to score, and a quick snap off the boot of Joe, but he couldn't get that Sharon down there quick enough before Stocker wrapped him up in that tackle. So he goes short to Howard. And then Howard back to the top of their defensive goal square. Wilkie and then Marshall playing the 100th. Running on is Howard. Receives the handball from around behind him. Kicks to the City wing. Pack forms, and that's not paid. Harris Andrews thought he claimed it. The Saints quick hands. Here's a chance for them. Putting it out in front of the Mason Wood. Mason from 50 spears it low. It was a one-on-one, but Butler, a little bit of separation. It was his opponent, McKenna, who got the footy. He kicked, tried to find a target in Bailey. It's fisted down by Wanganeen Millerer. Little dinky kick, missed the target. Here's a chance, though, for the Saints. Butler gives it off to the run of Windehager. Puts it out in front of Owens, throws it on the left. Higgins, right place, right time. Has marked, it barely went the required distance. He's marked in the left forward pocket, almost on the edge of the goal square.
Yeah, good play by the Saints and kept the ball alive. Just numbered up with numbers. Brisbane got their numbers back there, but didn't man up.
Jack Higgins didn't waste any time. He's the leading goal kicker for the Saints this year. He puts through his 26th of the season. And they strike through first. The Saints one straight 6 after 2 minutes of play.
Came from really good defensive work in their forward half of the ground. Wanganeen Millerer didn't just sit back as a defender, came up, got the big spoil, which created the opportunity. I think it was Brad Hill who picked up the ground ball. Couldn't quite hit his target, but from there, Saints players had options. Creating that turnover, just forcing the Brisbane Lions defenders on their back foot a little bit was crucial for tonight. And in the end, a nice little snap over the top by Mitch Owens to Jack Higgins, sets up the goal. What a terrific season Owens is having. Have to be a huge chance for that rising star.
Cooper Sharman and Darcy fought the two subs. Couple of noms out there tonight. Darcy Wilmot during the week, Will Ashcroft, and you see Mitch Owens all out there. Hurried kick forward from the Lions, picked off by Wanganeen Miller as he bangs it back to centre half forward. Andrews out to meet it from centre half back, wins it back for the Lions. Hand pass away to Wilmot as the teenager kicks out wide. Sprawling effort from McCarthy, no mark. He falls down towards Wanganeen Miller. Hand pass to Battle, to Sinclair. Sinclair short to Marshall. Gives it back to Sinclair. Hand pass to Hill. Saints to the middle of Docklands. Handball to Windehager. Kicks for King. Big fly, no mark. Hit the ground hard. Higgins front and centre. Hand pass to a dangerous spot. And Starcevic, trying to clear the area. He can't. His kick is picked off. Steel sharks it. Hand pass to Higgins. Shoots goalward. And Andrews marks last line of defence in front of the goalpost. St Kilda the first goal, one straight. Brisbane yet to score. 3 minutes in, no late change.
Max King still sore from that landing that you spoke about, Corbs.
Landed on his back, Lingy, I think.
Oh, yeah.
So the Lions co-captains combine here. Harris Andrews short in the back pocket to McCarthy. Goes down the line, and this is Dunkley marking out in front. Well-timed mark.
St Kilda covered the corridor really well there. As soon as Dunkley marked it, he looked inboard, wanted to go quickly.
Sharp and short. Sorry, Lingy.
Yeah, they were straight onto it, St Kilda.
So he hits up Bailey. It was the perfect 10 last week in that win over the Swans. Got the 10 coaches' votes, best on ground. They've switched sides here, the Lions, by foot, and they flare it out wide where Berry's got it. Pierces it back into Robertson. He's looking for the corridor, but he doesn't want to use it in the end. Instead, he goes inside 50. Hipwood was on a lead. Well played by Battle from behind. Slaps it down. Comes out to Danaher on his left just to step in from the boundary. The centering kick. McCluggage flies. Doesn't hold on to it. Back in this team after missing last week with concussion. Good to see him back. Of course, involved in that nasty and controversial tackle from the Hawks skipper James Sicily. Sicily got 3. McCluggage back tonight.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Lions. Marshall for the Saints wins it down and locked up straight away is Mason Wood. St Kilda with the collars on their jumper tonight. The usual red, white and black columns, but a little bit of a throwback to the jumper, of course, Danny Frawley wore through the majority of his career. Comes down towards Danaher. He's dispossessed. Spills to Windhager. Clears defensive 50. Wilmot has it. He's tackled by Butler. Ball held in. Says I'll have it. Centre half forward for the Lions.
Lucky St Kilda. Lions had a really good lineup outside 50.
Brisbane in their jumper paying homage to old Fitzroy, predominantly in the red with the yellow line from the restart. Here's Phillippo. Hand pass goes away to Hill. He breaks through the tackle up, lets him roll. Hand pass back to Wanganeen Miller. Lost it. Charlie Cameron hits up, wins it dirty from goal. Hand pass away to Link McCarthy, who shoots goalward but misses everything. Out on the full. St Kilda one straight. Brisbane yet to score. 5 minutes in. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, twice the physio has gone to go to Max King. Both times he's given him the thumbs up 50 metres away and said he's fine to go. So I think he'll be sore tomorrow morning, but he's soldiering on out there.
Okay, the Saints with the exit out of the defensive 50. It was battle with the long bomb. He goes around the city side. It's spoilt down to Starcevic, who's tackled over the boundary. And he wins a free kick. It was Rayner. So Rayner pops up. He kicks long. He's looking for Danaher. Standing start. Joe had to just jump up and down on the spot. And it's been paid, this mark. A couple of Saints defenders closing late. One was Howard, but they couldn't get the spoil.
Yeah, it's well done. Good mark. Standing there for a long time.
That's the element in his game, isn't it, Mick? That you just love him. And he's doing it more this year. Stand under an ugly high ball and still take that mark with defenders closing.
He does take the ball high, so that's an advantage, but you've got to also use your body to keep the players from coming out the back of you, so you just put your backside out.
First kick can set up your night. A couple of steps in from the boundary. He sends it on its way from inside 50. It's the perfect kick. It might be the perfect night for Big Joe. And we're a goal apiece in the opening stages under the closed roof at Docklands. One straight goal apiece. Higgins with the first major and Joe Danaher hits back with the second for the Lions.
Yeah, the Saints have had more of the football, but a lot of it's in the back half. Inside 50s right now, 2-4. 2-4, yeah. So it's Brisbane has had the ball in their front half, and that's where the Saints have used a lot of hand pass, short kicking to get the ball out. I'm not saying that as a result of the goal, but it makes them very nervous, the Saints, with their kicking in the back line. If they can run the ball out and clear the area, they're going to be a lot safer than mucking around with it. Brisbane have a very good setup outside the front 50.
A goal each to start, opening 7 minutes. McInerney out of the right, grabs it, kicks it forward, and McCarthy takes the mark. Low trajectory kick to Joe, can't pick up the half volley inside 50. And Mason Ward able to clean it up, centre half back, kicks out wide for Hill. As it for the Saints on the back flank, he's going to chip it short and find Brad Crouch. Game number 150 tonight, a milestone night for Rowan Marshall as well, playing his 100th game. Both had jumpers presented to them by a couple of different men in the St Kilda Runs pre-game. So Brad Crouch got his jumper from Lenny Hayes. And Tom Campbell, who's really the reserve ruckman, gave the jumper to Rowan Marshall. The Saints are switching play all the way to the back pocket for Wilkie. His kick, a dangerous one, intercepted. And Berry takes the mark. High half forward for Brisbane. Can kick a high ball inside the forward arc. They all leap up underneath it. Rayner stuck his hands around it and he's got it. 25 out, dead in front. And what a night he had the last time these two teams met here. He kicked 3 goals in the final term in a breakout performance. And now in game 101, and he's got to look at the sticks in the first 10 minutes.
That's exactly what Mick was talking about. Just St Kilda just trying to have precision kicking. Brisbane set up perfectly, created the turnover and straight back in for a good mark for Cam Rayner.
To make it back-to-back goals for Brisbane, Cam Rayner skips in, sprays it wildly out to the right. In the end, he's lucky to score.
His mouthguard fell out of his sock during the kicking motion, so maybe that put him off momentarily.
1-1 to 1 straight, 9 minutes in. Brisbane by that point.
Stocker keeps it low on the kick in. Needed to be precise. It wasn't. Here they go again. It's stolen by Leicester. Long kick. Oh, big fly from the back, Charlie Cameron, but a wonderful mark by Stocker, I think it was, playing in front. Takes the defensive mark, and boy, he needed to take that. Kick sideways to Hill. Hill is able to be precise. Phillippo. Quick hands from Crouch. Out wide in front of the interchange gates to Butler. Butler.
It's too slow, the Saints. Really just horribly slow.
So they're moving at the Saints. Eventually getting it to Patton, who's handballed into space. Another turnover. Mix all over it here. Lohman handballs out wide to Harris Andrews. He waited an eternity to pick it up. And Bradley Hill taking him over the boundary line, right in front of the Saints bench.
That's a free kick. For me, that's a free kick. You get grabbed and you don't make any attempt whatsoever to run the ball over the boundary line. That is the free kick.
I agree, Mick, because I used to think holding the ball, you can't be saved from holding the ball by getting it over the boundary line. If you've had a prior opportunity, been tackled in play, should be holding the footy still.
From the boundary throw in the stoppage, it's Brisbane who get it forward through Leicester. Kicks to Hipwood. Longer Charlie Cameron, one out the cage, trying to turn Webster inside out. Webster wins it. All slow to release. Hand pass went away to Stocker, and he has to walk it over the goal line. Rush behind.
That was well defended by Jimmy Webster.
Oh, yeah. 1-2 to 1 straight, 11 minutes in. Opening quarter, Brisbane by a couple of points.
The Saints under siege, the defence, early stages. Sheron now in the hands of Mason Wood. He's got it on the city side of the stadium, drives it long, straight down the wing. Player in front was Caminiti. At ground level, it's picked up by the Lions. A quick hurried kick slipped through the hands of Hipwood, waiting at the back. His battle to Wood. Chips it inboard. It's a good kick as well. Burns marks, keeps it low. Puts it out in front of Bradley Hill, but they're coming from both sides. Oh, Connor McKenna was good. He was coming the other angle. He went the toe poke off the turf, centering kick into the corridor, but they pile on top. And it'll be a ball up inside that centre square.
Saved a certain goal then, Connor McKenna.
Well, you knew who wasn't going to get it.
Brisbane by 2 points. Up it goes inside the centre square. Falls out to Brad Crouch. He gets the clearance for St Kilda. Tumbles a kick down to half forward. Starcevic will be first one back. Pressure from Gresham. Gresham, good tackle. Trying to win the footy. The ball ends up out of play and a throw in. 60 out from the Saints goal.
I mean, almost run over the boundary line again. I don't know. I must be missing something on that free kick. The Saints should have 2 free kicks out of that.
No late change coming in. Sharman and Fort, the 2 subs. Boundary throwing. McInerney again grabs it out of the ruck. The trend so far tonight. Hurried kick forward up into the front half. Dougal Howard collects and then he turns out of bounds.
I'd be disappointed if he didn't grab it out of the ruck then. He was up against Bradley Hill.
Yes.
I'm not sure this is going to work. Now Mitch Owens has come up, so he comes up as the second ruckman, which is a huge ask for him. 191 centimetres in his second season.
12's back in and Oscar just tosses him aside like a rag doll, takes it out of the ruck. Spiralling ball inside 50, almost marked by Battle. He's got some support at the back after it bounced off his chest. High kick out of the defensive 50. Owens flies for a quick hands to Crouch. Crouch just blazes away to the wing. That's the dockside wing. It'll sit here for Andrews. Tries the underground handball to Payne. It was a bit fancy. Butler wraps him up. Got some support in there. McKenna spirals that kick, goes down the line over the head. It was of Lohman. And it'll dribble over the boundary line. So it'll be a boundary throw in half forward here for the Brisbane Lions.
Anthony Caminiti's got his hands full. Harris Andrews is his opponent, but Andrews basically isn't playing on him. No. Andrews is positioning wherever he wants. Caminiti's got to get the balance between, do I lead or do I just stay back and bring it to ground?
Oscar tries to grab it out of the ruck again. McInerney dispossessed, comes to steal. Surge kick forward, turnover.
Harris Andrews
takes the intercept mark, goes short to Wilmot.
That's what Caminiti's got to realise. Just stay there with Andrews. At least make it 50-50.
Wilmot ignores the Dunkley lead in front of the interchange. Goes longer to half forward and Oscar McInerney takes a contested grab over Burns, showing his size and having a real impact early. 4 disposals, 4 clearances. This is his 5th touch here. He bangs it long, top of the goal square, pack forms, and Wood just punches it away. Collected by Webster again, last line of defence. Hand pass to Battle. Long kick to half-back. McInerney comes through and takes another contested mark. Closer to goal, 45 out, right half forward. It was Butler on that occasion. The ruckman wants to straighten up, and a good decision in the end. Finds Hugh McCluggage, centre half forward, 35-40 out.
Yeah, he's going off now. I always get bothered why people on the bench make those assistant coaches. McInerney should never have been left. Well, McInerney's fine. Rowan should never have been taken off the ground when McInerney's in that sort of touch. Who else is going to go on him? They're getting slaughtered.
First game back since that concussion against Hawthorn. Hugh McCluggage shoots goalward, misses. Right-hand side, it's been a common theme for them. They pick more behinds in their opposition in all but 2 of their games this year, Brisbane. They're 1-3 and some poor misses early. St Kilda 1 straight, 15 minutes in.
And it's the only part of his game.
Yeah, 3 goals, 8 for the season now, Lingy.
And that's been consistent over all of his seasons. just hasn't quite allowed him to elevate to that next level of player.
Wanganeen Miller on the kick-in duties, gave it to Stocker, kicks down the dock side. It's spoiled, and Bailey gets it. Gives it off to Lockie Neal. Dinky kick back inboard to Rayner. Loose players everywhere. Skirting the perimeter. Off to McCluggage. McCluggage spears the pass. Couldn't quite get there in the end. Waiting at the back was Fletcher. Gives it off to Ashcroft. And Ashcroft with the snap. It's marked right on the goal line. And it's well marked by Stocker.
Well, Kel, that's 11-2 inside front 50, and the scoreline is only 3 points. So Saints are doing something reasonably well, but floodgates are going to open.
Here they go again, Corbin.
Turnover though, Brisbane win it back. Fletcher, hand pass away to Dunkley, hooks a kick inside 50. Punched from by Burns by Patton rather at the back. Comes to Butler, hands it back to Patton. Kicks looking for Burns, kicked it over his head. Leicester wins it. Hand pass away to young Fletcher. He kicks deep for Brisbane into the forward pocket. Three Saints queuing up. And in the end, it's Patton again. Takes the intercept mark back pocket. Tries once more to half back and looks like another turnover. Flying for it. Dunkley can't complete the mark. Hits the deck. Saints win it through Gresham. Turns and kicks further down that City wing. And Payne takes a juggled mark.
So they're just intercepting everything in the lines at the moment, but they've got to start thinking about how they're using the ball going inside 50. Just consistently, it's just long and high.
That's what it is again here, out to half forward. Rayner trying to take a pack mark, not quite. Spills through to Hipwood. Hipwood against the boundary line, hooks it back, top of the goal square. Mark to Bailey. Landed on his chest in front of Bradley Hill, and he'll shoot from the top of the goal square.
Brad Hill, for a player who is been in the system for a long time, he should have jumped, paid $15 and get in the front row. Honestly, that's how useless he was in that contest. That is just shocking the way he contested that football.
After 3 misses, they've kicked them everywhere, Brisbane, from dead in front. Bailey, no mistake. Drives it up into the second deck. And Brisbane at last starting to put a little bit of pressure on the scoreboard to add to their early dominance. 2-3-15 the Lions. St Kilda 1 straight 6. 17 and a half minutes in. Mick Malthouse can't complain.
Mick, you're not being unfair. In that situation there, I agree wholeheartedly with you. So as a winger, which Bradley Hill is, this winger, your job, and they do a power of running, your job is to get deep into defence as a support defender, just in case your actual defenders have been sucked up a little bit like they were in that situation. Quick kick comes in.
Defend the ball.
You've got to be there to defend the ball. You have to. Yeah, it's great that you can get forward and use the ball well, but in that moment, you've just got to be there for your team.
Just punch the ball clear, get your hand in there, do something that's going to disrupt it. That was just a simple mark taken 10 yards out.
Brad Hill on the bench. All I can say, lucky for Brad Hill that Mick Malthouse isn't his coach down there. He's on the phone. We'll get down to Hodgie in a minute. He can paint the scene, paint the picture for us. So winning it out of the centre was St Kilda, the hurried kick, but it's marked by Leicester.
I don't know if Ross Lyon's known for his gentle manner at
Well,
times.
this is true, yeah. Who would you rather as your coach in that situation when you're dragged to the bench? You want a blast from Ross the Boss or Mick back in his heyday? Brisbane Lions mounting another foray forward, but it's stolen here by the Saints on the outer side. Quick hurried kick, getting down low was Marshall, the ruckman, in his 100th.
I'll say that coming to the bench there, you've got to expect that your coach is going to have some strong words. You know within yourself that wasn't a good enough effort.
Marshall short to Burns.
You just burn your teammates. That's what you do. I just can't cop when you don't do the right thing by your teammates.
Sinclair gives it back to Burns, who drives it long inside 50, out in front but couldn't take the mark was Filippo. It spills the way of Lockie Neal, and one number 9 is tackled by the other number 9. The two captains in Lockie Neal and Jack Steele, so it'll be a ball up just outside 50 here for the Saints. Marshall this time takes it out of the ruck. Bouncing ball inside 50. They need a bit of luck, the Saints here. Going to ground was Caminiti.
That was really poor umpiring. Sorry, Joe Danaher was the nominated ruckman and got blocked out by a St Kilda player. You cannot miss that. With 4 umpires on the ground, you've got to pay that free kick.
Results in a ball up only 20 metres out from the Saints' goal, but it's picked up by Joe Danaher. I'm not sure what he's doing all the way back there. He kicks the ball right to the bullseye. There's a push in the back, and it'll be free kick going the way of the Saints. Hodgie, how's old Bradley Hill doing down there on the bench?
Kel, that's a phone call I don't want from Ross or from Mick, and I reckon it was much the same message that Mick was delivering to our ABC audience that Ross was delivering to Brad Hill on the phone, and he still looks, and it's like probably 20, 30, 40 seconds afterwards, he still looks a bit rattled on the bench. So it will be fascinating what sort of response comes from Brad Hill next.
Thanks, Hodgie, as the Saints just work it across the centre square, and Wilkie hits up Mason Wood, left half forward. A couple of Falcon earlier in the quarter. Looked a little rattled, as you would. Short range, ball straight into the bonds of Mason Wood. He's going to lay it up. Kicks in the direction of Marshall. Top of the goal square, no mark. Falls down to Steele. Hand pass and turnover. And Connor McKenna just bangs it into the middle of the ground. St Kilda well set up. Battle drops the mark, but has a heap of time. And goes short to Sinclair, still on the City wing. What a year he's having, the All-Australian halfback. He goes out wide. Bailey breaks up the would-be mark for Wanganeen Malira, and over the boundary line it goes. A throw-in on the City wing here at Docklands. Brisbane by 9 points. They've kicked the last 15 points of the game. 2-3. They lead St Kilda one straight.
Spinning ball back in. Rowan Marshall wins it down, slaps it down, and then the hurried kick. Link McCarthy wins a free kick. He took the mark as well, double grabber. Inside that centre square, but he's been paid for a free kick for too high over the shoulder. He goes sideways to Joe Danaher, who's got it on the City wing. Looping around behind him is Lester. He gives the handball off. Lester doesn't know where to go. Gives it back to Danaher, who goes short by foot to Lockie Neal on the edge of the centre square.
This is a nice big flood from the Saints. They are pushing everyone back hard at the moment. That's why Brisbane can just knock it round through the middle of the ground, just waiting for something to open up.
To Andrews, to McKenna, and now he sees something open up. He goes long right down into the forward pocket. That battle, easy pickings with the relieving defensive mark for the Saints. So that inside 50 count, 15-6 at the moment, Brisbane's way. They lead it by 9 points.
Battle, long kick to that City wing. Big leap from Owens. Ball spills out the back to Lockie Neal right on halfway. Kicks back inboard for Brisbane. Danaher marks just in front of Marshall, trying to draw a 50. The ump's not buying that. Free kick. Well, mark, in fact, for Danaher's going to be paid. Straight onto his left peg. Helicopter inside the forward 50. Hipwood does very well below his knees. Wins the ground ball. Hooks it through for a goal. Clean pick up for the big man. And able to bang one through to make it 3 in a row for Brisbane. Their Q1 lead grows. 23 minutes into the opening term. They're up by 15. 3-3-21 to 1 straight 6. Leading St Kilda, Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, this is going to be... they're going to get murdered, the Saints, unless they start to move the ball with, I'm going to say purpose, but they want to do that anyway, but much quicker. Because at the moment, Brisbane is setting up so well outside the front 50, so that when the Saints come out and overuse it, they end up kicking the ball back to them. But so far, we called it when it was 11-2, now it's 6. So the Saints have had it in there 4 times, but never looked like scoring, because the Brisbane Lions are a very good side of scoring, number one. They get their numbers around the ball, and hence the ball comes out deep. They kick the ball deep. So it's going to be... They need to run the ball, the Saints, to get back in this game.
Here goes Marshall. Couldn't do it in the air. Instead, he tries to do it at ground level. It's stolen off him. A hurried kick inside 50. In a blink of an eye, gets to the top of the goal square for the Lions, but Battle's able to scoop it up and deliver long. No one can take the mark. McKenna pounces. He's playing well. He goes short to the youngster in Lohman. Lohman's got it right on 50.
He had a look. He at least did the right thing, got back and had a look for a short one, but then seemed to be fairly confident in going back. Thinking I might have a shot at this one. Hasn't kicked one yet in his career.
He hasn't. He's playing his 4th AFL game. He played his first for the year last week from Maryborough. The 20-year-old.
Well played.
Short right at the last minute and hit up Dunkley. And that'll win him some fans within the team.
Yeah, and Paul by St Kilda, but really clever for a player playing in his 4th game, as you called, Cal, to have that awareness, fake, then bang.
Did you see what he did when he kicked it? Pumped his fist.
Did he?
So it was all
did.
about team. It was all about team.
To finish off the Brisbane Lions, good work. Dunkley sends it on its way. It's touched on the last line. I thought they might have kept it in play, but he didn't. So the Lions now lead it by 16 points, 3-4-22. St Kilda 1 straight 6.
I think that hit the post.
Wanganeen Miller brings it in to Bradley Hill. Marks back pocket, gives it back to Messiah as he keeps on running. Kicks further afield, Battle drops another one. Good enough to regather. Kicks long into the front half, and Butler takes the mark. Bit of space. Quicker ball movement from the Saints. Looks inboard. Good kick on the 45. Links up with Crouch. Hands it away to Sinclair. Sinclair from long range hasn't got enough on it. And it's Andrews who takes the intercept mark on the goal line. Just needed a bit of extra lift on the kick. Didn't have the trip on the run from 50. As Andrews goes on a run himself. Kicks long down the boundary line, City side. Robertson hands to it. No mark, falls to Dunkley. He's tackled. The ball up just inside the boundary line. City wing.
What I was saying before, when the ball goes in and Brisbane bring it out, they bring that with depth. It's not just hugging the 50-metre line. This is near the wing.
And that's where it is now on the City wing. Lohman does well, shakes a tackle, kicks around the corner to a one-on-one, and his target in McCarthy wasn't able to mark it. Instead, it's the Saints through Wilkie playing game number 99. He plays 100th next week. Cal Wilkie, yet to miss since he debuted. What a season he's having. So they share it around across half-back. Now, Howard's got it. A lead from Hill, who's back on the ground, is ignored. And instead he goes to Stocker. Stocker then to half-forward. And he's kicked it straight to the Brisbane Lions. They could raffle it. In the end, Leicester says, yep, I'll take it. Uncontested, siren sounds. And after the Saints kick the opener through Higgins, it's been all Brisbane Lions since then. They've completely dominated this opening term. 18 inside 50s to 7. And yet the lead is just 16 points. A little inaccurate, costing them on the scoreboard. 3-4-22 Brisbane. St Kilda 1 straight 6. The goal kickers Danaher, Bailey and Hipwood. And for the Saints, just that single goal to Jack Higgins.
As you were just calling that last passage, I was watching Ross Lyon. So he walks to the bench about 40 seconds before the end of the quarter. And unfortunately for Anthony Caminiti, he's sitting on the end. And he turns his head, and sure enough, Ross is there. Ross starts speaking to him about what's going on. Moves to the guy sitting next to him, Jimmy Webster, starts chatting to him. Then it's the captain, moves on to Jack Steele. And luckily for Mason Wood, the siren went and all the players walked out, and he didn't have a chance to get to the guy who was in seat number 4. But he had a message.
I thought you were going to say Brad Hill was in seat number 4.
He had a message for everyone, and now he's pulled the group in immediately. So he's chatting to them now before they've had a chance to go to their lines to do anything to regroup. So Ross Lyon has got his team together. There is a lot of finger pointing. He's got the pen out.
He's got the pen out, hasn't he? He's pointing with the pen.
He's using that as his pointing instrument. He's got the group in a real huddle, and he's not happy, Ross Lyon, with what he's seen from the Saints. A poor opening term. Just a one goal. Brisbane running all over them at the moment. They're 3-4-22, so it's the Lions by 16 points. I'm keen to get the thoughts of our coach here, Mick Moldhouse, and of course Premiership captain Cameron Ling in just a moment. ABC Radio Sport Digital are now streaming through the ABC Listen app. It's the Lions by 16 at quarter time. This is Grandstand AFL.
Gruen is back for a brand new season, analysing advertising utilising AI, CGI, GPT on your ABC.
What the?
Engaging enhanced Will Anderson technology.
Unsubscribe.
It's the future. Real intelligence, artificially enhanced.
It's already here.
No actors, AI or actual, were harmed during the making of this promo.
Makes me feel so inhuman.
Gruen, Wednesday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Butler gives it off to the run of Winderhager, puts it out in front of Owens, throws it on the left. Higgins, right place, right time. Has marked, barely went the required distance. He's marked in the left forward pocket, almost on the edge of the goal square. Jack Higgins didn't waste any time. He's the leading goal kicker for the Saints this year. He puts through his 26th of the season. So Rayner pops up. He kicks long. He's looking for Danaher. Standing start. Joe had to just jump up and down on the spot. And it's been paid this mark. Couple of steps in from the boundary. He sends it on its way from inside 50. It's the perfect kick for Big Joe.
After 3 misses, they've kicked them everywhere, Brisbane, from dead in front. Bailey, no mistake. Mark, in fact, for Danaher's going to be paid. Straight onto his left peg. Helicopter inside the forward 50. Hipwood does very well below his knees. Wins the ground ball, hooks it through for a goal.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL, the sounds for the opening term. It was all Brisbane after Jack Higgins kicked the first. The Lions lead at 3-4-22 over St Kilda, 1 straight 6. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling with their take on that opening term.
Well, Mick, I think you described it really well right from the start of that quarter. Brisbane was set up perfectly. Once it was in their forward 50, they were set up brilliantly. But St Kilda were playing into that because they either were trying to hit the perfect one, which Brisbane set up really well with good pressure, created a turnover, or it was just long, slow, nothing kicks, and nobody was prepared to test that last line of the Brisbane wall. Let's call it the wall, and Harris Andrews and that, because no one was running.
No.
They were flooding back thinking, oh, well, let's protect against being scored against ourselves.
Yeah.
But then the ball just lived there. The inside 50s in that quarter were just ridiculous.
18-7.
18-7. Surely that has to change, not only with the way that St Kilda want to move the ball, but also with their willingness to actually run and test run through the middle.
The other thing is, too, Lingy, 18-7 doesn't tell you the picture. Brisbane have had 83 possessions to get in there 18 times. The Saints have had 96 possessions to get in there 7 times. So it's the old thing about totally overuse. I rate Geelong, Brisbane, there's one or
Collingwood.
two. Those two sides in particular in the air.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
At the back end, you can bet your bottom dollar that if there's any remote chance of being marked, they will smash the ball clear. What it does, it destroys the ball, destroys the confidence of the player going for it, and it generally gets 10 to 15 metres. The other thing is, and this is why I reckon Port Adelaide have improved, if they pick the ball up in the back line, the next contest is virtually at the wing. Brisbane are a bit the same. They get the ball in there and they clear the ball where the Saints have to have 2 positions to get back even remotely inside the front 50. The Saints on the other side, they'll use the ball 3 or 4 times in the backup, and because they're using the ball 3 or 4 times in the backup, Brisbane automatically just come up another line. So you look up and there's no way of penetrating. So they are totally at fault in this game structure.
Well, individually, 9 out of the top 11 disposal winners in the game are St Kilda.
Well, there you go.
So as you said, just racking up touches with either doing nothing with it and going nowhere with it for 7 inside 50s, or completely under the pump in their defence where they're just, well, you still got to win it, but they're going nowhere with it because it's going to come back in 5 or 6 seconds later. So that change has got to happen. Oscar McInerney was excellent in that first quarter. He sniffed out as soon as Rowan Marshall went to the bench. Mitch Owens, I've got him. Big 5-minute, a bit of momentum. Joe Danaher, I've loved the fact that he's stood strong a couple of times, Mick. He's even pushed up on ball when he's played as the backup ruckman to really be strong. So seeing his advancement, which is something you've been calling for, is a real positive.
Sinclair attending the centre bounce too to start the second quarter. That's usually their fourth quarter trick. The Saints this game already slipping away from them through the opening quarter. Their worst start for the season, the Saints. It's Brisbane by 16 points. Into the second term we go. Comes out towards Dunkley, shoots a hand pass away to Bailey, who's locked up in the middle of the ground. So it's Sinclair, Crouch and Steele to start in the middle for St Kilda. Their big man in Marshall. McInerney outpoints him here, wins it down, comes to Bailey of the Lions, hand pass to Neal, can't trap it. Wood's got it, he's tackled. We'll have another ball up in the middle of the ground.
Well, it's a bit more desperate. You can see the Saints are a little bit... They're getting slaughtered in the ruck. I'm a big admirer of Marshall, but he's just getting outreached by McInerney.
Get to Hodgie in just a moment. The ruck share it back in the middle. Sinclair trying to knock it away from Bailey. Bailey grabs it. They've got him. A ball up again in the middle of Docklands. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Corbin, just on Ross Lyon at quarter time, it was a sustained bake, I would call it. He went from line to line. It wasn't finger pointing, it was hand pointing. The classic old Mick Malthouseism. And he walked away from the baker at the end and just took a big deep breath as if to say, well, let's see how this plays out.
Here go the Brisbane Lions again. A couple of their young guns get it to Hipwood. Hipwood's kick into the right forward pocket. Howard's able to gather it. Not under any pressure. He drives it long to the city wing in a one-on-one contest. It's Harris Andrews with the mark over Caminiti.
Yeah, young versus old. Andrews just working under the ball beautifully.
Andrews again combining with Lockie Neal, the short kick, the two co-captains, and now Neal goes long. Target down there was Oscar McInerney, but the spoil is knuckled over the boundary line.
The side on hand was your trademark though, wasn't it, Nick?
So I'm just refusing to even get involved in this.
I was going to say, just between all of you, and I'll include you in this, Hodgie, just be careful. Don't keep poking him, otherwise you're going to cop one of them soon.
I know, he's sitting behind me as well. I'm nervous. I'm nervous. So boundary throwing back inside, deep inside 50 here for the Brisbane Lions. It's held up. It'll now be a stoppage and a ball up. So the Saints have been the only team that have won off the bye so far. Tell you what, they're sleepwalking out there at the moment. Early stages of this second quarter. A high up and under. Kitty Coleman comes. Can't take the mark. Neil with a bouncing ball inside 50. It skittles them all and goes through for a minor score. So the Lions by 17 points now.
So Brisbane have got the one man behind the ball, so the Saints have got to have the extra.
Well, they've just sent it back now to try and even it up from this kick out. But when it was in general play, Jackson Payne sitting back all by himself.
Webster long to half back on the kick out. Lester puts his fist through it. Straight down to Dunkley. He's tackled. Ball up 60 out from the Lions goal. They've scored the last 23 points of the game, Brisbane. Remembering Jack Higgins kicked the first goal in the opening 2 minutes. Saints haven't scored from that point on. We're now 3 minutes into the second term as McInerney knocks it back out of bounds from the stoppage. Still half forward for Brisbane.
Well, McInerney's going to get his hand to it nearly every time. I know Marshall is so tired trying to wrestle him. This is where you've got to get numbers up and cover the exits.
Marshall works his way to the front here, knocks it down to Steele. Hand pass to Crouch, little fumble, regathers. Handball to half-back for Patton to Sinclair. Hurried handball to Owens to centre half-back, still by hand to Webster. Back to Sinclair, through the middle of Dockland Stadium. Kicks to centre half forward. Caminiti flies, no mark. King below his knees, trying to paddle it forward. Payne's got it. His hand pass, a turnover. Still centre half forward for the Saints. Phillippi to Higgins. Sweeping hand pass to King. On the run, snaps goal. Would he have more time than he thought? He misses out to the left.
First touch of the night.
It's a score at least for the Saints. 1-1, Brisbane 3-5. The Lions have had the last 8 scoring shots before that. Brisbane by 16, 4 goals.
Max King has just connected Charlie Cameron. That's too late. That'll be 50. It will be. So the chip-in kick came from McKenna short to Charlie Cameron. And Max, getting a little frustrated, has just collected him high and late. He's just got him sort of the forearm, didn't he, into the back of the shoulders.
I think Charlie Cameron's just copped one on behalf of all of Max King's teammates.
Yeah, I think so.
Do you reckon you could get it into me a little quicker and a little more often, please?
Okay, so Charlie Cameron, a little give and go, and then he drives it straight down the corridor. Couldn't be marked by Hipwood. Instead, it's Wanganeen Millerer, and now Sinclair. Great smother. The smother was by Dunkley. He's a smother king in the AFL. It spills the way of Lauman.
Coming back, sorry, Cal. Umpire called it really late for a throw.
Okay.
It was really late. That's the fourth umpire call that. King, just getting your thing, Cal, you call it well, but King had so much more time up his sleeve to kick that goal. It would have changed the whole complexity.
5 minutes into the second term, Brisbane by 16. The ball's on the wing and it's going to be a free kick for St Kilda, a hold, and it's going to Bradley Hill.
This is umpires communicating to each other and calling it from out of zone. It's strange the way it's working at the moment, the umpiring.
Looks inboard to Crouch, so St Kilda with the footy, broadcast wing. Crouch kicks to centre half forward. Clean bowls a couple. Caminiti was the target. Lester picks it up, swings it out to McKenna. Still at half back for Brisbane. Kicks long to Fletcher and a one-on-one with Hill. Hill hands to it, no mark. Marshall, his teammate, crashed the pack. McInerney, like Wayne Harms, trying to whack it forward. Picked up by Crouch, though, for the Saints. Hand pass to Hill. Kicks into the front half. Finds Steele, who's crunched by Rayner. Oh, and holding the ball. Gee, as soon as he got it, he was met hard by Cam Rayner. The tackler awarded. Free kick for the Lions. Brisbane by 16. 6 gone second turn.
That's a good decision, that. You had time to think about it.
Sums up the night for the Saints. The skipper caught holding the ball and they might be able to turn it into a goal here. Here's a chance for Lohman in the pocket. He's got to make the ball talk. It doesn't spin enough. Quick couple of kicks and the number one for the Brisbane Lions. Had it in that left forward pocket at the northern end of the stadium, but he couldn't finish it off with the perfect bounce. Brisbane by 17.
Wilkie marks the kick out, gives it to Webster off half-back, drives his kick down the city wing, spills to Wood of the Saints, sweeping hand pass to Sinclair, little fumble himself, able to gather eventually, hand pass back to Wood, handball away to Burns, up over halfway for the Saints, city wing, kicks down to half forward, Caminiti marks, just in front of Payne, Went to ground after contact, up, not buying what he's selling.
Just got to get it to King quick. He's on Starcevic. They waited so long. Andrews back there now. No awareness. Oh.
Caminiti trots to about 55 and he's just going to kick it to the top of the goal square. King flies to the footy, no mark. Falls to Gresham, somehow got it out to Butler, kick smothered. Nice work, Andrews. And Starcevic can just bang it into the centre square for Brisbane.
Where Lohman had to take on about 3 St Kilda players. He couldn't in the end. It comes the way of Battle bomb from centre half forward. He's offline. King can't mark it right on the goal line. And a frustrated Max King puts both hands on his hips.
He was seriously free and then covered by Starcevic for a good 8-10 seconds. And they still couldn't get it to him.
They're just moving the ball so...
Brisbane Lions are moving it with ease at the moment. They're going down the city wing where Hipwood was in a one-on-one with Wilkie, and Hipwood had to flick it over the line because he wasn't in the position to take the mark. So a boundary throw in on the outer side. City side wing, Brisbane by 16 points. Higgins with the first, Brisbane with the last 3. Low scoring, sloppy. Saints yet to really switch on. McInerney dominating in the ruck, looking to get it down to Neil again. Neil goes without it. They pile on in. Hurried handball from Wood. Couldn't quite get it to Windhager. It sits nicely here for Philippou. And now Wanganeen Miller back into Wood. Wood just blazes up and under with the kick. Berry almost claimed it. Sinclair stole it. Wood goes again. It's not pretty, this footy. It's bouncing inside 50. And the Brisbane Lions player, Lester, was taken high, so he'll win the free kick. And they can go again forward, mount another challenge, these Brisbane Lions.
Lester, by the way, 30 years of age, the oldest player on the ground. St Kilda haven't got a 30-year-old. Short kick to Coleman. Coleman away to Andrews, and Andrews' long kick out to Dunkley. In front of the bench, short kick to McCarthy. Interestingly, the second oldest player is Lockie Neal. He sort of 5 minutes ago looked like the 6th member of One Direction, and now all of a sudden he's the second oldest player on the ground. 30 years of age.
There's no excuse for being tired then. So obviously the Saints and Ennis not picking up.
McCarthy heads down to Will Ashcroft. What a star this young man is. He goes short, back across the ground to Coleman.
His brother's meant to be okay too, Corbs, the way he's going for Vic Metro.
Coleman tries to hit up the leader, Danaher. He crashes into the back of Hill, and Hill's going to get a free kick taken high.
And credit where credit's due, Bradley Hill. He got a Bronx cheers, and Mick's given him a bit of a spray, and Ross has given him a bit of a spray. He just went back and filled the hole with Joe Danaher steaming out.
Yeah, that's good courage. It's expected. Should do it, and he has done it. It certainly would tickle him a bit, wouldn't it? It's the knee right in the middle of the back.
A long kick for Hill, down the wing, punched away by Harris Andrews. Pat forms underneath Berry. And a ball up between wing and half forward for the Brisbane Lions. Lions lead it, by the way, by 16 points. St Kilda kicked the first goal from that point on. Brisbane have had 8 of the next 10 scores. 10 minutes into the second quarter, Lions by 16.
I feel like wrecking the microphone down and yelling out the window. It's Friday night footy, boys. Come on, fire up. Here goes Lockie Neal. He's fired up to Starcevic, who blazed away, and there's no one home in that goal square. So St Kilda from the last line, what can they do? It was taken by Wilkie, off to Sinclair. Sinclair goes short to Burns, back to Sinclair. Sinclair with that run and carry that we've come to know, the All-Australian last year. Able to go to Philippou. And then to Crouch. Crouch goes long in the direction of King. King turned around to say, where was my free kick? Umpire said, no, it's not coming. Burns is there. Oh, that's kicking in danger, surely. The Irishman, Conor McKenna, just flicked his boot up.
Yep, you're right, Kel.
And Burns is on top of it, and it'll be a ball up right on the arc here for St Kilda. Can they manufacture something here, the Saints?
Payne's doing a great job on King too.
McInerney wins the hit out down to Lockie Neal, trying to burst his way through the tackle, taken to ground, and a ball up again.
The only 2 times St Kilda have looked like they're going to move the ball at all well is when Sinclair's been involved and Wanganeen Miller. They're the only 2.
Still half forward for the Saints. McCluggage at the stoppage, hand pass to Neal, and Philippou, heavy tackle. Into his back, said the umpire. Free kick for Lockie Neal, half back. Brisbane by 16. 11 gone now. Quarter number 2, short kick to Kitty Coleman. Surprisingly, the sub a few weeks ago in that game against Hawthorn back in the starting 22 the last few weeks. Long kick down the wing. Danaher went flying over the top trying to draw a free. Wasn't forthcoming, and battle marks at the back. Takes the intercept mark, retreats to Patton. Broken up by Hipwood. Half forward for Brisbane. Handball to Lohman. Hand pass to McCartney. 45 out. Kicks to the goal line. Leaping up, Webster got his fingertips to it, and a goal-saving effort. Touches it on the line, and a minor score for Brisbane. 3-7 to 1-2. The Lions by 17. 12 gone. Second term.
Webster's had some big moments. That's another time he saved them from a goal.
Wanganui Miller to bring it back into play, looking for Wood. It's stolen by Danaher. Danaher's tackled by Wood. Somehow he gets it to Hipwood. Wheels around on the left. Absolutely shanks that kick. It's a dribbler. Barely goes inside 50. Patton with the handball. Back to Wilkie. They get out of trouble again, the Saints. What can they manufacture going forward in a one-on-one? Kamaniti is outmuscled by the more experienced Harris Andrews. Not the first time we've said that tonight. He kicks backwards to Starcevic into the bullseye, where McKenna's got it. Irishman's had plenty of the Sharon. He goes short. Just toying with them at the moment. This is Jack Payne. Wheeling around behind Payne is McKenna, accepts the handball and then flares the kick wide to Harris Andrews. Just got it forward of that City wing. Short, sharp dabs they are. And this is another mark taken by Bailey, who goes short again to McCluggage inside 50.
Beautiful.
Hipwood. Beautiful ball movement. Foot skills are elite, but also just too easy. And Hipwood is marked directly in front, 25 metres out.
Is that Patton who's down hurt, I think? Yeah, he just, as Hipwood took that mark, crashed into him, he'd almost realised that the mark was going to get taken. I think Patton just relaxed, which you can't do, and just, copped the knee right in the guts.
Midriff, yeah. You go guts, I say midriff.
Okay, yep.
Either way, that would have hurt.
Yep. He's not in a great way at the moment, and they're just pausing just to let the medical staff clear him.
Just while we got a pause, Max King's actually been reported for striking Ryan Lester. I just showed both of you the replay.
It's a swinging arm. It's frustration. Really, really glancing blow. In the end, it probably won't be enough contact to warrant.
No, probably be a report. To be a fine.
Maybe, yeah. It's such a glancing blow. Lucky he didn't get him worse.
So Hipwood directly in front to add more pain to the Saints. He kicks his second, and they've rattled off 4 in a row. It's 4-7-31. St Kilda 1-2-8. What we're watching feels like it should be 7 goals to 1 at the moment. So the margin is just 23 points. Saints fans that have made the effort here to come under the closed roof at Ducklands, still waiting for their players just to wake up out of their slumber, Mick.
Yeah, Kel, you know what? They're a goal off getting back in the game, because this has been a monumental shift compared to their first quarter. It was just dreadful. It was not worthy of a final 8 side at all. But I reckon the fight's in them now. Now it's got to be the execution going forward, because King's obviously frustrated. He's been in 2 areas where you think he's just given away free kicks. Cameron is just not up to it against Andrews. So they've got to bring the ball in a lot quicker at the ground players to start to get active.
Owens grabs it out of the ruck, hooks a kick to centre half forward, spills through to Caminiti, hand pass to Butler, on the run, kicks it. A goal from a centre bounce, and their first goal since the opening 2 minutes. At last, says Ross Lyon and the St Kilda fans. The Saints moved to 2-2-14, Brisbane 4-7-31. The Lions lead cut to 17 halfway through the second term.
Pace, run, and didn't have to go back to the back line to get it, right? And that's half their problem. It's in the back line. It takes so long to get the ball in the forward line. That come out of the centre, around the middle of the ground, got a bit of run, got an open forward line, had 6v6 and knocked them over, Lingy.
And capitalised on a little bit of luck. It fell out of Harris Andrews' hands. But that's what you're right, Mick. You get a centre clearance, you put defenders under pressure, mistakes happen.
So they're back in the game now. I know it says 14-31, but they're back in the game. They can now say we're getting a goal each this quarter.
Thought that bounce might have been recalled, but it wasn't. And in the end, it's going to favour the Lions. Danaher out of the centre, right on the bullseye with that left. He almost gets it to the top of the goal square. Off hands, Webster gets there first. He had it, he lost it. Now there's a scramble at ground level. Who can pick it up? Wilkie's in there really fighting and scrapping hard. And in the end, McCluggage tackles him. And it'll be a ball up 35 metres out from the Lions' goal, kicking to the northern end in this second term. But the Saints finally a major through Butler. Can they see it back to back? Mick Malthouse has told us they're back in this game.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and it's a free kick going to Dunkley, directly in front of goal. And it was holding off the ball, was it?
No, it was Dunkley versus Owens as the two ruckmen.
Right.
As strange as that may sound. And they've paid it against Owens, and that is just a poor decision.
In the ruck contest.
They were both competing as ruckmen. There is zero free kick there.
So...
There's no free kick at all.
Josh Dunkley directly in front, off about 3 steps, and as soon as he strikes it, he knows he's scored it. And a painful night for the Saints has just become even more painful because they've been slow and sloppy, and now the call is going against them. They haven't had the rub of the green. Brisbane out by 23 points again as Dunkley slots through his first of the night.
I think the umpire, Nick, has got confused about the fact that Mitch Owens was the nominated ruckman.
He had to be.
Because there is not even
there's nothing in it.
Close to a free kick in that one at all. It's a terrible decision. It's a mistake.
Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse on Grandstand AFL. It's Brisbane 5-7-37, St Kilda 2-2-14. The margin 23 points. And we've just ticked over 18 minutes in this second term. Is Ross still in the coach's box? Can someone check? He hasn't left.
5 of the last 6 in the game for the Brisbane Lions. Back in the middle. Dunkley's got it again. He's wrapped up here by Steele, taken to ground. Ball up again. Brisbane by 23. 18 gone, second turn. Marshall wins it down. A few overrun it. McInerney picks it up at his bootlaces. Hand pass got out to McCluggage. Tumbles a kick to centre half forward. Hipwood out after it. Pushed off it by Howard. Wins it for the Saints. Handball to Webster. Hand pass to Wilkie under pressure. Gives it back to Howard. Handball away to Webster again, and a short kick finds Steele. Wants to keep it moving. Hand pass to Sinclair. Kicks out wide. McKenna knocks it away from Butler close to the boundary line. Wood almost saw it over. In the end, he keeps it alive just inside the city boundary line. Numbers with Brisbane. McCarthy's hand pass ends up with Butler. He can't hang on to it. And Fletcher to McKenna to McCluggage all by hand. And in the end, he retreats back to Dunkley. High kick to half forward. They come from all directions. Hipwood tries to knock it on, but straight down to Webster to Wanganeen Millerer. And he kicks to centre half back for Burns. Has it for St Kilda. Brisbane by 23, approaching time on second turn.
Flares it wide, puts plenty of air in it, allows Marshall to take the mark. Thought about the handball, wants to kick it back inboard. Centering kick. Gresham's got it. Right on the edge of the centre square.
Oh, corridor's wide open. Wide open.
Sitting next to the umpire. How did they see that?
Instead, he ignores it and he goes to half forward out wide. Caminiti slipped through his hands. Berry on ground level, little flick up. It was a good retrieval to Harris Andrews, who's able to hip up Robertson.
Unfortunately, Caminiti is just... He's having one of those games where now he's completely doubting himself, even with going for the ball.
Robertson from a half back. He launches long and high. Closing late was Rayner, and then quick hands here by the Saints. Hill's involved, so too Sinclair. Back to Hill. Hill to a one-on-one. Nudged out of it was Harris Andrews on that exact player, Caminiti. Harris Andrews is just giving Caminiti a bath at the moment.
Well, you take him away from that position.
Yeah. So the quick kick by Brisbane out wide has been marked by Owens, playing in front.
Well, there's a switch on, a really good switch on here for the Saints.
Owens spots it. He kicks into the D50 where Battle's got it, and then he gives it to Wanganeen Millerer, who's got it on the dock wing. There's not one Brisbane Lions player next to him. He could have run. Instead, he went short. Little kick, and he was involving Winhager, and then he gets it back and he goes into the pocket. And it's a shove against the Saints, against Jack Higgins. Free kick for Starcevic. Nothing going their way.
No, it's not.
But the game has not got out of their hand on out of their hands on the scoreboard.
No, if they can pitch one more without Brisbane kicking a goal, they're back in the game.
Starcevic long down the line. Dunkley flies, no mark. Marshall knocks it away. Burns had it, lost it in the tackle, holding the ball.
Yeah, getting penalised for everything at the Saints. I'm not going to say that wasn't there, but everyone that's a line ball appears to be going to Brisbane's way, particularly that goal by Dunkley.
I say luck's the residue of design. It sort of feels like they did a bit wrong themselves early, the Saints, and now all the luck's going against them. As Berry kicks down the wing and Danaher runs underneath it. Battle takes the intercept mark.
They just refuse to want to go in the corridor.
So Battle's going to go long down to half forward. Filippo runs underneath it as well. Hands to it from Caminiti. No mark. Spills through to Higgins. Handball back into dispute. Caminiti got it again. Spun around in the tackle from Andrews. Comes out to Filippo. Hurried handball to Steele, to Patton, still 70 out. Kicks deep inside 50. Trying to mark down there was Leicester. Can't do so. Spills to Starcevic. And an ugly kick heads out to centre half back. Saints win it through Marshall. Hands it to Steele. Kicks to Sinclair. Their star, Jack Sinclair's got it. Centre half forward for the Saints.
Yes, that's the first time the ball has come out of the back line from Brisbane in a manner that gave the Saints a chance to get it back. It was a poor kick. I think it was by Payne. Rattled around a little bit, but then find a target inside 50. Barely inside 50, but nonetheless, and I'm not sure whether Sinclair's good for 50 plus, but this is the one the Saints really need.
Off the rookie list to become an All-Australian, Jack Sinclair, one of the stars of the competition. Team needs it. Kick sails, goal, and it misses out the left and behind. And a couple of looks tonight. One fell short and now one missing out to the left. Brisbane by 22. There's many minutes gone second term.
It's too easy coming out too.
It is. They've already had about 5 short, sharp kicks, and now Connor McKenna trying to find Danaher, who's a long way down the ground. Wood's got it. Wood handballs back inboard. King's involved. Max King reported earlier in the match. Max King again right on the arc. He's under pressure. He's forced off a step just to blaze away, and Harris Andrews, last line, juggles it. A high, wobbly kick that went nowhere in the end. So Andrews, Payne, this is all by foot. Leicester, McCluggage, Wilmot. This is how quickly they're moving it by foot. Under no pressure whatsoever, these Brisbane lines. 3 minutes 13 before half time. And now Danaher, who's got no one on him. He marks it. Defensive side of the dockside wing. Back inboard to McKenna. All loose. No pressure whatsoever. Now Wilmot. Into the centre he goes. Starcevic, who's having a big game. He's having a big season, in fact, Starcevic. Underrated player. Not underrated, flies under the radar more is the terminology I was after. Ooh. Danaher, it's a wobbly one off the boot. Hipwood was there, he couldn't control it. Here's a chance for Sinclair for the Saints. To Howard, who's tackled by the big O. The umpire says, was it too high? No, it wasn't. It'll be a ball up.
Sinclair's interesting there. That was a bit of a panic hand pass. He was clear. He's dropping him behind the ball. I don't know if he's going on the back line or loose play behind the ball. Was he?
From the ball up, comes down to McCluggage, feints to hand pass in the end, decides to kick it deep to the pocket. Webster knocks it away from Cameron and over the boundary line. Charlie Cameron kept it to 7 disposals and a behind by Harry Cunningham last week. He's yet to hit the scoreboard tonight.
So he had the 3 touches as well. Just can't quite get going. Yeah, Sinclair, I reckon, is just trying to get himself behind the ball a bit, just as that launch pad for the run and creativity.
Here he is, Marshall down to Charlie Cameron, shoots goal, and McCarthy trying to hold out the defender on the line. Juggles the mark over the goal line, and as such, it'll be a minor score, so behind for Brisbane, 5-8 to 2-3. Lions by 23 points, 25 gone, second term.
Wanganeen Miller short to Stocker, back to Wanganeen Miller in the back pocket, and then Patton marks right on the boundary line. Right where that arc of 50 meets the boundary line. We haven't been able to see them go end to end yet. Patton towards King. He's the certainly the target on the wing, and then an underground handball was clever, came the way of Wood. Wood with the kicks hurt himself. And he has kicked that out of bounds on the full, down in the front row near Tim Hodges. Hodgie, what's the atmosphere like down there, dare I ask?
Kelly, it is subdued, but it is an angry St Kilda supporter base. I just wonder whether they'll cop some boos when they go off at half-time. It's like the life has been sucked out of these St Kilda supporters. They came to the Docklands with great optimism, and this has gone completely pear-shaped in the first hour.
Lions work it down the wing. Patton drops a mark straight through his hands. McInerney picks it up, tried to let it go. A tackle from Brad Crouch, and that's holding the ball.
They probably wanted to see more than 2 goals in a half of footy. Hodgie.
They kicked the first in the opening 2 minutes, and we're now 26 minutes into the second. They've kicked 1 goal since. Long kick down the line from Crouch. Again, not going corridor. Spills down to Wood. Wood, hurried ball back down to half forward. Higgins handballs it straight into Starcevic, and off his thigh it goes out of play. So boundary throw in, 60 out from the Saints goal.
Deep in winter, this is when the slug starts, the real grind, and it's these games that are real grinds.
Haven't lost back-to-back games all year, the Saints. They're staring down that tonight. Comes down to Sinclair. Hurried kick inside the forward 50. Starcevic knocks it down, but straight to Bradley Hill. Starcevic tackles him. Ball never went out. Set the boundary up. Hand pass back inboard. Comes to Berry to Ashcroft to Neil. Back to Ashcroft at half-back for Brisbane.
This is a little bit of excitement for the Lions. Off to Coleman. Now Danaher right in front of the interchange gates. Kicks to a one-on-one. Charlie Cameron's one of them. A nervous Webster. He comes in for support as Hipwood. Hipwood gets a kick away just as he's slung in the tackle. It's a dangerous tackle. Hipwood was dumped into the turf. And he doesn't like the call, Filippo. He's arguing his case. In fact, it's Stocker, rather. Apologies.
It is so hard. So he certainly, there's momentum with the sling. His head hits the ground, but Hipwood's still in the action of trying to kick the ball.
I don't think his head actually doesn't hit the ground. It's his shoulder, I think.
And he's got one arm clear.
But I mean, you know, in fast motion, it does look like that real sling and dump. Hipwood's got it. He's lining up for goal number 3. He'd have to kick it from 50. This would be a savage blow for the Saints. Right on half-time, and he never gives it a chance. He hangs it out to the left. He misses everything, does Eric Hipwood. Out of bounds on the full. Sums up this first half of footy we've seen. There weren't too many highlights. Brisbane 5-8-38. St Kilda 2-3-15. Brisbane by 23 points. Hipwood with a couple. Danaher, Bailey and Dunkley in for the Saints. Higgins in the first 2 minutes. Butler early in that second half. Just 2 goals in that first half. This is 4th v 5th. Feels like 14th v 15th. And as I mentioned, we're in the grind and we're in the slug of winter. And this is a tough one for fans to sit in and try and enjoy this evening. The good news is we've still got another half of footy to go, and it can probably, Corbin, only get better.
You know what the old school people would say, Cal?
Yep.
It's under the roof on a perfectly fast, clean track, not a single bit of mud in sight. It shouldn't be that big a slog.
Oh, it hasn't been pretty, and now another huddle from the St Kilda group, so they're really gathered as a halftime interview is being conducted, so Mason Wood, they're just waiting for him, and while that's happening...
it's Wilkie talking to them.
Yeah, there's a long chat going on, and the Saints who have kicked just 1 goal after the 2-minute mark in the opening term. Meanwhile, Brisbane have banged through 5 at the other end. And it hasn't been pretty again, unfortunately, as another Friday night. We've had a couple of sort of less than entertaining games in the last couple of weeks. Last week up in Brisbane, they dominated the second half, yet kicked wayward, and so their last 4 quarters of footy, Brisbane, they've kicked 11 goals, 22. They should be further in front in this game. They lead St Kilda by 23 at the half. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse?
Mick, part of me wants to say St Kilda at least were better than the first quarter.
Yep.
But I'm struggling to find words for that when they've only kicked 2 goals in a half of football.
Yeah.
As I said, underneath the roof, on a completely fine deck, there's not a bit of mud in sight.
No.
I know they're building the layers of defence and contest first, and then the attack might come in the years to follow under Ross. But you've got to be able to score more than 2 goals in a half of football.
Well, you can't win games. No. The celebration to me was 1-3 Saints, and outside the free kick there was just a give-me, which is a shocker.
The Josh Dunkley goal, yes.
2-4. So, and the stats were relatively even. Now I know stats lie, but contested football went to St Kilda's favour. Inside 50s 11-12 compared to 18-7, so that's a massive rebound from that. The Saints on this performance cannot win this game because when they get the ball inside front 50, they haven't got anyone marking the ball, and they've got very few players who are in a position to crumb the ball correctly because the Lions are so disciplined in the air. They punch the ball clear and they get numbers down. The 2 goals they've come from Higgins kicking the first one, which was a mark, but it was a loose kick mark. The other one was Butler on the run. They're rare. on runs, they're rare. You win games by marking the football, going back and slotting them through. If I had looked at the other ones, Danaher's goal, Dunkley got the free kick, Hipwood's taken 1, maybe 2 marks. Bailey was a mark in the goal square. Just so totally different. That's how they get their goals. I still don't... I've seen Brisbane enough away from home to know that they are still highly vulnerable. And I said this quarter that the Saints need to kick a goal. They had a chance for Sinclair and Brisbane not. They go down the other end, Brisbane, and kicked the second goal, which was by Hipwood.
Yep.
So I'll say this quarter, the Saints have got to be a 2-goal better side, whatever the result is in this quarter, and it will still give them a chance because I'm still not sold that Brisbane are that good.
No, Brisbane haven't put them away. I agree with you on that, except St Kilda needs to do something to solve the Harris Andrews problem.
Yes.
And it's Anthony Caminiti, who he's playing on, but really giving no regard to whatsoever. He's just playing wherever he wants to.
Play him in the goal square.
Yeah,
play him in the goal square. Now,
so Andrews will still try and position
15
himself.
metres in front.
Yeah, where he wants to play. So whether or not it's Caminiti, if they want to try it with someone else...
I don't know if they've got anyone else. I'm just trying to look through their list. I'm just going... Maybe Mason Wood, who has played there, who's a leading player and has played forward.
Trying to be a body near Harris Andrews
And
to
smart.
stop him from marking the ball and lead just a little short, 5-6 metre lead at the right time.
Yeah, that's right. And that's why I say about Wood that has played forward before, has been a goal kicker, because he's going to do the same to King. And I think for King's point of view, King I think we underestimate King's. We look at him and go, gangly and all sorts of stuff. They've got great mobility, the King boys. And I know they've got different clubs, so we've got to be very careful about Higgs because they're individuals. But if King's played higher, then Andrews has got to take the marks further back. And if you put someone on him who can lead...
I'd put King up the ground just for his own sanity.
Yes, because he's really lost it.
So what about Battle? Someone like that? Or would
Well,
you
I don't
rather
know whether
keep
you
him
can
in the
take him
backup?
away from the back
Yeah,
half because they've got marking players down there. See, even on the bench, I know that Sinclair's, when he gets the foot, I'm not too sure what Sinclair's had. He's had 13.
In that quarter. He's got a game high 19.
19. He basically is a player. I know he had the shot on goal, but basically he's a player from 20 metres out back end to the back end of the square, the front end of the square. So somewhere or another, yes, use him as a midfielder, but you've got to be able to still at bounce downs know that McInerney's going to dominate the stoppage. So therefore you are, and if you bring a half forward up, you're going to be in all sorts of trouble. So it's in and outer. You put your players who can steals and this sort of stuff, the grunt players right in where McInerney's going to hit it, and put the outer out so therefore they have to get through it. I just think that the Saints have got to play a smarter game.
Harris Andrews has already taken 11 marks in half a footy.
7 intercepts already. It's a big night for him. Cooper Sharman's the other one who's that sort of tweener forward.
But he's playing under 11, isn't he? That's who he's playing on. He's an under 11 player, surely. I mean, this is what you do. You see a kid dominate under 11s football. Well, because there's no resistance. So it's like Anthony, a 14-year-old big boy against an 11-year-old little fella.
So Anthony Caminiti's been excellent in his first 10 games of football.
He's a baby.
This is his 11th game. But he's just found someone tonight who's toweling him up. So maybe it's as simple as, okay, this is a learning experience for Caminiti. Bring him off.
Yeah,
and Sharman's the one who has to do
absolute
it.
certainty.
It's not.
Certainty.
You're not. One thing you're not certain of is that Sharman's going to do any better.
Yep.
But I think Caminiti now is inside his own head so badly that even when he had a chance to mark the footy, he'd finally got free. He spilt it as well.
Yep.
So I think he's second guessing himself already.
2 second quarter reports. The Stocker sling tackle on Hipwood. I mean, this is going to be the margins again too, I'm sure, as to whether it was the shoulder or the head that hit the ground on Eric Hipwood, and the other one was Max King, who was sort of looking to really clumsy
on his neck,
late spoil, and in the end whacked sort of Leicester in the sort of side or the back of the neck.
Kings will be insufficient contact to warrant a suspension, but he's lucky he didn't get him. That was a lot of intent to get him.
You know what, I reckon when he jumped into the back of the player when he gave the 50-metre penalty, that was worse. That was a forearm to the back of someone's head or back of someone's back. I mean, that's one when you get...
Charlie Cameron's, yeah.
It was Cameron, that's right. I was thinking, who was it? Because Cameron plays at the other end. But that to me is worse. He probably won't get reported for it, but in my eyes, that's worse because you've really, that could be dangerous. Whereas the other one was just a fling, hit him on the neck.
So what are we meant to think of the Stocker one then? Are we thinking, so if you sling, drive or dump him into the ground, pin the arm?
History says he's going to get a week.
Yeah, but
put the player in a vulnerable position.
This is the thing I struggle with. An arm is free, and so Hipwood's trying to fight through it, trying to get a kick with an arm free.
He ended up kicking it.
Yeah, and he got a boot to it. Well, Stocker's got to continue with the tackle. The momentum was in that direction. He's continuing. He's trying to stop him to disposing of the football. Now, what do we ask him to do? Or vice versa, do we ask Eric Hipwood, well, in this case, you're potentially about to be hurt. Let the ball go and get your hand down and brace your own fall. No, we can't ask Hipwood to do that. But also, no, we can't ask Liam Stocker to let go of that tackle. So, to me, that fits in the accidental category again.
So the AFL gave us a 1 minute, 21 second demo of to the tops of tackles there are in the game. And what we've just seen is case number 154 as to how many different tackles there are in Australian rules football.
Because they try to stand up in a Corby. The players try to stand up in a tackle. They don't generally go to ground.
No, and they're so strong.
They are so strong.
It is half time. We're keen to hear from you on the SMS. Tyler's got in touch with us. I'll put that to Mick in just a moment. 0437 774 774 is the SMS number. Keep them coming through. This is Grandstand AFL. It's half time. It's all Brisbane. They lead by 23 points over St Kilda at the main break. Second half action not too far away. In the meantime, let's take the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. A legal expert says even if the Russian embassy is successful in its action against the federal government, it may not restore Russia's plans to build a new embassy. Last week, federal parliament rushed through laws stripping the Russians of a lease on a block of land adjacent to Parliament House, citing intelligence risks. The Russian embassy is now challenging that move in the High Court. Chalice Chair of International Law at the University of Sydney, Professor Ben Saul, says it's unclear whether the case will be taken on by the High Court.
It seems like Russia is contesting the legislation on the basis that the lease was terminated without compensation. So this is the stuff of the famous film, The Castle. But even if compensation were payable, that wouldn't necessarily restore the right of Russia to hold a lease over that land.
A Senate committee's been told it's unclear when Australia's emerging green hydrogen industry will be able to operate without taxpayer assistance. This year's budget included a $2 billion hydrogen Head Start program, which is designed to help a handful of large-scale projects get off the ground by subsidising the cost of production. The assistance will be restricted to green hydrogen projects only and is expected to run over a decade. Joe Evans from the Department of Climate Change and Energy says the objective is to reduce the costs of green hydrogen in Australia.
The costs need to come down before they're going to be truly competitive, but we don't know exactly at what point they will be able to make a profit.
New research suggests that women are more pessimistic about their future housing prospects than men. The think tank Per Capita studied gender inequalities in the housing system based on the Australian Housing Monitor, which surveyed almost 4,000 people. It also found that women are more likely to be under mortgage pressure than men. Per Capita Executive Director Emma Dawson says men are more likely to benefit from home ownership as both owner-occupiers and investors.
About 54% of women who don't own already thought they were very concerned that they'd ever be able to buy a home. That's only about 41% of men had that same level of stress. So it is, the housing market is serving women much more badly.
Northern Territory Police say cases of domestic violence and assault in Alice Springs have reduced by more than a third after alcohol restrictions were reintroduced earlier this year. The bans were put in place after a surge in crime following the lifting of intervention-era alcohol bans, leading to some dry communities being exposed to liquor for the first time in over a decade. Dr John Boffa, the leader of the People's Alcohol Action Coalition, says the town has turned itself around.
In the month of January, we were getting 300 property offences a week. That's now down to 100 a week. We're seeing 250 domestic violence assaults, and that's now down to 100. These are very large reductions in the domestic violence assaults, property offences across the board.
A man accused of 4 separate sex attacks on Perth women in the 1990s has been denied bail. Michael Anthony Woodall's been charged with sexually assaulting the 4 women at various locations In 1995, 1996 and 1998, Perth Magistrates Court has heard the 51-year-old was charged after forensic testing matched his DNA to samples taken from the scenes of the alleged offences at the time they happened. A magistrate said while the case at this stage is circumstantial, DNA evidence is often very difficult to rebut, and has also described the allegations as extremely serious because they involve violent sexual and physical assaults. Woodall's been remanded in custody. He'll reappear in court in July. Victoria's Essential Services Commission's approved a rise in water bills, with the hikes in regional Victoria an average 3 times higher than in Melbourne. Typical household water and sewage bills will rise by an average of $22 a year in Melbourne, but $74 for regional Victoria. But customers of GWM water in Western Victoria will actually see a slight decrease. The changes come into effect from next Saturday. Overseas, and Zambia has struck a deal to restructure nearly $9.5 billion in debt owed to other governments. The deal's been forged at the Summit for a New Global Financing Pact in Paris, and it's seen as a breakthrough for other indebted nations around the world which have faced lengthy negotiations with creditors. In 2020, Zambia became the first African country to default on its sovereign debt during the pandemic and had struggled to reach a deal despite prolonged discussions. That's the latest from ABC News. For more at any time, you can download the ABC Listen app.
Ah, you're here for the fortune telling. Please sit down. You seek enlightenment and entertainment, engagement and excitement via your ears. In your future, I see the ABC Listen app, and I see you joyously grooving to a great range of music, informed and entertained by award-winning podcasts, and connecting to your community and current affairs with live radio. You've heard enough. I don't want your money. The ABC Listen app is as free as knowledge itself. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Taken by Bailey, who goes short again to McCluggage inside 50. Hipwood. So Hipwood directly in front to add more pain to the Saints. He kicks his second.
Owens grabs it out of the ruck, hooks a kick to centre half forward, spills through to Caminiti, hand pass to Butler, on the run, kicks it. A goal from a centre bounce. And their first goal since the opening 2 minutes.
Oh, wow. And it's a free kick going to Dunkley, directly in front of goal.
Oh, there's no free kick at all.
Josh Dunkley directly in front, off about 3 steps, and as soon as he strikes it, he knows he's scored it.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the second term, more of the same for the Brisbane Lions. They kicked 2-1 in that quarter. They kicked 3-1 in the first, and as a result, it's Brisbane by 23 points at the half. 5-8-38 over St Kilda, 2-3-15. A 23-point buffer for Brisbane at half-time. I must admit it feels a little wider than that. We've had a couple of incidents already in the game. 2 players on report. Max King for a strike to the neck of Ryan Lester. You'd think insufficient force to constitute a report. That's the early feeling from Cameron Ling. And the other one will absolutely live in the margins, no doubt. It was a sling tackle from Liam Stocker on Eric Hipwood as he tried to kick the footy inside 50. Taken to ground, looked as if his shoulder hit the deck first, but I'm sure we'll be talking about that all weekend, as we have done with the dangerous tackles throughout the year so far. Now the cricket, the Women's Ashes Test, which Mick Malthouse has been following closely. We're in the first session on day 2 after Australia won the toss and elected to bat first. They're 8 for 372, so 8 for 372. Annabelle Sutherland is 67 not out. I know Dad James is actually over there for the Women's Test at Trent Bridge, so he'll be enjoying that, I'm sure. Board member with the Geelong Football Club. But if you want to listen to the cricket, you can follow along through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for the red cricket button. Day 2 action from Trent Bridge in the Women's Test. And in the Rugby League tonight, it is round 17, and it's the Warriors who lead the standalone fixture in Wollongong against St George Illawarra, 20-6. So that's approaching half-time, a 14-point lead for the Warriors. Mick Malthouse, I have a question for you off the SMS. It's from Tyler in South Perth. He says, "Hi guys, loving the call. Question for Mick. You spoke before the game about the bottom 6 players in the team and getting the best out of them. How do you manage those players after the success of a premiership? who were role players in getting the job done but now want more time in the middle or more crucial positions in the following years?
You're spot on.
Great question.
It becomes a minor worry. I have seen it. I've seen it happen, and it happens frequently because players start to think that their value is a bit more. And I'm not talking money-wise, although that does happen. It's more, I want to play more. I don't want to be a back pocket anymore. I want to be a winger come midfielder.
Instead of going short to the good ball user, I'm trying to hit the 45, kick through traffic.
They also start judging their games by possessions or goals.
But you know what happens? The reality checks in. They get a bit of a reality check, like today we're seeing our a key forward or the key back who's got a bit more experience, and you go, hello, if we stick to what we want. But Corby, just on that, you want your 22nd player then to be a regular inside the top, say 10 to 15. There's no worry. That's what you want. Then you want to push up another 5 because you're not going to have those players forever. So it is a bit of reward. And if you can give them that bit of reward and they do come up and play good football, well, all of a sudden you've got to play. Like Dane Swan, for instance, started as half-back flanker. I only use him because, he was a half-back flanker and he's come up and become a Brownlow medalist. There's others that go backwards, unfortunately.
We know the Saints have had a lot of injuries, but interestingly, they've only used 28 players this year, which is 3 fewer than any other team in the comp.
Yeah.
So that hasn't been a lot used.
Ross Lyon does stick.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's pretty hard to break into a loss. It's a bit like the Australian cricket side at times.
Billings,
not this current one.
Billings, Zach Jones and Mackenzie all playing VFL tomorrow. Brisbane by 23. Kelly Underwood on Grandstand AFL.
Let's hope the Saints turn up in this second half. Crouch tries to shovel it out to Steele. They're going backwards, though, the Saints would. His backside gets it to Battle, who just hacks it out of there. It's dribbling the way of the Dockside wing. Sitting here for Berry, but he can't break the Wanganeen Miller tackle.
He's got to be holding the ball. See, that's what you said in the first quarter, Mick. The boundary line has saved a player from prior opportunity, caught inside the field of play, and then just somehow almost rugby tries his way over the boundary line. That should be paid holding the ball.
It's not a sanctuary league, is it? So it cannot be used that way.
McInerney just dabs it down, tries to get it to Dunkley, set upon by 3 St Kilda players and falls to ground. And so it's Brisbane by 23 points. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Just an observation, Kelly. The bars were all full at half-time. I think St Kilda fans needed a stiff drink after watching that first half.
Thanks, Hodgie, for the stoppage. Berry to Coleman. Hand pass away to Bailey. Kicks deep inside 50 and Battle with the intercept mark.
I've got to ask, how would Hodgie know? Ducked in for a quick one.
Hand pass to Sinclair. Hand pass back to Battle. Sinclair trying to receive the hand pass. Coughs it up. Cameron's got it. Drilled in the tackle. Forward pocket for Brisbane. Pack forms around him. Ball up. Forward pocket for the Lions. Hodgie, you got a response to that?
Just keeping a close eye on all the proceedings.
That was 5 possessions to get nowhere, Saints. So that's why they just open the gate for these sides instead of clearing the area.
Brisbane by 23 from the ball up. It comes to Bailey. He's tackled. So another stoppage 20 metres out from the Lions' goal at the Coventry end.
They were hoping for a crowd of 35,000 here tonight. I think they'd be lucky to get it just over 30,000. Sinclair tries to clear it out of the defensive 50. Couple of smothers, hurried kick out of there. Wood goes without it. Still gets there, flicks the handball backwards to Battle, and off a standing start, he just kicks it out into space. Brings it the Dockside. Oh, that's a throw against Robertson. Surely the umpire saw it. Yep.
Well done, Wanganeen Miller. He's been such a positive even tonight in what's been a tough night. He's the one prepared to try and take the game on, get a short kick, get it back, run and carry, and really good defensive pressure there to create the turnover.
And he's got it at half-back. On the Dockside, he's looking for King, who rises, the leaper in the pack. Can't pull down the mark. Berry's in there, head over the ball. Handball looking for Dunkley, missed him and over the boundary line. So boundary throwing, just a few metres down from the Saints bench. Almost half forward here for St Kilda as Max King trudges back towards that goal square. He's got Jack Payne for company. In the ruck, Marshall in his 100th, assumes the front position, tries to get it down to Crouch, who's playing his 150th, but he can't break free from the tackle. So now it's a ball up. Marshall gets it again, this time to Steele, who's tackled by Bailey. No one's going anywhere at the moment.
I'm watching Lachie Neale. He's always the first one to talk to Oscar McInerney. Every time a ball up's called, and here he nearly got it over the top.
McInerney pushes it down. Wood got in the way. Swings a kick forward for the Saints. Hill's onto it. Hill runs, carries, trying to step around. Wilmot just breaks the tackle. Short kick across the half-forward line. Sinclair's onto it. Pokes it off the left boot inside 50. Phillippo with courage. Leaps up, trying to claim the mark. Says it hit the deck. Play on the call. Comes to Wanganeen Miller. He's tackled. Umpire says holding the ball. Oh, it's a St Kilda free kick.
Yeah.
Gee, Wanganeen Miller was on the bottom of the pack, and in the end it's Coleman who they're going to penalise for dragging it back in.
I don't think he dragged it back in. I thought he got tackled to ground, and maybe you've said insufficient attempt to get rid of the ball.
Yeah, he wasn't trying hard.
No, he was doing the little handball, but punch it into himself type thing.
Yeah, or the see just there. I mean, you've got hold of the ball. This kid is playing really good football.
I think keep giving him the ball.
Yeah,
he uses it really well.
And doesn't he run well?
Messiah Wanganeen Miller. It's the one goal for the year so far. Make it 2. Saints set the tone to start the second half. They've got their third goal of the night. 3-3-21. Brisbane 5-8-38. For all Brisbane's dominance, they lead the match by just 17. 5 gone, third quarter.
They can get back to Saints. If they can knock over another one, I don't know why they're taking him off the ground. They need 6 or 7 of those plays. But if they can win the next, and it doesn't matter if it takes 10 minutes to do so, don't let Brisbane get an easy goal now.
Exactly right. Nick, talk about, I was asked pre-game what I thought of St Kilda now. Their best years are in the next few years. They look like they've absolutely nailed that draft with Wanganeen Miller, Mitch Owens and Marcus Windhager all in that one draft. Just look like 3 players who are going to be part of a really good core in the years to come, with Wanganeen Miller obviously being the best of a lot of them.
Pick 11 he was. Yeah. Pick 11 in 2021. Kid from Marion in Adelaide. Saints try to win it out of the centre again, and they do. Wood. High ball to land his centre-half forward. Coleman floats in from the side and takes the defensive mark. Wheels around on his left. He spots a player out there in Robertson who's got a bit of space on the City side. Dabs the kick to McCarthy. Still a couple of kicks out from goal. Where are the leads coming?
Hipwood on the break.
Yeah, Lohman was in there as well. He goes towards Danaher in the end, who was surrounded by 3 Saints players, and battle with the spoil. It lands about 4 rows back.
Jimmy Webster still continues to do a really good job on Charlie Cameron.
Oh, he does, doesn't he?
Yeah, because even then there was time and space for a few leads, a few moves. And Webster just closed him down well enough.
So inside 50 here.
Now, and see how he dragged him down then? He dragged him down and still did it in slow motion, so it wasn't a
sling or a dangerous one.
Dangerous one.
It was Marshall on Danaher, yep. So there's more care there. Taking the play to ground. Marshall out-muscles Danaher, but he's lost it to Neale. Neale to Berry. Berry with the snap, 30 metres out directly in front, and he buries it. Back out by 23 points. 6-8-44. St Kilda 3-3-21. The Saints cannot get a run on here at all. They can't get back-to-back goals. They can't get momentum. And we've gone 9 minutes in the third term margin, back out by 23, Cameron Lang.
Nick, you know I love my midfield craft and stoppage craft. Lachie Neale is simply supreme at it. The movement at that stoppage, then to take, so clean, absorb a tackle, hands free, and he's the reason Jared Berry gets that shot at goal. He's just superb at that part of the game.
He is, but I will say that he had 3 choices to hand part to one of 3 players. Yeah. The Saints just it was like they all just went in, snouts in the trough instead of in and outer.
Back to 23 points. Sinclair with the centre break though for St Kilda. Kicks hurriedly out to half forward. Phillippo and Coleman. In the end, it's Phillippo got it out to Gresham, took on the tackler, trickles a kick inside 50, but Neale back to lend a hand. Hand pass wanted, Bailey slips through his hands and out of play.
More intent with the Saints, much more intent. And you know, I know it's 1 goal each, but there's a little bit more clarity in the way they want to play right now.
Boundary throw in half forward for St Kilda. Kick into the Lockett end of the ground. Down it comes to Windhager. He's gang tackled. Neil and Ashcroft hold him up. St Kilda with their lowest quarter-time score and half-time score of the season. They kick the first goal of this third term. Brisbane answers straight back. From the restart again, St Kilda win it this time. Crouch hand pass goes away to Burns. Hurried kick forward is too wide. Out of bounds on the full, and Brisbane get it back. The back pocket or half back, and it'll be Harris Andrews again. Lions by 23.
Andrews opts for the eastern side of the ground. He's looking for McInerney, who's dominated in the ruck tonight. He can't take it in the air. He gets a second crack at it at ground level, but he lost it. It was taken by Philip Stocker down there. And Stocker's kicked it out of bounds on the full. So it's Ashcroft that's got it. He's going to concede some ground and he retreats to Leicester. And here's these short, sharp kicks from the Brisbane Lions players working their way out of defence.
The Saints have doubled the stats of the Lions at the moment, so even though it's one goal each, the Saints are doing a pretty good job.
Switches on Bailey to Andrews. And now here's a chance for Payne, who gets it over to the youngster Jasper Fletcher.
Very slow, controlled movement. I know what Brisbane are trying to do. St Kilda want to be able to bring the heat and bring the pressure.
Ashcroft to Lockie Neal. Now Lockie Neal pulls the trigger and he goes towards the interchange gates where McCarthy's forced to tackle. Now a 50-50 ball right in front of us. Who can win this one? Windhager had it. He lost it holding the ball. Gee, that was hot.
Gracious.
Free kick for McCluggage.
No prior opportunity there.
And again, they don't want to go quickly. It's been a slow stop-start. Oh, no, that slipped through the hands of Leicester. Luckily, he's got Harris Andrews waiting right just to cover him. At the back, he mops up. He kicks wide to the city wing where Danaher's got it. At half-forward. Pierces it to Hipwood. Danaher to Hipwood. That'll get the Lions fans up and cheering. And Hipwood's going to line up for his third goal of the night. Could have had a few more.
So that ball moved from the defensive 50 for Brisbane to their forward 50, about as slow as you can get, Nick. And still, Eric Hipwood had a massive leading lane and took an uncontested mark. Yep. That's simply not good enough.
And what you mean by lane, for those that are listening, Lingy, is you know where your forward's going to lead, so you've got to pop someone in there that he has to run into him, and it stops the lead.
Hipwood's been the go-to man tonight. He'll step inside 50, slightest angle. He's on the right side for a left footer for his third goal of the evening. He converts. 6 goals in the last fortnight for Hipwood. He's in goal-kicking form, and he's just produced his third, and they're out by 29 points now. 7-8-50. The Saints 3-3-21.
If you're going to let the team kick and mark their way down the ground methodically and slowly, well, then you've got to assume you've got a really good defence set up.
Yeah.
And between Josh Battle and Callum Wilkie, and I think Jimmy Webster might have been the other one, though he might have had half an eye on Charlie Cameron, which is fair enough. You just can't allow that sort of thing to happen inside.
No, you're not even defending the ball in your back 50, Lingy, do you? You want to defend the ball in the middle of the ground, or preferably in your forward line. But if they come out of your forward line, defend the ball and make them pay to give the ball back to you across the centre.
Crooked bounce again back in the middle. Up lets them roll. Danaher against Owens. Danaher wins it down. No clean pick-up. Crouch runs into Fletcher coming in off the wing. They bang bodies. Ball spits out the steal of the Saints. Hand pass to Gresham. Breaks one tackle. Gives it to Owens. Kick smothered. For the Lions with the numbers, they hold it in and we'll have a ball up again in the middle of Docklands.
Gee, they hunted well around that pack, the Lions. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Repeat efforts. Great stuff.
Dunkley and McCluggage both with the smother and then the dual tackle. Danaher up high. Leaps up. Knocks it down to Dunkley. He's held up.
Took me back into Africa then. Lions attacked him.
Yes. Bit of that.
Danaher leaping up in the right, put his knee up, and the umpire's going to penalise him.
Yeah,
so
it's bizarre, isn't it?
It's a dangerous way to do it, said the umpire, and so Owens gets the free kick in the centre break for the Saints. Out to half forward. Andrews and King both wrestle for it. Both had a piece of it. Says, I'll have it. And King wanted the mark, as did Andrews, and in the end the umpire says, jump ball.
Fair enough. They were actually both side by side too. There was no man in front.
Ball up half forward for the Saints.
King's in it. He just dabs it down.
If anything, it was probably more Andrews on replay.
This time it's Danaher. Tries to get it down. There's plenty of players. McCluggage with a little underground, the basketball handball. Couldn't quite get it. Now Ashcroft handballs over his head into space. Kind bounce here for Hill. Pounces on it. Gives it off to Webster on his trusty left. He just goes as hard and as far as he can. And Caminiti out in front with clean hands, rises high and takes a mark.
Yeah, well done by Anthony Caminiti. He had to just go at that footy then. Andrews just got a little bit blocked in his run to the ball. But you just got to keep putting yourself in that situation, Mick, and eventually you'll clunk one or two.
And the ball was falling short, so he was able to come up to it.
Yep.
The others have been sitting on top of his head. So Andrews just gets underneath him and just wrestles him out of it.
So directly in front, Caminiti to give them a pulse. They've played like they've been on life support tonight, the Saints. Have they got anything in them? It's been a tough night for Caminiti. And he squeezes that home just. And the Saints fans are relieved at that one. And it's back to 23 points. 4-3-27. Brisbane 7-8-50 after 15 minutes in this third term.
Yeah, 2 goals each. And on the balance of play, it's around about a 2 goals each. Not that the Saints have been great or Brisbane have fallen away. It's just that both sides have had a crack at it. And I'll just go back over that mark. If you're going to sit the ball on top of any forward's head and you've got an experienced backline player, he gets in underneath you, just moves you forward, only has to move you forward 6 inches and that ball goes over your head. If you can run onto the football, there was a very subtle block in there, very good block, which meant that Cameroonians had that opportunity to actually come out and take the ball out in front of his face.
Back to 23 points as we were at the half. Marshall wins it down. Steele, hand pass away to Crouch. He gives it to Windhager, middle of Docklands. Hand pass to Gresham. Floats a kick inside 50. Good mark. Starcevic hits up, takes it for Brisbane. Centre half back, goes wide to Dunkley.
It is a good mark.
Defensive side of the wing. Chips it short to Rayner. A breakout game he had the last time these two teams met. Kicked 3 of Brisbane's final 4 goals that night, all in the final term. He goes long down to half forward, carries the pack, and standing there in the end all alone is Rowan Marshall. Intercept mark for St Kilda. He goes back to Patton. Right half back, Brisbane lead it by 23. 16 gone in his third term.
This is where they're breaking down the Saints. The ball is just anchored at their centre half back, and now they've got either Crouch will end up with this, but he's just not a good disposer.
Patton to Steele, then to Crouch at half-back. Short kick to Bradley Hill. Defensive side of the wing. He goes short and wide out to Wood in front of the interchange gates. Brisbane by 23 halfway through this third quarter.
Suffocating defence being put on by the Lions, and they've just got no self-confidence here, the Saints. Kicking sideways and backwards, and Webster's going back to centre half-back. Wilkie then, the switch is on. Wanganeen Miller, he's been their best player tonight. Has a little bit of a dash and carry on the city wing, and then he drives it looking for Steele, who can't take the mark. It's the other number 9 that gets involved in Lockie Neal to McKenna. And then they go to the attacking side of the wing, where McCluggage can't control it. Wanganeen Miller, Burns, back inboard Marshall. Little give, Windhager runs into a brick wall, gets away from a would-be tackler, gives it off to Hill. Bradley Hill, can someone finish off the good work at the top of the goal square? A chance for Butler, sockers it off the ground, and he has sockered it through from behind. Crowd went up. A little moment for Butler, but he couldn't finish it off. Twinkle toes in front of the goals. It's Brisbane by 22 points.
Little moment for the Saints as well. Mick's right. It's been an even quarter, but the last few minutes, just creating a couple of little turnovers, getting some run from behind, a couple of decent entries to attacking parts of the ground. They need to capitalise though.
Yes, they do.
They've got to score.
Yep. It's no use levelling off. You get beaten by the 3 or 4 goals, you trail by half time.
Brisbane have left the door open for them. Here's Darcy Wilmot at half-back, the rising star nom from last weekend. Made his debut in a final last year in that elimination final against Richmond. Goes long down the wing. Andrews hands to it. No mark and knocked out of play. Boundary throw in next to the benches.
Well, that's a win by the Saints because he had nowhere to go. He had to kick it up the line. Now it's even on the wing boundary throwing.
Darcy Wilmot's late father actually played for Collingwood. His name Grant, played 5 games back in 1980, and that's why he wears the number he does, the number 44. His dad wore for Collingwood way back then. Brisbane, free kick here. Kadeen Coleman grabbed the footy, got it out, taken high in the process. Free kick for the Lions, back edge of the centre square. Brisbane by 22, 18 gone third quarter.
Coleman just says, I'm going to punch it long. Look for Danaher, who rises high, and he'll be paid that mark. Got a little bit of separation on Rowan Marshall.
Saints with a lot of numbers back here, but trying to get McInerney with a mismatch in the pocket on Wood.
And that's exactly where he goes, but the kick misfired. Overcooks the kick, does Joe, over O's head, which is saying something because he's the tallest man out there, Big Oscar.
Strange when Joe really wants it. He tries to kick the cover off the ball.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that touch. He just need to pop that up for McInerney.
So Wilkie to try and set something up. That's to Owens in a one-on-one. Terrific mark over Coleman. So he's the defensive side of the Dock wing. He's kicked to where there's 3 lines and one St Kilda player, and it's Higgins. And he bobs up, he's taken the mark, and he plays on, and that's a good mark by Burns.
It's got to be 50 metres, you can't.
Burns has been tackled by Berry to the ground right in front of the goals.
Well,
why isn't that 50
anywhere else? That is 50 metres. He takes the mark and gets thrown to the ground. That is 50 metres.
He was not involved in the mark.
No.
So therefore you can't just drag him to ground.
Ryan Burns.
It shouldn't matter. He should still kick it from here. But just little detailed things from an umpiring perspective, that should be 50. He should be kicking from the goal line.
Absolutely.
It might have taken a half and a quarter to wake up the Saints, but this will get them back to within 16 points. Burns delivers. Saints have got a sniff. St Kilda 5-4-34, Brisbane 7-8-50. It's a match that hasn't reached any great heights yet. We've got 6 minutes to play before three-quarter time, and the margin is 16 points.
Yeah, again, Mick, we said they're having their moments, St Kilda, and now they're just capitalising on a couple of these great opportunities as they go forward. And that was a beautiful kick by Jack Higgins.
Oh,
right
fantastic.
to Burns' advantage.
Yeah. And as I said before, you only need to get a little sniff and start to get a bit of confidence in your own game, you know. So the Saints have got that bit of confidence.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Oh, this is not good news for Ryan Burns. He's just kicked the goal. He's run to the bench and he's been given the T-shirt. So he was subbed out before he even got that mark and kicked the goal. The decision was made to put Sharman into this game. Wow. So he came to the bench getting pats on the back and then was given the T-shirt, and he was like, what the hell is going on here? So he is not happy up the backseat of the bench, but his game is over, but at least it's over on a high.
Last kick of the night for him is a goal. Ryan Burns subbed out. Cooper Sharman into the game from the restart. Neil at the coalface. Hand pass to Berry. Kicks out wide. Leaping up, a hand on it. From Webster, spills through to Cameron. Cameron, fortunate bounce, got it back. He's tackled, taken the ground. Says ball up. Hodgie.
Corbin, I've hated a few times this year where just clubs don't communicate with players. I sort of like the fact that Burns has been given the phone and he has been told probably why he's being subbed out of the game despite the goal at the very end.
Tim Hodges on the boundary from the restart. Comes to Wood. He's tackled, dispossessed. McCarthy got a kick forward. Cameron kept it moving forward. Still forward pocket for Brisbane. Comes to Neil. Hand pass to Hipwood. Great vision. Looks inside. Hits up Berry. And Jared Berry marks in that channel. Left half forward. 40 metres out.
And better still, Hipwood used his right foot, which is against his play. You don't see too many big blokes actually use the non-preferred. He did use that, but more importantly, goes left. Don't know where it's going to go. Comes in board, finds a clear player. Very good play by Hipwood. A very good play by Hipwood.
He's had a good night. He's kicked 3 of his own. Jared Berry, one of 15 lines to have played every game so far this year. With the bright orange boots, crosses the 50. Kick's not good. Doesn't have the trick. And in the end, Marshall marks on the behind line. No score. Brisbane by 16 points. The Saints winning the quarter. His third term, 23 minutes old.
He's never been a long kick, Berry, so probably should have used something.
Marshall goes long. Sherman straight into the action. He rises high, but Harris Andrews outmarks him. He's 60 metres out. What does he spot inside? 50, all by himself. And taking the mark was Cam Rayner. in that right forward pocket. Just almost snuck in behind the big boys.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Kel. I think he sort of latched onto a slightly longer kick that was intended.
Harris Andrews has just been a problem all night for the
Saints.
Saints.
He's been the wall.
Yeah.
And even in front of us here, right? He's 70 metres away from where he should be playing.
So it was back-to-back goals for the Saints when Burns put that one through. That was for the first time tonight to get him back within 16. Rayner to stretch out that lead in the right forward pocket. He threads it. That is pure class from the top draft pick. Back out by 22. 8:56. St Kilda 5-4-34. 4 minutes to play before three-quarter time.
Yeah, that's a beautiful set shot by Cam Rayner.
Yeah, backed himself, didn't he?
Yeah.
Right.
It's still for me, Mick, and I'm probably being a little picky because he's game number 101 tonight. He still hasn't made that big leap to the next level.
I totally agree with you. I just look at his body shape. He really is a solid... Well, he doesn't leave... He's probably got wrong shorts on. I think he's using John Nichols shorts, but doesn't make him look slim. But
So
it just looks a bit heavy to me.
What are we saying about him after game 200? What do you reckon he becomes?
Well, if he's 200 is the same as 100, and that's what Ling is saying. He hasn't really improved over the last 20 or 30 matches.
22 points is Brisbane's lead, so that last goal, a timely one. Out of the middle, Dev Robinson grabs the footy, carries, kicks it deep. Fort's down there on the ground. He just slaps it away for Brisbane into the path of Stocker. Hand pass out to Wilkie. Half back for St Kilda. Floats a kick straight to Wilmot. And some territory battle being won here for Brisbane. Wilmot drives it deep back inside 50. Carries the pack. Well, Rayner can't quite pick it up. Fort has a go. Collects. He's tackled and a ball up top of the goal square for the Lions. Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
Yeah, Darcy Fort's touched it twice since he came into the game 30 seconds ago. Kay Loman is out.
And he's involved here at the top of the goal square in a ball up. It'll be a secondary ball up after it was held to Link McCarthy. So Marshall and Fort tangle and then a tackle is applied. McCluggage, Rayner it was rather. Rayner points at the umpire. He doesn't like that call.
He nearly paid it.
Up in the air, both right go without it. Wanganeen Miller just tosses it on the boot. It's spoilt down by Wilmot. Sliding in, Butler applies a tackle.
I'll tell you what, the blowtorch is going to go onto Rowan Marshall, 2 ruckmen, because they'll list interchange on him now. They'll wear him. He's already worn out.
Ball up right on the arc. Marshall gets to it. Straight down to Bailey. Off to McCluggage. He runs towards the boundary line, then centres it to the top of the goal square. Waiting for it is Berry. Fires out the handball. Robertson, his handball missed everything. It falls away of Crouch. He can barely believe it when he gets it. And up and unders. The mark paid by Windhager. Didn't go the required distance, says the umpire.
Yeah, it did. But they were confused again.
They did. They all threw their hands up, didn't they?
Yeah, they don't know whose decision that was to make, so they thought, oh, well, we'll just call the ball up.
Okay, players were confused as well. They do the ball up, and then it's Dunkley that's tackled by Sinclair to the turf.
Still haven't worked out this system.
Brisbane by 22. Centre half forward for the Lions. McInerney threw his hands back, no free. Hilders clears the dangerous area. Bangs a kick up to the wing. Tumbles close to the boundary line. Starcevic pushes it out in front. Tackled by Caminiti. No free kick.
What am I watching, Cole?
Ball goes out of bounds and a throw in.
Crap.
Yes, that, but also, can you tackle someone when they don't have the footy?
He didn't have it.
Justin Power, Matthew Nichols, Jamie Broadbent, Andre Gianfagna are the umpires tonight. A 22-point lead for Brisbane. Boundary throwing. McInerney wins it down. There's a free for a hold here, and it's Sinclair who's going to get it.
Yeah, it's a good decision. Didn't quite control it.
Sinclair just drives a long kick inside the forward 50 to the hot spot. Hands to it for King. No mark. Falls down to Leicester. Hurried kick out to half-back, and Windhager leaps up and marks over Cameron.
Yeah, he's generally not a long kick.
Josh Battle's there. I would have given it to him.
He's going to pass it short, trying to feed it to King. Kicks it over his head. Higgins grabs it, snaps it over his shoulder, but misses.
Oh, had a hand pass off there. 2 little forward pockets just biting at each other there. That hand pass should have gone... I'm assuming it was Butler was running the running pass. Yep. Should have gone straight to him, and he runs into an open goal. No. Let's get the glory winner over the shoulder.
Lions by 21, 28 minutes gone, third turn.
They've led for blokes like that.
most of the game, apart from when Higgins kicked the first goal of the night. Wilmot goes along, brings it round the dock side. Clever by Dunkley. Couldn't quite pick it up, though, Bailey. It was too hot, that underground handball. Now Butler's forced to tackle Neil. And he's tackled to the turf.
See, that's an important little thing. Right, so Neil doesn't fumble there. It creates a ball up, reset everything. If he fumbles, St Kilda had clear momentum straight through. They're running through 40, kicking a goal.
That's why he's a Brownlow medalist, Lingy. He's a clean player. And here they go, breaking away again. This is Charlie Cameron, hasn't had an impact tonight. Streaming down the dockside wing, looking for four. Joe Danaher comes in, helps out. Handball tried to go to himself. It dribbled over the boundary line. All the Saints fans are hanging over the fence. They've had an absolute stinker of a night. They're going, come on, surely that's deliberate. Umpire said, nope.
Well, there's been some odd ones tonight. As many of the ones that haven't been paid as the ones that are. 29 minutes into the third term, McInerney grabs it out of the ruck, drives his kick to the top of the goal square. Sinclair's back to save the day. He takes the intercept mark. Brisbane by 21. It feels like a whole lot more. Saints have been really competitive, probably won this third term. Short kick to Sharman, who's got it back pocket. So they're not out of it on the scoreboard, despite the fact it's been a pretty dirty night as Sharman goes long down the wing, gets its way through to Butler. Hand pass comes here to Higgins. Back to Butler. Links up by hand with Owens to Wanganeen Miller between wing and half forward. Kicks inside 50. Higgins marks. Plays on. Tight angle. Top of the goal square. Finds Hill. Takes the mark. Plays on. Goal. We got a game. And Brisbane's lead is cut to 15. Bradley Hill from the top of the goal square dribbles it through, and a great build-up and some team footy from St Kilda from the full-back line all the way to the goal square for a goal. Brisbane by 15, 8-8 to 6-5. 30 minutes gone, third term, Mick and Lingy.
Well, best bit of play, the Saints, because it was the run that got Brisbane then had to make decisions. If you can force decision making, and it gives you a split second more, and on a game like this, that split second you can take advantage of it, which the Saints did. I would have called it overhand pass, and the wrong bloke kicked it, but nonetheless, the fact that they got the football in there quickly put pressure on. This is where the last 40 seconds, there's one more scoring opportunity left in this quarter. As long as the Saints don't give the Brisbane, they're in the game.
And the Saints have got the momentum. They've kicked 3 of the last 4 goals. Can they breathe some serious life into this contest and produce another major before three-quarter time? Brisbane win it out of the centre. Quick hands off to McCluggage. He dashes away and then he delivers to Danaher.
And I was just about to say, Kel, but if Brisbane get it, look out.
Yep, and look out it was. They were a machine out of the centre then.
Is he going to kick it?
Well, he's got it directly in front and he's got it 50 out.
Yes.
Yeah. And Simon's going to go in at 14. Yeah, he's down to...
Will he run around? You
can only hope he does.
2 seconds, 1 second. Oh, there we go. He hasn't taken off yet. It's take off now. He can't run around. Joe Danaher from directly in front. He was always going to kick it. He gets his second, and it's back out by 21 points with a bit of breathing space at three-quarter time for the visitors. 9-8-62. St Kilda better in that term. 6-5-41. The margin is 21. Hipwood has 3. Danaher has 2. Singles to Rayner, Berry, Dunkley and Bailey. And for the Saints, it is Higgins, Butler, Wanganeen, Miller, Caminiti, Burns and Bradley Hill.
Brisbane by 21 points at three-quarter time. The thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse in just a moment on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and through the ABC Listen app. This is Grandstand AFL.
Protecting our planet.
Breaking down barriers.
Supporting new migrants and refugees.
Lending a helping hand.
These are some of the ways
we became Australians of the Year.
The Australian of the Year awards are nominated by you.
So come on, reflect, respect
and celebrate
Australians who are making a real difference.
Nominate them now at australianoftheyear.org.au.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Sire Wanganeen Miller It's the one goal for the year so far. Make it 2.
To Neil. Neil to Berry. Berry with the snap, 30 metres out directly in front, and he buries it. Pierces it to Hipwood. Danaher to Hipwood. That'll get the Lions fans up and cheering. Hipwood's been the go-to man tonight. He'll step inside 50. Slightest angle. He's on the right side for a left footer for his 3rd goal of the evening. He converts. So directly in front, Caminiti. They give them a pulse. Have they got anything in them? It's been a tough night for Caminiti. And he squeezes that home just. He's kicked to where there's 3 lines and one St Kilda player, and it's Higgins. And he bobs up, he's taken the mark, and he plays on, and that's a good mark by Burns.
It's got to be 50 metres, you can't.
Burns has been tackled by Berry to the ground right in front of the goal. A half and a quarter to wake up the Saints, but this will get them back to within 16 points. Burns delivers. Rayner to stretch out that lead in the right forward pocket. He threads it.
Hand pass comes here to Higgins. Back to Butler. Links up by hand with Owens to Wanganeen Miller. Between wing and half forward. Kicks inside 50. Higgins marks. Plays on. Tight angle. Top of the goal square. Finds Hill. Takes the mark. Plays on. Goal.
He can't run around. Joe Danaher from directly in front. He was always going to kick it.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
So for all that, and St Kilda getting within 15 points is as close as they go at Brisbane. Steady up right on the 3-quarter time siren. They lead by 21 points as we turn for home. Cal.
You sound excited, Corbin. Do you know
Yes.
what sums up what we've seen for the first 3 quarters? Mick Moldhouse sitting behind me, just over my shoulder, has just realised the commentary box next door is broadcasting the Women's Ashes. And I watched him for the last 3 minutes of that quarter. He was watching the Women's Ashes.
Oh.
So let's cross now to our ABC.
Only when it
Our
siren went,
ABC
Cal.
sports reporter for women's cricket, Mick Moldhouse. Mick, what's happening in the Women's Ashes?
Well, I can tell you that they're 8 for 407, the Aussies, and is it Sutherland?
Yes, Sutherland.
She has just knocked over her first ton.
In her 3rd test.
And her 3rd test, and a magnificent drive through mid-wicket, I'd say. Yes, that's where it comes from, if I could have got that right. And I think she's just about to get another one.
Pulled another 4, yes.
Yeah, another one. So she's on fire.
Yeah, I think you got a job, Mick.
There you go.
Hey?
If you want to listen along, the ABC Listen app, look out for the red cricket ball. You can click on that, hear every ball of the men's and women's Ashes. So Annabelle Sutherland, daughter of James Sutherland.
Yes.
Of course, former cricket boss, Geelong Cats board member. Be a very proud man, I'm sure.
Well, it's going to be difficult from here. What is it, 8 for 411, so you'd be suspecting, unless they go Bazball the Poms, they're in a bit of bother.
Amazing. Do you know, I actually had a cheeseburger with James Sutherland after a game in Geelong recently. So there you go. We stopped at the same roadhouse.
I bet you it was the Corio Roadhouse.
Yes.
Was it? Yes.
And I was there with Ben Cameron and Brendan Goddard. We all took the same car down, so we stopped, and in walked James Sutherland. So as you do, he went and grabbed a cheeseburger and sat down with us. Him and BJ talked a lot of golf. He works at Golf Australia now.
Yeah, of course.
He's told me I'm going over for the Women's Ashes. He'll be there at Trent Bridge watching his daughter get 100.
Well,
how good's that?
She's the 3rd woman to make a Test century from number 8.
Gee.
And at 148 balls faced, this is the fastest century in the format by an Australian woman. So, fantastic.
I love that you knew it was the Corio Roadhouse as well. It's a must stop.
That is a staple of that highway.
21 points, Brisbane's lead. The thoughts on the footy from Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Lee.
Mick, for all their good works in Kilda, they just didn't make the inroads.
No.
And you said it with, 29 seconds to go.
They can't afford it.
Just couldn't concede one. They did straight out of the middle. Joe Danaher mark, goal.
Yeah.
That stings.
Oh, and you've worked that hard, but it was so clear and precise, the kick, wasn't it? I just can't think of who was kicking the football, but the ball, when he had it in his hands and you looked up and you just saw paddock, an acre in front of Danaher, you knew he was just going to lead onto it. Now, the question was up in here, will he kick it? Well, we all thought in his form at the moment he probably could. The good thing about Brisbane here is that you've got players who are not getting in each other's road in that forward line. That's why they've been able to kick the goals they have.
For St Kilda now, It's got to be that run, that dare through the middle of the ground. I think the couple of goals they were able to generate in that third quarter, it came from a little bit of risk. And Wanganeen Miller, more often than not, was involved
fantastic.
in it.
And King's got to he's got to just play anywhere and everywhere in that forward line. Don't put the anchors out. Just get around the ground.
Brisbane by 21 points. Can the Saints ride a bit of momentum into this final term? They get the first centre break. Steele kicks it forward, but straight to Wilmot. Takes the intercept mark for Brisbane, centre half back.
That's 2 or 3 from centre bounces that the Lions have been able to recover.
Gee, Wilmot goes out wide, too wide, kicks it out on the full between Fletcher and Dunkley, and the Saints get it back.
He was the Rising Star nominee this week.
Forward of the broadcast wing, he looks inboard, finds Webster. A long left footer, drives it to the top of the goal square. Owens forced to punch it away. King's out after it, pressured by Payne. Still alive, Gresham paddles it to Crouch. His hand pass knocked down. In fact, knocked down in the tackle. Says holding the ball.
Wow.
Free kick for Dunkley next to the behind post. Last time these teams met, it was the Saints who led at three-quarter time. Brisbane kicked 4 goals to zip in the last quarter to come from behind and win it. So Saints trying to turn the tables here. They are down by 21 as we start this final term.
Dunkley possession number 17. Fort tries to claim the mark. It's off hands. Chance for Steele to get involved. Oh, that's a big leap by Owens. Inside 50 here for the Saints. They're fumbling and bumbling, going backwards. Gresham, Stalker, handballs backwards to the skipper and Steele. He sees Wanganeen Miller out wide, so that's where he kicks. But McCluggage gets there with the fend off. Danaher, McCluggage keeps running. He takes the handball, he kicks up towards Hipwood, who's in a battle with Battle. One-on-one Battle does well. Does he keep it in play? No, he doesn't. The umpire said it was over the boundary line on that City wing.
Interesting, that third quarter, Brisbane only had 67 possessions.
Yeah.
So if the Saints can keep them down to that possession rate and increase theirs, not only marginally, they'll stay in the game.
Brisbane by 16 at quarter time, 23 at the half, 21 at three-quarter time. Boundary throw in on the City side wing, and reading it off to Ruckman was Bailey, and he bombs long. Juggling the mark was Wilkie, going back with the flight. There was no one there, but he had to read it well. He was under the pump. He was in that defensive goal square. And now it comes the way of Wood, who's in a real tussle with the young gun Jasper Fletcher. And he rises and comes out with the footy. And then Fort gives it off to Ashcroft, who gives it to Rayner, who's steaming into goal. And he misses from about 20 metres out, missing to the near side. Hasn't had his kicking boots on tonight, Rayner, although he did thread a beauty in that third term. Brisbane by 22 points. It's hovered around that margin for most of the night.
How about that? As Kel mentioned, the 19-year-old Jasper Fletcher just wins the tug of war.
Got to love that from a young player, that sort of competitiveness. Not surprised, knowing who his father is.
Sharman marks at half-back, kicks down the wing. Dunkley outnumbered. Oh, there's a free kick here. That's a high tackle against Sinclair in the marking contest. So Sinclair takes it, heads down to half-forward. Owens marks. 60 metres from goal. Puts the Saints inside the forward 50. King the target. He collapses along with his direct opponent, Payne. Comes to Steele, trying to break through the tackle against his opposing captain, and Neil holds it in for Brisbane. Ball up top of the goal square for the Saints.
That free kick was a front-on tackle.
Right. Yeah, front-on marking contest.
Up it goes. Top of the goal square for St Kilda. McInerney wins it down to Neil. He's tackled, dispossessed. Gresham sharks it, snaps it, goals it. The Saints are still alive. 4 minutes into this final term. Brisbane's lead cut to 16. The all-important first goal of the final quarter goes to St Kilda. Brisbane 9-9-63. The Saints 7-5-47. Lions by 16.
St Kilda have got to believe in themselves here, Mick. They've got to believe that their faster ball movement is actually worrying the Brisbane Lions.
And it has.
Because the Lions aren't giving much in return. Their counter-punch isn't fast back the other way. If they do create a turnover, Brisbane have got into this trap of just super careful and steady with their ball. So St Kilda shouldn't be fearful of a turnover or two trying to get themselves back into it.
Totally agree, man. Totally agree. But more importantly, King hasn't been involved at all. If he can generate just a little bit of play on that forward line, he's going to terrorise him.
Back underway in the centre, it's Bailey with the handball to Neil. Beautiful sidestep, but his kick is smothered by Gresham. Sinclair picks it up, gives it off to Gresham, who's got some pep in his step. Coming in and getting involved is Windhager, but they've turned it over, trying to overpossess it. Neil now to Dunkley, still on the edge of the bullseye. Going to ground was McCluggage. This game stepped up suddenly. Bailey, his handball missed the target. Coming in as Lester, fires it out. Looking for McKenna. McKenna under the pump. Gives it to Dunkley. His kick just blazes away to centre half forward, but the Saints should be able to get it out of the off half back through Stocker. It goes over the head of his teammate in Wood. Loose ball at half forward. Filippo's got it, then gives it back. Was that a push in the back? Umpire doesn't blow the whistle, says play on. Filippo's involved again. Sliding isn't in and Owens. Owens then to Wood. Wood gives it to Hill. Hill's kick. He wasn't looking where he was going and he grubbers it and they've coughed it up, the Saints, just when they had a bit of momentum off to Wilmot, who's got it off half-back, has a bounce, has another bounce. He's going for three. He's too quick for the subbing Cooper Sherman and then he bombs to a 2-on-2 contest right on the arc. One of them is Fort. Fort's tackled. Umpire says ball up.
Did you see Max King standing by himself?
Max King was by himself 20 metres clear and 20 metres from goal, and the Saints couldn't get the ball to him. It was Hill who kicked the ball across the body and missed him.
Brisbane by 16, 6 gone, final turn. Wanganeen Miller coughs it up. Ashcroft's hand pass a turnover as well. Hill goes bursting through. Grabs the footy for the Saints, kicks to the wing. Owens clever, taps it back inboard to King. Kicks inside the forward arc. Higgins running downhill. Vacant goal square. Higgins trying to get there and beats him into the behind post. Thumps into it and a boundary throw in deep forward for St Kilda. There was a chase on Starcevic and Higgins back towards goal and too much bounce and roll on the footy.
Thought he was going to do what he did at the MCG that day when he flicked it around the post and then did that magical kick.
But I'd love to see King playing higher up the ground because higher up the ground he's got that much ability and the defenders don't play close to you.
16 points, Brisbane's lead. King shoves his direct opponent in the back, grabs the footy, kicks the goal. It's all legal. Says it'll stand. King with the goal, and all of a sudden Brisbane's lead is cut to 10. This game is well and truly alive.
I've got to see this again.
9-9 to 8-5, 7 gone, final turn. There's been a few that haven't been called tonight.
That's the biggest shove you'll ever see. But I want to see, but does he actually extend his arms out? Because
they appealed straight away for a touch as well, Mick. This could be looked at, as every goal is. Ball's back in the centre of the ground, but every goal gets looked at from the arc.
Yeah, every player appeals. Every Brisbane player.
McInerney said straight away he touched it.
Yeah,
you know what?
Little finger.
Finger is,
And he's not a fibber, the big O. So the ball had gone back to the centre circle. And now the umpire, the field umpire, has to run all the way back down to the goal square.
I think Maxi King's unlucky because the finger it flicked on Oscar McInerney's bent that sideways that it would have cleared a normal finger.
And his little finger is twice as long as everyone else's little finger, McInerney's.
Well, as you said before, you've got to believe they've got a real chance here. Brisbane, I would say almost that they're panicking.
Yeah, I agree. So Brisbane's only strength at the moment is their stoppages.
Yeah.
That's still an advantage. But outside of their stoppages, they are not moving the footy at all.
Can they win ugly here, the Saints? It's a very Ross Lyon style of footy, isn't it? Dogged, low scoring.
Marshall's going to be worn out here. He's battling both ruckmen. This is where they take advantage of the Lions.
So the ball's in the hands of the Lions. Darcy Fort's got it from half back. He kicks it to half forward, but it's spoilt over the line. Right in front of Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Kel, just keeping an eye on Jared Berry. He's had his thigh heavily strapped. He's got a corky. He's going at about 80% at the moment, so really struggling to get into a decent trot.
Margin is 15 points. Boundary throw in. The Saints win it here, although a wonderful tackle by Rayner into the back of Webster. Free kick, Jimmy Webster.
The go now. The Saints have got to keep pace on the game. Brisbane is struggling to keep up. Sinclair, Wanganeen Miller are those types of players. They want the ball in their hands.
He's got it at a half-back, Jimmy, and he goes to a one-on-one. Wasn't the best option in Kamaniti and also Harris Andrews. Andrews doesn't take the mark, but it gets to Rayner, who breaks one tackle, breaks two right in front of the interchange gates, drives along, and McCarthy takes the double grabber just inside the arc.
crowd can complain. It was definitely a mark.
Yep. I'm just thinking about how Marshall can marshal his energy. He doesn't have to do any ruck work in these front 50. Let King do that. Get involved in the game. Stay outside 50. He'll get through the game that way against two big ruckmen.
So Link McCarthy to the northern end to put it back to a 21-point margin, the Lions. They've led for all but the first 2 minutes of this game. But the Saints are coming with a rush in this last term. Directly in front, on 50. McCarthy hasn't got the distance. It does. It hits the post. It hits the post about 2 metres up. And it's a 17-point lead now for the Lions. In fact, it'll be 16. 9-10-64, St Kilda 7-6-48.
Stocker from the kick out, takes some ground, goes long to the wing. Starcevic takes the intercept mark for the Lions. He can put Brisbane back inside 50. He looks for Hepworth, who leaps up and he's got it. What a night he's having. Eric Hepworth with a goal in every quarter so far. And how big would one be here in the last?
They were just slow, the Saints defenders, once it had been the long kick out. Once they realised, it's going to be marked by a Brisbane player, they still hadn't reacted to re-engage the forwards and play as defenders.
No, you just always like your backline players to locate their player, and if there's a turnover, at least you're in the vicinity where you can defend the ball.
Eric Hepworth trots in, half forward, drop punt, wildly across the face. Sneaks it in for a behind.
Well, it's without saying the next one's got to be a goal by the Saints to stay in the game. Otherwise, we can run the clock down, I think, Corby.
Brisbane by 17, 12 gone, final turn.
There's still a lot on that clock, Mick. 12 minutes to go.
Give it back to Wanganeen Miller if you can.
Exactly.
He ran past.
Instead, it's with Crouch. Still locked in that defensive 50. Kicks up the wing looking for King, who was out of position.
Yeah.
He was held. Yep. He turned to the umpire, and the umpire agreed, tugging on his fluorescent orange, rather yellow shirt.
Yep. Come up the ground. It's the way to play it.
Here goes Wanganeen Miller, peeling off round behind him. He calls for it, and he gets it, and he kicks to half forward, and it's off hands over the boundary.
I know people hate when we use American football terms and stuff and the whole quarterback style thing, but you can call it a red shirt go, you can call it whatever you want. It feels like at every moment they can give the ball to Wanganeen Miller.
Yep.
They're letting him be the guy to use it.
Him or Sinclair. Just get the ball to the runner.
Boundary throw in, Marshall. Bursting through is Bailey. He controls it. He runs one way, then he's forced to stop, turn around and give it back to Coleman, who flares it wide. And marking on the wing is Jasper Fletcher in his second AFL game. In front of the interchange gate, short to Coleman.
Good player, Coleman. Really steady.
Dropped down to the bench as a sub, Mick, it was about a month ago. Oh no, it's 50 in front of the interchange gates. It was Howard. Was it cribbing over the line?
It was movement.
He did movement.
He ran off the mark. This is where the umpires have got to say, play on.
We've seen so many non-calls tonight, and then the ones that we have seen called have been sort of random.
So Coleman
just kills the game.
Coleman almost faked to go inboard, but took a step towards that inboard. And as soon as he moved,
he fell for
the
it.
natural reaction is Dougal Howard on the mark. Of course he's going to move.
And so it's dragged Howard on the mark, 30 metres out on a slightish angle. Coleman on his left. It's a cheapie. It's a gimme. Oh, and that hurts the Saints. That really hurts. Brisbane 10-11-71. St Kilda 7-6-48. It's a margin now of 23 points. That's what it was at halftime, the lead. And the crowd's just been posted. Disappointing, I have to say. The Saints were hoping for a 3 in front of it. 28,985. Those that didn't come might not be too disappointed. It has been hard to watch at times.
Well, it's picked up in the last half because the Saints have been able to square it off as far as the contested football goes and the entrances inside 50. Just that they're not as good.
I still think they got a surge in them, the Saints, to come. Because that's a gimme goal from a Tiggy Touchwood 50-metre penalty.
Yes.
I think until that moment, the Saints are a bit all over them and running well.
The Saints need to kick 4 goals to win it. Fort favoured by the bounce, palms it down, but straight to Jack Steele of the Saints. Hand pass to Crouch. High kick to centre half forward. Caminiti running after it. Andrew Spoils straight down to Hill. Tumbles a kick to the top of the goal square. Whacked away by Starcevic. Owens touched it on the way through. Caminiti trying to handle it. Threw it out in the end to Higgins. Higgins over his shoulder. Shoots goalward. Wrong side of the post. Behind.
Yeah, that surge is coming, as you say.
Yeah.
It's just they've got to finish those. You know, that's a goal gone begging.
You're
really.
right. When you've only got 7 goals to your name on the board, you've got to make every little opportunity a winner and just kick those little half chances. But see, they should be squeezing right up on them now. Don't let Brisbane control the ball. That's better. Come up. Create the turnover.
And it's better because they have created the turnover from the kick, and it's Still that gets the long bomb back inside 50, rising high. Couldn't quite grab it in the end, Caminiti.
Yeah, that's what they got to up on them.
Yeah.
And then they'll create those chances. They are running all over them at the moment.
Lions by 22. Up it goes. McInerney grabs it out of the ruck, bangs it out of the defensive arc. Danaher the target, pitches, runs out of bounds. Ump says, chuck it in.
Yeah, and their clearance, I'm a great believer in when you clear the ball out of that back 50, make it 2 kicks to get back in there. And that's exactly what Brisbane are able to do.
Goal each in the quarter. Saints feel like they've had the momentum, as Lingy said, at times around the ground. Haven't been able to translate that into getting too close on the scoreboard. Sinclair trickles a kick straight to Berry. Bangs it forward for Brisbane. Hipwood standing in front of Wilkie. Wilkie's going to get a free. Trying to hold him out. It was too high, Hipwood. So Wilkie gets it. The defender for St Kilda turns it over. Straight to Coleman. Takes the intercept mark for Brisbane. Logo City wing. He's going to go short. And finds Lockie Neal against the boundary line, City side of the ground. Brisbane by 22, 16 goal on final term.
I think St Kilda are still confused. They think that we've got to give Brad Hill the ball. He's the ball user. The person they've got to give it to is Sinclair and Wanganeen Miller. If you're going to go out of your way to just get a player the footy, they're the two.
Wedges as the kick does... that's still too easy. Hipwood's taken a mark. So Lockie Neal wedged the kick over the top to Jared Berry. Dabbed it inside 50, and Hipwood ran out, and those big hands right in front of his eyes, and it stuck like glue. And he's lining up for his 4th.
Yeah, this is the difference. Hipwood, Danaher marking the forward line. Max King, they're all over him because its ball is put on his head. You've got to be able to run onto the ball to take marks against good defenders.
So his PB this season has been 4. He's lining up here, steps over 50. On the long runway, he's got 4 and equals his best for the season. Coming back from a serious knee injury, Hipwood's in a rich vein of form tonight. And that'll make it tough for these sluggish Sainters who had a slow start before starting to fire. But it might be too little too late for St Kilda. Brisbane by 28 points, 11-11-77. St Kilda 7-7-49.
And just watching that replay, Nick, we spoke about Darcy Fort being the sub, and I thought perhaps with not as much flexibility, strange choice, but just behind Hipwood taking that mark, he's locking down Dougal Howard, who can't get to it. Howard's the one who would come over the top and spoil that one from Hipwood. So it's been a good move, the Darcy Fort move.
And also the fact that Marshall then, he has to stay on the ground.
Yeah, double up against the two of them.
1 in each quarter for Hipwood, 4 for the night. 28-point lead for Brisbane. We'll have another ball up in the middle as Gresham's held up. Off contract, still no word as to whether he's going to recommit to the Saints or not as it continues to play out in the back end of the year. Gresham trying to wrestle it free from McCluggage, taken to the ground hard. A tackle there from Dunkley. Ump says, I'll have it. Up it goes for a 3rd time, still in the middle of the ground. Whacked down by McInerney. Here's Jasper Fletcher, kicks a high up and under. All the way out to that City wing. Battle trying to edge Hipwood underneath the footy. Battle grabs it. Hipwood's got him and a ball up between wing and half forward for Brisbane. I think it's fair to say Jasper Fletcher is the first Jasper to play in the competition. Jaspa.
I was going to say Jasper Pittard, but he was ER, wasn't he?
Yep, not with... you're right, actually. Yeah, no, I'd forgotten about Jasper Pittard, but...
The coach, Fletch. Ripping player,
sorry, Charles.
That's a very good pick up. But, you're right, different spelling. Who'd have thought? 2 Jaspers, different spelling. His steal off the back flank, kicks down the wing. Good mark taken by Caminiti. Hand pass goes away to Crouch of the Saints. Kicks inside the forward arc for the Saints, but it's Payne who takes the mark, running back with the flight. 28-point lead for Brisbane.
Don't have a lot of depth in their kicks, do they, the Saints in the middle? Crouch is just a pea shooter. He doesn't kick the ball too far.
Lions by 28 points. 7 and a bit minutes to play. This has been picked off by Caminiti. And then he drives it long. There's no one to go to. The spoil from Wilmot behind. Spills the way of Sinclair. Hits it at speed and then throws it on the boot. And playing in front was Owens. And he's marked directly in front, 25 metres out.
Something about those big spoils by Brisbane. They really kill the ball. Just at this time, it ended up with Sinclair, who's smart enough to get that ball in quickly.
So Mitch Owens, he's kicked 18-14 from his 12 games so far this year. Directly in front to bring it back to 22 points. And he converts. No, he doesn't. He hits the post.
Slammed it into the woodwork.
He certainly did. And that would just about be good night, you'd have to think, for the Sainters. Margin 27, Brisbane lead.
We still say woodwork. Are they still made out of wood?
Oh, yeah.
Just out of interest.
McKenna to McCluggage. Hands it back to McKenna. Kicks long to Rayner. She almost hit the roof as he leaps up on Howard's shoulder. Didn't quite control it on the way down, said the umpire. And we'll have a ball up. Now there's about 3 of them trying to untangle themselves from one another.
That was a mark, wasn't it?
She had a lot of... We've seen lesser grabs paid.
Just tucked it under his body at the last second.
Free kick here for a hold. This is still a number of bodies trying to work themselves out, and it's going to be Dunkley with the free for a hold against Steele. Dunkley, the number 5 for Brisbane, can kick inside 50. McInerney up strong. Can't take it on the way down. Spills to Stocker. Back pocket for St Kilda. Dangerous kick. Berry intercepts. Strong mark. Trying to kick across the goal face, and Berry leaps up, takes it between 2 Sainers. 25 out. Right forward pocket.
Outstanding mark. He's hurt himself here, I think, from it. What?
Heavy landing.
Is it a shoulder, perhaps?
Yeah, I think it
landed on his left shoulder. It was a brilliant mark. Going back.
He's got the left shoulder taped too.
Yeah, but when you've got a shot at goal, you always just find that little bit extra to get up.
I think the way his sort of elbow hit the ground as to how much sort of force that put through that left shoulder.
I wonder whether he actually also, the boot of Jimmy Webster got him in the ribs.
You can always find enough to have the shot and then come to the bench to get checked out.
Do you know how many goals you kicked, Langy, for your career? Come on, you.
130 odd.
Odd.
He's only got the one shoulder strap. Berry jumps to his feet, shoots goalward, but misses near side.
I actually don't know, Mick. I'm going to quickly Google that, though.
Brisbane by 28.
Is it the first time you've Googled yourself, Cameron Lee?
That is, yeah. Oh, it's a nice photo.
See what it says about you. every wickets and runs of you, mate.
So the Saints through Stocker. He goes straight down the corridor. Sinclair got there, can't control it. It's picked up by Andrews, bombs it inside 50. McCarthy caught behind on Stocker, forced to spoil. Ball hits the deck. Fort as well. Keeps it alive, although it's stolen by Webster now. Wheels around onto that left in a one-on-one. It's Owens v Harris Andrews, and Owens falls over the boundary.
I'd say almost 140.
So 139, was it?
Correct.
You've been
139.73 behind, so pretty good conversion rate.
That's all right. That's
kicking
solid.
2 to everyone.
If you've just joined us, there's less than 5 minutes to go in the contest. We're talking about how many goals Cameron Ling kicked, which sums up the fact that it has been painstaking to watch at times, this one. Brisbane lead it by 28 points. Brisbane rushing towards goal. They've got the momentum, although Jasper has coughed it up. The second game up. Charlie Cameron yet to kick a goal tonight. It's been all Eric Hipwood with his 4. Saints work it towards the bench on the dock wing before it rolls over the boundary line for a boundary throw-in.
Do you know how many goals you kicked, Nick?
Yes, I know every one of them. If there wasn't 139, I'll give you the tip.
How many? 1.
No, I kicked 13 or 14.
15?
Oh, 15.
You've undersold it.
Is that 15 goals 18 there, Corbs?
Yeah,
Could be.
15, 18.
Is that what's the 4 extras? Not 4 out and a 4, is it?
4 hit outs.
Oh, there you go.
Now we're talking about Mick Moldhouse's career stats of hit-outs. Brisbane by 28 points. Here goes Bradley Hill inside 50. He's looking for Owens, but Andrews been one of the best players out there for Brisbane tonight. He's been brilliant, the former All-Australian defender, who's probably back in All-Australian form, you'd have to say.
Is that 9 intercept marks, I think?
Yeah, he has been fantastic all night.
Jasper Fletcher, son of Adrian, goes long up to the wing. Fort knocks it down to Danaher. He's tackled, dispossessed, close to the boundary line. Robertson takes the St Kilda player front on. It's Wilkie. Free kick for the Saints. Adrian Fletcher, of course, played for 4 clubs or 5 clubs, depending on how you want to count them, whether you're counting the Brisbane Bears and Brisbane Lions separately. Also with Geelong, St Kilda and Fremantle for a long run, of course. Captain the team. Long kick inside the forward 50 for the Saints. Comes down towards McKenna, though, the lines, trying to shield it away from Owens. Owens does well to get it out. Butler knocked it away to King. Hand pass top of the goal square. Sinclair jams it on the boot. Jams it through for a goal. Jack Sinclair with one late for the Saints. Brisbane by 22 as we tick past the 26th minute in this final term. 11-12-78. St Kilda moved to 8-8-56.
Well, he's a quality player. We've stated the obvious when you're an All-Australian, but we've been calling for it all night, haven't we, Mick, that his influence on the game can be higher when he can get that ball running through the middle of the ground. It's Wanganeen Miller who they want the ball in his hands as well, running through the middle of the ground. Jade Gresham's probably the other one I would have thought can really break open the game and be dynamic. He's not having his best year this year, but
doesn't seem to be used as often around the ball, didn't he?
Yeah, which surprises me because they've got, a Brad Crouch or a Jack Steele who's hard and can win the ball in a bit of a contest. But really it's those types of players you want, being able to get the ball to the outside and breaking it open. And Sinclair's a star. He just plays so well.
They played Brisbane again, the Saints, towards the end of the season. So it's what they learned from today, I suppose, might assist or not.
It's a bit of a training drill out there for the Saints now as Ashcroft marks right in front of the Saints bench. Hasn't got much to go to, so he retreats to McKenna, who kicks it to Wilmot. He's got it on the edge of the centre square.
Good thinker this side. Good thinker.
To Dunkley.
Just controlled the footy for most of the night. That's mark number 117 for the Lions compared to the Saints 87.
To Neil, to Dunkley. They're just sharing it around, getting some more disposals, and the target was Danaher, but he was outmarked by Howard. Off to Hill. To Sinclair, the standing start. So he puts forced to handball straight back to Hill. Coughs it up. Chance for Brisbane here, although Dunkley's kick flares wide and out of bounds on the full.
How far are we going to go, Lingy? Brisbane, really?
I haven't been impressed with them tonight, but no, I still rate them pretty highly. I still think they're in that group that can win it at their best. They, have got to win at the MCG and better tonight, but I also think the way St Kilda plays probably played into a bit of tonight as well.
And they've got, and you're right, the MCG late September, but you've got to make it, and if they can finish top 4.
From the ball up on the wing, McInerney down to Neil, threads a hand pass through to Bailey and he's out. Handball forward to Ashcroft, arches the back, shakes Hill. Handball to Danaher's kick smothered. Howard does well with a 1%er. Danaher goes back, collects. His leg almost caught underneath him in the tackle and a ball up. Front edge of the centre square for Brisbane.
Greg Krause was fantastic then. That tackle, he looked late in the game and he had to make it so that Danaher couldn't get rid of the football. Well done.
Lions only 99 handballs so far tonight from the ball up. McInerney wins it down. Dunkley's tackled.
I reckon that, Corbs, is Chris Fagan saying St Kilda wants you to handball so they can bring that heat at you and cause a turnover and try and score off the back of turnovers. I thought, take that out of the game and we'll just beat them in a more methodical manner.
Neil gives it to Cameron. He's tackled, spun around, caught holding the ball. So quiet night for Charlie Cameron. Brisbane should be winning anyway. As Marshall sets Hill free. Pushes off a would-be tackler, kicks to centre half forward, Jasper Fletcher.
Well,
the second gamer drops back into the hole at centre half back. The teenager takes a huge intercept mark.
That's a great mark.
He goes back to Rayner, who marks in the back pocket, and he chips it to Jack Payne, who has the footy. Defensive goal square for Brisbane.
Charlie Cameron, is it? No,
Yeah,
man.
he's had a fair few medical staff around him, but he's up walking now.
He's hasn't touched the footy.
No.
That's one of the reasons why the trainers are out there.
Goalless 2 weeks in a row.
Yep. And otherwise goalless in round 9 and goalless in round 1. So he has had a quiet fortnight, Charlie Cameron. Danaher skittles him. Can't control it. Howard, his direct opponent, takes off after it. Got the defensive side of the broadcast wing. Wheels around into the corridor and looks. Kicks straight to the opposition. Leicester. Bailey. Seconds ticking down. Oh, here's Charlie Cameron. 3, 2, 1, goal. Cameron goals. He says to the ABC commentators, you said goalless 2 weeks in a row and you're wrong. He snuck one in with half a second to spare. And Brisbane will prevail by 28 points. They're winning ugly, but they celebrate Coach Chris Fagan's birthday with a win.
We are the pride of Brisbane town, we wear the roll, blue and gold. We will always fight for victory, like Fitzroy and there's our goal. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions, we'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar.
12-12-84 to St Kilda, 8-8-56. And really, the man of the night, Eric Hipwood, with his 4 goals. He was born in St Kilda. His mum was a mad St Kilda fan. Yep. His mum and dad got married in the stands at St Kilda. And he said, well, I'm going to kick 4 against you tonight. So it was Hipwood with 4 and then all individuals, and it was a tough night for the Saints.
Big win for Brisbane. They cash in after Melbourne had a slip-up last night, so they leapfrog the D's. They're now outright third on the premiership table as we all start to get back to an even number of games at the end of round 15 with everyone to have played 14 each. Brisbane by 28 points. They snatched the lead early in the opening quarter. St Kilda kicked the first goal, and that was the last time that they led, the only time that they led tonight. Brisbane home by 28. The initial thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse on Grandstand AFL.
Ugly game, certainly, but Brisbane found a way to win ugly, which is fine. You've got to win all different ways. The opposition will throw different things at you. We know St Kilda are going to play a style where they do get numbers back a little bit, where they protect a bit, where defence is their main thing right now because they're struggling to get any attack going. A lot of the attack they're looking for is off the back of good defence. And Brisbane tried a few things differently, I thought, Mick. They, as we spoke about throughout the game, they decided to kick and mark and really low handball numbers. It's not, I don't think, how they naturally want to play. They thought, let's keep the ball out of chaotic situations to keep the ball out of St Kilda's strength.
Yep.
And again, nothing perfect. They only kicked 12 goals for the game, but they keep St Kilda to 8. They win the game and they solidify their spot inside that top 4. So it's a different way for Chris Fagan's players to win a game of footy, which, as I said, is important for them.
Well, after quarter time, it was 7-8 to 9-8. And that's why I said the Saints, to me, the Saints were in the game when they could get the ball moving quickly into their forward line. But it's quite remarkable. Kel, you mightn't have realised what you said, but you said Hipwood 4 and everyone else 1. That's 15 players kicked 1 goal. And that was probably the reason why, in the end, the Saints could not find someone who was going to take over the game in the forward line. We know that who we got there. We've got Butler's a forward pocket, kicks one. King thought he kicked one. It was touched one.
Gresham, I suppose, is in forward pocket, but a bit of a midfielder as well.
Yeah.
Kicks one.
Camariri kicks one. Sinclair on ball probably kicked that one. Trying to think of Burns probably half forward at the time, or maybe on the wing, kicks one. Hill certainly Hill was probably on the forward line at the time when he kicked one, but no one challenged. Like Andrews just dominated, and if he wasn't, Payne was his sidekick. He was the one that probably get away at this stage by saying, "Oh, did he play?" No, he did everything.
Yeah.
That was all the things that Andrews was able to take the marks and look fantastic, but he was the one underneath was able to punch the ball clear, made sure that King and anyone else that represented a lead, they were taken out of the game. So I thought it was a very complete game by the backline players. Coleman, to me, is an underrated player. He played I know he kicked the goal, it was a 50-metre penalty, but he's a beautiful user of the ball, got great courage, got a bit of speed. I thought their backline played very, very well. Their midfield, Lockie Neal. Their forward line, was dominated by one player, but they all looked dangerous.
Yeah, and that midfield, it capitalised on the amount of stoppages. There was a lot of stoppages, and they were strong in that.
Two ruckman.
Yeah, McInerney and then Darcy Fort coming on as the sub, but even when he wasn't subbed on, Joe Danaher would push up and play against Mitch Owens. They were able to capitalise on that. Lockie Neal had 10 clearances. Again, outstanding. It brings others into the game. Josh Dunkley, 26 touches, kicks a goal as well. And also Hugh McCluggage had 5 clearances. Oscar McInerney had 6 clearances himself.
Oh, he was fantastic, McInerney.
And early on, when he sensed he either had Marshall or they rested Marshall because he exhausted him, and Owens came on, he thought, okay, for the next 3 or 4 minutes, I'm just going to take over the game for a little bit.
Yeah, and he did.
He did it really well. It was a good, even performance by Brisbane. They get the win. As I said, they get an ugly win. But, I mean, I don't watch this game and go, okay, there's your blueprint for the Brisbane Lions winning the premiership.
But they need the 4 points.
Yep, just
get 4
got
points to get the top. It's almost like a gentleman's agreement that your two major ruckmen go off together. Like I watch it so many games that go, oh yeah, look, he's off, I'll go off. You got to use your noggin. You got to say, you know what, I can stay here now for 4 or 5 minutes. I'm going to be the second ruckman. How many sides have got a second ruckman? Yeah, Melbourne have, and it's not working. Yep. It's not working. So let's take the second ruckman. Let's take him to the cleaners for the next 5 minutes. Yeah, it might expose me against their main ruckman, but I'm going to do your damage when you can.
It's funny, they worry about maybe getting a bit tired later on, but you're right. If you get that extra, even 3 minutes, it could be 2 ball-ups against a makeshift
2
ruckman.
goals.
Well, McInerney in that first 5 minutes. So St Kilda kicked the first goal. Rowan goes off the ground. McInerney dominated the next 4 minutes.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Brisbane ended up kicking 3 goals in a row, and able to really get a fair bit of momentum off the back of it.
Gentleman's agreement is not worth. You're just fitting. You've really got to look at him and just bait him to go off and stay on.
Brisbane by 28. They're into outright third on the premiership table. Tim Hodges is in the winners' rooms. Hodgie.
Corbin, a hugely significant win in the context of the Lions season. A stack of family, stack of friends in the rooms. And I think they'll have a lot of fun singing the song for the 9th time this season. Lockie Neal, the last into the group, and they want Fags in on his birthday. 62 today, Chris Fagan, and he joins the song.
We are the pride of Brisbane, town where we grow up. Look up, hey, we will always fight for victory. But Detroit and there's a home for one rock roll. The Lions to go. The Lions, Brisbane Lions, will kick the winning score. To him on roll.
Happy bunch down in the Lions rooms, and we'll have the co-captain Lockie Neal, the Brownlow medalist, very shortly for you guys.
Beautiful. Thanks, Hodgie. Looking forward to speaking to Lockie in a few moments' time. The 30-year-old from the Brisbane Lions, of course, Brownlow medalist. The Lions home by 28. So they leapfrog Melbourne into third spot. Also for St Kilda, they've finally broken that spin cycle of win-loss, win-loss. Unfortunately for them, it's comes in back-to-back losses. It's the first time all year that they've strung consecutive defeats together after going down to Richmond last Saturday night. So they're 8-6 after being 8-4.
And their draw is quite tough. Let me just say, I went through it just before.
So
I know they played Brisbane again.
Yep. So they got West Coast, Melbourne, Gold Coast, North. So sort of up and down in the next month.
So they technically should beat West Coast. It's away.
Yep.
West Coast will get a few players back, but they should beat them. Melbourne, well, that's who knows, because Melbourne, it depends what Melbourne side turns up. Gold Coast at Gold Coast. North Melbourne, well, they're on the improve. At some stage, they're going to break the duck of 11 in a row. Hawthorn, well, I think you've said it. They've knocked over some really good sides.
Well, Hawthorn beat them.
Yep.
In round 11.
Then you've got Carlton. Well, you never know what's
If they're
going to happen.
serious, though, they beat West Coast, they beat Hawthorn, they beat North Melbourne, and they beat the Gold Coast Suns. But I'm not saying they will for any stretch because I don't rate
Gold
them.
Coast. Gold Coast, to me, Gold Coast, well, they had a bad one last week, but I will say they had a bad one last week because they stayed 2 weeks in
Darwin.
And that just takes it out of you.
I agree they won't win all those, but really, if they're serious and they're going to play finals, they just should.
You see the last two games?
Geelong and the Lions.
Yeah. So it's interesting. You look at that list and you go, oh, they only play 2 teams in the top 8, but the teams outside the 8 they play are coming for their spot in Richmond and Geelong.
100 miles an hour.
They're the teams that are trying to get them out of their mix. So it's a good call out. St Kilda's run home on the back of a 2-game losing skid. Some reaction from the Brisbane Rooms in just a moment. A 28-point win, the Lions over the Saints. Lunch in the cricket, day 2. Lunchtime score, Women's Ashes Test at Trent Bridge, 8 for 439. 100 to Annabelle Sutherland has been the story of the day, coming in at number 8. So after Elise Perry made 99 yesterday, 100 for Annabelle Sutherland. Brisbane by 28 points here. Back to the winners' rooms. Tim Hodges.
Corbin, Lockie Neal has been good enough to come over and speak to us. Lockie, can we start with the coach first? His 150th game, his birthday today. It was a nice moment. He took a bit of convincing to drag him into the song, but you got him there.
Yeah, it usually doesn't take him too much to get involved, so he resisted it a little bit. But it's been a big few months for him, so it's good to celebrate and good to get a win for his birthday as well.
It felt like just an important win to come down. A good team would come to Melbourne and get the job done on the big stage of Friday night footy. So is it just, tick the box, 4 points and go back home?
Yeah, a little bit. We still want to celebrate wins. They're hard to come by in the AFL, so we want to enjoy it and embrace the moment as well, but we'll move on pretty quickly. We've got a short turnaround to Richmond next week on Thursday night, which we really look forward to back at the Gabba, but we were pretty disappointed with our performance against Hawthorn last time we were here, so it was important that we came here and delivered on what we know we can, and we were able to do that across 4 quarters tonight. I thought we were pretty good.
You've played a lot of footy, a lot of good footy. Were you aware during that game that it wasn't the prettiest game of footy we've ever seen?
Yeah, absolutely. I think even at half-time, 30-odd to 15 or something. So we sort of knew it was going to be a grind. St Kilda like to get numbers back and really stop the opposition from scoring and then work their way pretty slowly from the back half with uncontested marks. And then once they get over halfway, then they sort of go a bit. So I thought that they tried to do that, but our defence, led by Harris, was unbelievable tonight and stopped them from scoring, but we probably couldn't put the score on the board our end as well, but I thought we fought through that and we got looks. We missed a few opportunities again, but overall I thought we finished some set shots and some on the run ones that we've been missing over the last couple of weeks, so it was good to finish off a little bit there in the last quarter.
It's awesome to have Lockie with the cans on. I'll send the co-captain upstairs to you. You've got Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Lockie, well done on the game. Terrific win by your team, as you've been talking about. Really low handball numbers for you guys and pretty high mark numbers. Was that just a case of what St Kilda offered you, or was that the specific plan coming into tonight's game?
We're not a very high possession team anyway. We like to get the ball moving forward and give our forwards an opportunity one-on-one rather than slow ball movement and over handball and make it predictable for our forwards. So generally we don't handball too much, but we knew that St Kilda would get numbers back, so it probably gave us uncontested mark opportunities in the back half. I think they're averaging a lot of uncontested marks against this year from the back half, and then not many in the forward half. So we probably overused it a little bit in the back half in the first half, but then we started to go forward a little bit more. We spoke about it at half-time, just trying to get it in a little bit quicker to our forwards. But generally we don't over handball. We find that doesn't work too well for us.
You guys, obviously, pretty good clearance team anyway, at the best of times, led by yourself again, 10 clearances tonight. But did you sense tonight you had a particular advantage in that part of the game, that where if you were trapped a little bit, they'd got their numbers back, long down the line, almost get a boundary throw and get a ball up was a good result because you guys go to work so well in those clearances?
Yeah, we spoke about that pre-game, that we know that we're a strong clearance team, and that's another opportunity to get one-on-ones generally in front of the ball. So if we can win them and go inside 50, it's generally one-on-ones unless they're playing a +1, which at times we man up anyway. So it's still equal numbers from stoppage. So I think the first half we had 17 between the arc stoppages, which is really low for us. So we wanted to get that number up a little bit, and I thought we were able to do that in the second half. I don't know the numbers yet, but it felt like more of a stoppage game in the second half, which was good for us.
Yeah, Lockie, congratulations, mate. It's another terrific game by yourself. Just on the thinking about, if you can just give us a bit of an idea, on the two ruckmen, you seem to... We were sort of up here thinking, why is Darcy Fort the emergency, or what do you call him, the sub?
Yeah.
And yet it worked beautifully because Rowan Marshall just couldn't go with both ruckmen. Was that the thought behind having him as that position?
I think the thought originally was we generally play with three talls. Jack Gunston is out of the side at the moment. And we played 40 last week, and I think they just wanted to try the two tall setup in the front half and see how that looked with more smalls around those two, and having 40 there if it wasn't working, because it's usually a...
birthday cake is just being presented to Chris Fagan here in the rooms.
But I think that was the main thing was, just testing that 4 small around the two talls.
Sure.
You're not going to sing, Lockie. You can sing on national radio if you'd like.
You don't want to hear my voice. I might break people's radio.
We thought it worked beautifully. But just on two of the young fellas, Ashcroft and Fletcher, what do they bring to the side? I mean, from up here it just looks excitement, but what do they do out there for you?
Yeah, I think having Jasper come in the last couple of weeks has given us a real boost in energy, seeing him do his thing on the big stage, and he's performed unbelievably for a second gamer. He's going to be a star for our club for a long time, hopefully, and he brings a lot of pace, a lot of run. He's really composed for a second gamer. I think he's had some really big one-on-ones in the last couple of weeks on that wing. It can be a pretty lonely place out there, and coming up against some good players on the wing, he's done his job there in one-on-one contest. Ashy's come in and performed so well as a first-year player. You sort of forget that he's still in his first year and doing the things that he's doing in the contest. He's always got his head over the footy. He's usually pretty clean, or he's always pretty clean, and makes good decisions, and just knows how to find the footy. So he's added a lot to our group as well, and they'll only improve. We can't wait to see what they can do over the next few years.
Sure.
It's going to be exciting.
Sure. And just one final one, and it's a little bit of a strange one, but this ground compared to the MCG, you tend to play this one so well that the MCG tends to, I don't know, stretch you out, or you lose yourself out in the wings. Is it that much of a difference, or is it? I don't know. I'm trying to work it out myself why you play this ground so well compared to the other one.
Yeah, I think we spoke about it a little bit after that Hawthorn game, and we didn't get our defensive bubble, if you want to call it that, tight enough against them, and we were really spread out and isolated in defence, and it didn't work for us when we turned the ball over at times as well. So that's a good learning for us to try and tighten that defensive bubble next time we play there. But we probably play at this ground more often as well, so we're probably a little bit more used to it. We've only played at the G once this year. I think we're back there in 3 weeks or something against Melbourne.
So, yeah, you are. Yeah, that's why I asked the question.
Yeah, can't wait for that, to see if we can right that wrong from a couple of weeks ago at that ground. We know that if you want to win the whole thing, you got to win there. So I'm looking forward for an opportunity to get back there and hopefully perform a lot better than what we did.
And Lockie, you speak about the young guys that have come in, Fletcher, Lohman and Ashcroft, and you've got the old boys out at the moment in Rich, Gunston and Zorko. 8-9 games to go. Are you confident that they'll be able to find a spot and get back in this team before finals?
Yeah, I think so. They're really important people for our team, and I think they're best 22. But at the moment, it's going to be hard. I feel like those guys that have come in have performed really well. I think Zorks should be right to go next week, so he'll probably come in. But don't hold me on that. I could be wrong, but I think he'll look to play next week. And the other two are going to keep training. I think they're going to they won't play for a couple of weeks yet. whether that's back through the VFL or into the ones, but they're doing a bit of a training block. They've had a couple of niggles and felt like their form just isn't up to scratch. So, they'll spend another couple of weeks getting some mini pre-season work, I suppose, into their bodies.
And what I've been desperately wanting to ask you, what sort of feedback are you getting on the arm tats, the new tattoos?
Mixed reviews, yeah. But
What are they?
Right.
Can you share us what the meaning is and what they are?
Yeah, they're a couple of swallows. So I've wanted to get them. I wasn't sure where I'd get them on my body, so I've wanted to get them for a while. It's just signifies home for me, whether that's my wife and daughter or my family back home in SA. Sailors used to get them when they were going out to sea to let their family know they were coming back home. So that's sort of where the idea came from.
Love it.
I like it, absolutely. Lockie, appreciate your time.
Hey, Corbin, can I just ask one last one? So you play Thursday night at the Gabba, then from next weekend you have to share the venue with the Women's World Cup coming in, that you cop the Broncos and the Dolphins coming to play their games at the Gabba. Do you worry, we were just talking about it before, that it might, I mean, the Gabba's always pristine, that a couple of games of rugby league will I don't know, do some damage to it? That's normally such a great deck for you.
Yeah, it is. So we'll be backing in the greenskeeper. What do you call them? Groundskeepers. Curators at the Gabba to get it right for us. But I'm actually excited to see a bit of rugby at the Gabba. That'll be a good spectacle. I've never watched a game of rugby until the last sort of 12 months, and I've learned to enjoy that game a little bit more. So, hopefully they don't rip it up too much, though. I've got no idea what it's going to look like, but hopefully it's in good nick still.
Call it league, Lockie. You got to call it rugby league.
Sorry,
remember? Come on, you're a Queenslander now. You got to get these things right.
I know. I do get corrected on that all the time. So thanks for that.
You gonna have a piece of cake?
Nah, I don't feel like cake right now.
I reckon Fags enjoyed the cake as much as Mick Malthouse upstairs might have enjoyed the cake back in the day.
Fags he'll probably polish half that off. He's a bit of a sweet tooth, so keep an eye on him.
Well done, Lockie. Appreciate your time, as always.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Lockie Neal with Tim Hodges. Great to hear from one of the best players in the game, the captain of the Brisbane Lions. Second oldest player on the ground tonight at just 30 years of age, a 28-point win for Brisbane in the end. 12-12 over St Kilda, 8-8.
He really is, I spoke about this throughout the game, a study in stoppage and on-ball craft. He's just elite in that. In that, let's call it a 5-metre or 8-metre radius of stoppages. It's superb to watch. For somebody who loves the real detailed part of that particular area of the ground, his movement and everybody's aware that he's often the go-to, the primary hit-to player, or he's dangerous there. So opposition's all over it. They know it. Even if he does not get a hard tag, they've still got awareness, and he still finds it. And he still finds it with enough space to either break away or to effectively bring a teammate into the game. Josh Dunkley has been such a great recruit for him.
Totally agree.
But he still is so crucial to the way that they play and kickstarts so much of what they do.
Yeah, I reckon when Neil goes through and may miss it, I reckon that's where Dunkley is able to then defend the ball better. So you've got a little. So instead of being totally reliant, now it can swing around a little bit, that's another. And I reckon those two kids I mentioned to him, they have brought some excitement, but they've also brought speed.
It's quite incredible, Will Ashcroft. He, in his first year, looks as comfortable as you like out there in a contest.
He looks like an old man compared to Fletcher.
Yeah.
Well, young Fletcher's only played 2 games, and you go, oh, no, he's been around for ages. No, he hasn't. He's only been around this year.
Yeah, you say, Fletcher will be as good as when he's been around as long as Will Ashcroft has. They're both drafted together. Ashcroft has got the balance of in and out. That's what the really good midfielders. He'll take 5-6 years to reach his real peak. But the great midfielders, Mick, are inside and outside players. If you're only one, you can get stopped pretty easily. You can not easily, you can get stopped. But if you've got both inside and outside play to your game as a midfielder, good luck. He's going to be something special.
There's some big selection calls coming up for Chris Fagan, not next week or the week after.
Oh, I reckon that was a good call, Cal.
But,
I'm not convinced.
Heading into the finals, would you risk bringing back Gunston or Rich?
Well, it's not. Look, you've still got a lot of weeks to go.
Of course.
But
9 more games.
But if they're talking about long periods to get their body right, and you start eating into that, and the other kids start to do really well, you really question it, because the game in September is about speed. It's about strength. It's about not making errors, or as an old coach of mine said, make the least number of errors compared to your opponent. And so the longer they wait, the harder it is to select them.
But if they're flying across the ground, if their bodies are in really good nick and they're covering the ground really well, then absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But if they are...
Well, one's a goal kicker and one's got depth in his kicking.
With his kicking, yeah. If they're running through quicksand at all and just battling to get across that ground, then no, you make the tough call.
Full-time Brisbane by 28 points, 12-12 over St Kilda, 8-8. Full-time at Docklands. Spuds game, it's the third annual event. Jason Dunstall spoke before the start of the game with the two teams sort of locked together arm in arm, which the Saints want to create as an annual event, and important to try and raise much-needed funds for the Danny Frawley Centre, which is, of course, to help people struggling with mental illness down at Moorabbin. So $28,985. Unfortunately, the game was a pretty ugly game of footy, it must be said, and Brisbane too good for the Saints to win by 28 points. Big game next Thursday night, Brisbane and Richmond. It's the first time they've met since that pulsating elimination final, which was a real shootout. Controversial ending with Tom Lynch's goal review. Of course, Brisbane go down the other end and manage to ice the game, so they'll do that on Thursday night at the Gabba. It's a good point, too, that Hodgie makes about sort of the NRL teams coming to the Gabba.
Yeah.
And what that's going to do, the venue. So both the Dolphins and the Broncos will come and play home games there. It means that Lang Park, where they usually play, the Cauldron, is reserved for the FIFA Women's World Cup, which is around the corner. So that's a lot of traffic. That's a short-term thing for the Brisbane Lions. The next question ahead of them, and Andrew Wellington, the president, has spoken about this in the past, is what happens when the ground gets redeveloped in preparation for the Olympics? Then the Lions are going to be looking for a secondary venue as well during that period.
Yeah, can I just say about that? It doesn't matter that look, if the rugby goes on and chews it up a little bit, still make it your ground, because the pristine grounds we get these days, it's going to be more a shock for someone going there than someone who's already there. And I know they don't train on it that often, but they use it. I don't think the ground will be that bad, but if it is, make that another point of difference for yourself, because there's probably only 4 or 5 games there, maybe 1 or 2 finals. Then paint the picture that look, I've got to. I'll go back to West Coast days, and everyone said, "Oh, travel." In those days, travel. Yeah, we played it up like you can't believe. Oh yeah, with scientists say that you cannot, your body can't function if you travel from east to west. Well, we made it up. I mean, I've never heard anything so much rubbish in my life, but we made it up, and if it meant anything, and they go, and then the journos would jump on and go, "Oh, if you come over here, you know that you start 5 goals behind, this sort of stuff." And you go, "We've got that one."
Yeah.
So
you haven't been writing Ollie Robinson's material, have you, out of the Ashes series that's going on at the moment?
Ollie Robinson.
What about, did you see his quote during the week? Brendan McCullum, or after the Test match, said, we lost, but Brendan McCullum said to us, look, we felt like we won the way that we played the game. How's that for trying to spin some kind of a narrative?
Wow, I do. Guess away with that one. They're the big, dopey, big, fast bowlers that could only take that in, let me tell you. It wouldn't be a spinner. Anyway, so were you a spinner or were you
No, lightning fast.
Yeah. He would have believed that, you see.
I was a lightning fast, slow medium.
Oh, good. But I'll go back to that ground. Don't let the world think that you think you don't like playing on it. You've just got again, going back to Subiaco, when Subiaco's ground was absolutely atrocious, and they said, well, we'll change it. I said, no, leave it, because that's a closer ground to what it is in Melbourne, and let's embrace the ground. So the moment you start to show weakness or you've so discomfort in your own ground, people just jump on it.
It is interesting. I think I don't reckon, except for the old Homebush sort of stadium Australia, where the league and Aussie rules have shared a ground too often in recent memory.
And can I say, we used to play there regularly.
Yeah.
Whenever we played Sydney up there, and Collingwood would have been the same. That grass was very, very different to what we played on. It was a
never cut for football, was it, Blingy?
Longer, thicker grass, because it was controlled to be rugby league as a priority.
Yeah.
I would still say the Gabba. I don't know. We're talking about Queensland here. I would still say it would have a shorter grass to it. There was a distinct difference when
Yep.
you were playing it. What's it called?
Yeah,
Homebush. Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just looking at the window. Can I just say, isn't it wonderful to be the emergency?
I know.
Or sub. Yeah.
I was
The sub,
watching him
sorry, the
before.
Darcy Ford.
Look, he has just not stopped running since the end of the game, lap and up and down. And the only reason why he's now doing laps as opposed to up and down the middle because the hoses are on, or sprinklers are on.
Brisbane have jumped to third spot on the ladder with a 28-point win over St Kilda. If you want to listen to the cricket tonight, the ABC Listen app is the best place to find it. So just open that up, click on the red cricket ball, and you can follow along. It is day 2 action from Trent Bridge. Australia winning the toss and batting first at lunch on the second day. The Aussies 8 for 439. It's the same spot where you can hear the second Ashes test from Wednesday. The men's series, of course, the Aussies won ahead. A red cricket ball icon through the ABC Listen app. The Rugby League tonight, a 30-point win for the Warriors in Wollongong over St George Illawarra, so 48 points to 18 is how that finished. Bit of news around the footy world. The good news is that Jeremy Cameron is being discharged from hospital after his collision with Gary Rowan yesterday. He's been cleared of initial concerns and continues to be monitored by the club's medical staff, but due to the 11-day mandatory concussion period, stand-down policy, I guess you can call it, he will miss Friday night's game against Sydney at the SCG. So Jeremy Cameron out of hospital. And the other unusual story which has been kicking around the footy world is around Clayton Oliver. So he was really the target of some vicious online rumours as to why he's been missing a period of footy. He was at scans this morning and basically spoke to try and clear those up. But the allegations online were essentially centred around illicit substance use and some kind of penalty as to why he was missing games. The club quite angered by that, as Oliver has been as well, hitting back and saying that's absolutely not the case. He's missed with an infected blister and a hamstring injury, which has kept him out of the last 4 matches. There was also an added layer to this with a fake tweet that was generated, attributed to Mitch Cleary, who's of course part of our team on Grandstand AFL, the Channel 7 journalist. So basically what they've done is cropped the text, put it on through Photoshop with his Twitter account and then tried to distribute it to say, look, this is what a journalist is reporting with those kind of allegations being made. So not just the journalist and the media organisation in Channel 7 caught up with it, Oliver and the Melbourne Football Club, and a really disappointing story that both the player and the club and his family have had to deal with.
Yeah, exactly
terrible.
right. And Mitch had to clarify that it is completely fake, and that's the worry, isn't it? People, a lot of people see that and they just straight away go, "Oh, well, Mitch must have said that, so therefore there must be some kernel of truth to it." And away it goes, spreads.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's I'm glad that at least had an ending where there was some level of clarity around what went on. The footy tomorrow, both WA teams in action. It's a shortened weekend, of course, with 6 teams having the bye. So first up, it'll be Sydney and West Coast. West Coast haven't beaten the Swans at the SCG since
2006?
1999.
Oh,
when
wow.
Nick Malthouse coached West Coast Eagles team beat the Swans.
Still got it, Nick.
Well
Adam Simpson needs to give you a call, Mick.
Oh, yeah.
You don't remember that game, 99?
Not really.
No. out of out of a billion games that he's coached, he doesn't remember that one.
You know what? I do remember one game, though. It was a black and white game side.
Yep.
And we were in all sorts of trouble until Paul LeCuria broke through the centre and got one to Anthony Rocker, who kicked a 60-plus metre from centre forward and put us in front. I think we hung on. You know, little things like that you can remember.
Yeah.
Cause
your Pies always had a pretty good record up there, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Homebush?
yes, we did. Yeah, we did. And to the point where I remember Darren Jolly coming along, and he said, Coach,
Paul
Roos pulls his hair out to the point where we went to that ground we were just talking about.
Homebush.
And we went to go in our rooms, and when they said, no, you're in the other rooms. We said, that's the home rooms. No, he doesn't want you can have the home rooms. And there's one other time we went around the ground twice. I had to tell the bus driver, you might go in there one more time and I will be up for murder. Because I know that you're trying to keep us out here. So there was all sorts of things taking place. But no, we actually had some good we had some good battles, but we ended up putting our nose in front on most occasions. You know, it's amazing when you're able to slow the game down in your mind that Hall had, and I'm talking about Barry Hall, used to run from the full forward line and run out on his lead every time. I can still picture it. I put Tarkin Lockyer in his lead area, and he had to change his lead. And Tarkin Lockyer is he's got a heart as big as you can. But if they didn't use that one, they used Michael O'Loughlin coming in from going the other way, and they had the other winger jump in front of him. So it virtually stopped their two forwards on the lead. So to get over that, how do you get over it? You have to change all your leading patterns. So it was just little things that come back as you're coaching.
I think you still will be the West Coast Eagles' last winning coach of the SCG against the Swans.
Yes, I think you will.
After tomorrow, that's a tough ask for the Eagles. And then tomorrow night's actually a really good game. Freo, Essendon, the Bombers now up to 5th on the table, so St Kilda's percentage dropped, so they're in a nice spot.
2 ruckman difference there, though.
Big one. Big out. So Draper misses. Darcy comes back to partner Jackson. So Fremantle favourites in that game. And then the matches on Sunday, Collingwood and Adelaide, and then the Suns take on the Hawks. The votes, Lingy in the ABC Footballer of the Year before you get in the car and off for your family holiday.
Yes. Tricky votes to give tonight, given the way the game played, but apologies to Lachie Neale and Josh Dunkley, etc., and to Jack Sinclair, I think, for the Saints. I'm going to give one vote.
Really?
One vote to Wanganeen Millerer. I thought he was there at least most creative, damaging, had a crack, 24 touches, kicked a goal, took the game on. Sinclair got a few of his touches late and kicked his goal late, so he just misses out. 2 votes to Eric Hipwood. When you kick 4 goals in a game that's, 20 goals in total, you're going to get votes. It's just a fact. And he kicked 1 in each quarter too.
Lucky forwards. Goodness gracious me, Lingy, you've gone soft.
You know that a striker in soccer, all he has to do is kick 1 goal and he gets all the glory.
He's talking soccer because his son now is going to be representing Australia.
But you've raved about Lachie Neale all night. We interview him and you're sucking up to Lachie Neale and we're thinking that we're going to get the 3 votes and you haven't put him in.
Nah, exactly right, Cal. Spot on. Spot on.
Someone's about to go on his holidays grumpy.
Because the 3 votes goes to Harris Andrews.
Yes.
I mean, not that he really had to do that much or beat that much, but 14 marks, 9 intercept marks, 14 total intercept possessions, just controlled everything. He ran where he wanted to go, he marked what he wanted to mark, and just held up. And he in the end, the difference. The Saints really didn't have an answer to him at all.
You can tell we're into winter because it's round 15 and the first time Lingy's given the votes this year and we're a little disgruntled and there's a few other names that are coming into it and how come he missed out? But
you can do the votes next week, Cal.
one for Wanganeen Millerer, 2 for Hipwood, 3 for Andrews.
I don't have to see you for 2 weeks.
Yeah. I'm out of here.
Just quickly, where are you going?
I'm jumping in the car. After the lead tomorrow, Clinchy, me and Rama will be on, heading up. We're doing a road trip, old school. We're going sort of central northern New South Wales coast. A couple of little towns along the coast there. Can't wait.
Did I overhear something at halftime that there's no screens?
Tech-free road trip. No iPads, nothing.
2 words for you.
Good luck.
Good luck. 3 boys in the back.
Yes.
Good luck,
They'll
Cameron
behave
Lang.
themselves perfectly. Not a sound.
You won't even get to Ballarat and you'll be pulling them out.
I spy with my little eye. We're going everywhere.
Are we there yet?
Great to see you all. I think Friday night's back in Melbourne in a fortnight, so we'll see you then. Thanks to Mick Moldhouse and to Cameron Ling, to Tim Hodges downstairs, to Ben Cameron, Jules McKenzie, and to Adam Jones, the cult figure, and of course to Kelly Underwood as well. That'll do us tonight here from Docklands. Friday night in the books. It's Brisbane by 28 points. For WA Regionals, you're off to the cricket. For everybody else, enjoy the rest of your evening.
Learn a lot about the whole.
Well, in our little neck of the woods, our farmers are really delighted with what he's doing because he's actually putting out sort of farmers' issues, real farmers' issues. And it's funny. Then goes cross bowls, and that's steered down to gully. And there's no run there. End of the over. 4 for 8. But there's a lot of humour in it as well.
Okay, yeah.
But but there are some real sort of